Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
BoxingVoice.com.
No matter what nobody say, man. Spirit, can't nobody fuck with me, man. You know, I can't be fucked with, you know.
Beyonce Productions.
Whether you pay to see me win, or you pay to see me lose, you're gonna pay. Fuck it, your kids still gotta eat. I don't have to watch, you know, any footage of a fighter. I mean, because I'm Floyd Mayweather, everybody gotta watch me. I knew eventually I was gonna have to fight Oscar. I feel like he was straight up and down, no special effects.
BoxingVoice.com.
How can Canelo have the biggest deal? Your deal is for 300 million, and I made 350 million just in one fight. And you're fighting on the app.
BoxingVoice.com.
I'm a king, okay? I eat a feast. Every time I eat a feast. And when I get up from the table, I don't give a fuck who get the leftovers. At the end of the day, follow my green print.
Beyonce Productions.
BoxingVoice.com.
Good morning, TBV. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Yes. We got a jam-packed show today, man. Shout out to Brandon, the producer, man. Or should I say the show booker? He's a little bit more than just a show booker, man. So I don't know. I guess producer is the perfect word, but he bagged the big fish for y'all, man. He's got Edward Hearn. Eduardo Hearn will be on the show. Shout out to Eduardo. You know what I'm saying? For taking out the time to come on the program.
Are you with me?
We'll find out because Eduardo had some pretty interesting words when it came to Tank Davis and Devin Haney. Lord Devin Haney, right?
A big admirer of Gervonta Davis. I thought it was a great fight. Props to Barros as well. But I guess if you're breaking down Tank's resume, there's a lot to do. But he can do it because he's a tremendous fighter.
You mentioned Devin Haney there. The last time I spoke to you at Fight Camp, we discussed the fact that he's no longer on.
Shout out to Rob from Boxing Social that conducted the interview with Edward.
We discussed the fact that he's no longer under contract with Matchroom. What's the latest with him?
Same really with Canelo. Devin's made it clear where he wants to be, which is with us. We're planning his next fight now. There's a mandatory coming up.
Same as Canelo. So fight by fight deal. Free agent, and Edward will handle the promotional side of things.
Mandatory fight between Fortuna and Jojo Diaz, which is this weekend, I think.
Friday, yeah.
And if we can't get a Ryan Garcia, a Teofimo Lopez, then we'll fight the winner of that fight, probably in October, November. So Devin's another one, like Canelo, where, I've just said to him, look, let's just almost keep ourselves floating, because if Gervonta Davis wants to fight Devin Haney, I can make that fight like that now.
He can make that fight like that now. Now, obviously, Tank being the A side, Tank would have to pick Devin. Devin would have to agree to Tank's already announced date yesterday. Gervonta Tank Davis took to his social media, verified Twitter to say October, I'm back. And obviously he abbreviated the word October. We all know what it means. Oct is abbreviation for October. I'm back. Basically means he'll be back fighting in October. Now, he's done an Atlanta fight in December with Gamboa. He did over 200,000 pay-per-view buys. It's in excess of over 200, they're saying. I see a lot of people saying, man, I remember a time when 200 was a bad number. 200 is a bad number in today's day and age, depending on the weight class. Keep in mind that Tank Davis is a 130, 135, 140 pounder. Again, I believe when Crawford fought Postal, he was 140. The numbers aren't this good. I don't really even know anybody else under 140 that is doing pay-per-view. Honestly, like, Ryan's not doing pay-per-view. T.O. ain't do pay-per-view. And it's just not common for 140 and under to do pay-per-view. It's not very common. Maybe we had those Pacquiao Marquezes or Pacquiao Morales, but that is Manny Pacquiao. That is Manny Pacquiao. You know, when we think about Juan Manuel Marquez, right? If we pull up Juan Manuel Marquez, and let's check out when he fought Baby Bull, what weight were they? And again, that's how far we got to go back. There's not many. Like, think about how popular Brandon Rios, none of his fights with Mike Alvarado were on pay-per-view. Like, 130, 135, 140. It's not. Look, he fought Marquez, and Juan Diaz fought at 135. So it's what I'm saying. Not very many people do pay-per-view in the lower weight classes. So if you're doing pay-per-view in the lower weight classes, you're proving that you are a draw. Because again, I see a lot of misconceptions. I see people comparing him to Terrence Crawford. Not the same. His last pay-per-view was at 130 pounds. And now you have a 130-pounder moving up to 140. Completely different. And you can do the simple math. 200 plus, whatever you want to give him, even 200. Tank's not getting $10 million per fight. So the money makes sense. The money, and they got a beautiful gate. You know? They got a beautiful gate in Atlanta. And that's my thing. How big of an event will Devin Haney, or rather should I say Gervonta Tank Davis versus Devin Haney? Now obviously Tank sold it out already with 16 and a half, right? He did 16,500, something like that, sold out. So my thing is, they could raise the ticket prices in Atlanta. They could easily scale up for a little bit more seats, because for basketball, I believe it's 20,000. Now, I think we had a super chat yesterday where someone mentioned maybe the Hawks Arena. I don't know much about Atlanta. That's why this is an opinionated based show. You guys call in at the number 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 one time to voice your opinion on this topic, where we're talking Gervonta Tank Davis. Showtime pay-per-view generates 200 plus pay-per-view buys. Tank versus Haney in Atlanta. Is there a bigger event? Is there a bigger event? You know, is Ryan going to make it any bigger in Atlanta? I don't know. I'm not saying there aren't any Mexicans in Atlanta or won't drive to Atlanta. I just think Haney, showing what he done in the Linares fight, bringing out his own, you know, celebrities and elite. I think the combination of him and Tank, the fact that there's a true WBC belt, a recognizable belt. Tank would be going now for what, fifth title or fifth championship. You know, so much storyline. Yes, tough task, but they have history. They've been in the ring together, in the doghouse. They sparred. They know each other. And Tank, he's got to be looking at Haney like, man, you got hurt by Linares. I'm younger, fresher, and hit very much harder. So, and for Haney, he's looking at it like, yo, Barrios had success. I'm sharper, slicker, faster than Barrios. I don't know that Haney is on the same status as a Gervonta Tank Davis, but I know that he brought out a lot of people and a lot of elite and a lot of beautiful people to his event. I think the combination of these two can be huge. Huge. Like the Rick Rosses are coming out. The Drakes are coming out. I think that can be huge, these two, especially if they do it somewhere in Atlanta. I don't know about you guys, but it's definitely possible. And Haney, out of Tio, out of Ryan, is really the only one that can do it, because Eddie, who will be on the program in 18 minutes, made it clear that Devin is like Canelo. Devin is like Canelo. And shout out to Rob from Boxing Social. If you listen to the entire interview, he says Devin raised his profile after the Linares win. Devin has a belt, raised his profile, done his own main event in Las Vegas. Maybe the time is now. And free agent. Free agent. That's why Eddie is saying, if they want to do the Tank fight, we can do the Tank with Devin right now. Because he's able to go. They're not going to hold him back from getting his breakout fight. Question is, I know Eddie would put a rematch clause. Question is, will there actually be one? I know Eddie can do it. I know he's done it. But will there be one in this fight? I want to know what you guys think, man. We're going to take a couple calls before we get to Edward Hearn. But, yeah, man. I mean, in Atlanta, Tank's announced this date already. He's saying October. He's back. In Atlanta, again, obviously you can continue to do the combination of Tank versus a Mexican. I know a lot of people believe it's going to be Isaac Cruz, a PBC fighter. And I don't deny that he's probably the option. All I'm saying is this not a better option? Is there a bigger event in Atlanta not named Gervonta Tank Davis versus Devin Haney? Can they not raise the ticket prices because of these two fighting each other, specifically in that market? Specifically in that market. Now, obviously, Tank is the one dominating in Atlanta, and Haney has fought in Atlanta. Has fought. He stepped in as a main event in the MGM Harbor, which is not necessarily close, but is in the vicinity of Gervonta Tank Davis's home and home area, you know, the DMV. So I like the combination. Plus, they got the storyline. They've sparred. That's easy promotion. You slap that on a commercial. I'm better than him. Oh, this dude, he's going to get knocked out by me. You know, you show Haney outclassing Linares. You show him getting hit by Linares. You show, Tank getting hit by Leo. You show him flattening Leo. Boom, you got yourselves a pay-per-view promo. And a fight that more people will pay for. Yes, Simmons says, we will be having an Eddie Hearn interview in about 15 minutes. He even reposted it. Let's hope he doesn't leave us flat. He did post it on his social media Instagram story. And hopefully that does attract some attention and we get to do the rounds with Edward Hearn. So if you want to have Eddie on the show, hit that thumbs up button. And if you hit that thumbs up button, that means...
Are you with me?
That you are with me, man. You know what I'm saying? So let's hit that thumbs up button. Let's turn that into 1,000. Let's get this show in the eyes of other people. And, yeah, man, tell a friend to tell a friend. We're going to have Eduardo Hearn on the show in just a bit. And we'll be talking fight camp. We'll be talking some Dillian White. Obviously, I want to talk White. What else could we talk? We could talk Usyk. And whoever's my patron, then, you got your posts and we'll try to get to that. I'll try to do one mine's, one yours. This way, no one gets left flat. And I don't get to everybody's because I'm pretty sure the whole lot of you put a bunch of questions for Eduardo. Let's see what we got so far. And give out some shout outs, right? bright and early. Shout out to James Valdez, San Antonio, Texas, longtime patron. Steve in the UK, longtime patron. Big Casual, longtime patron. I think Big Casual might be no, it's not. Dual Ingram and Compton, Miguel. Shout out to you, patron since May. What do we got? Brandon, longtime patron. Shout out to you. Matter of fact, what we got here? Man, shout out to Brandon with almost 3 years of Patreon support. Cincinnati, stand up. Israel Weber, another one with like, what's that? 21, 2 years support, man. Shout out to you. Natural Wiz coming through himself. And another year's support, man. Shout out to my long time. Osiris Boxing. He just read up. He got a question for Edward. We got Mr. Adore also going in almost on a month, right? Did you have a year now? Is that a year? Yeah, it's definitely a year and some change, man. You graduated. Dodge Hyatt. Shout out to you. Another year. Andrew Brown. You just started, right? In March. Says March unless I'm wrong. But the producer in the building, shout out to getting that. Guna, okay, damn, 3 years. Here we go. You was laying in the cut waiting for this. And What Rep It, okay, What Rep It rocking out with us since May this year. Shout out to you. And shout out to everybody that dropped the question for Aguardo. I don't know that we're going to get to all of these. Maybe I'll just go ahead and only ask your questions, right? I don't know. I know we got to touch on some of the stuff he's got going on. He's got a few announcements, right, that he made. And we need to touch on those. Let's see here. What do we got? But if you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. It helps with the visibility of the show. And it's obviously going to help us grow here. So it looks like some of these talking points we can touch on. Maybe, what do we got? I'm going to have to let Brandon resend that to me. I know he sent it to me. And, okay, here we go. His last announcement on Fight Camp, right? We can talk about that. We finally found out who this kid was facing, man. Remember I was in the gym with Can X and he told me somebody he was facing named Lee. I had no clue who Lee was. Now we find out it's like, let's see here. What is it? Boom. Lee Wood. Never heard of him, but he's in a fight in camp, fight camp with Can X or Can Zoo, right? Obviously, AJ Usyk, that's official, but no date, nothing yet. You know what I mean? We want to talk on, Dazn monopolizing, man. How far away are we? Like, I want to know, can we ever see a day where, Eddie and Dazn would offer PBC a seat at the table, kind of like how they did Golden Boy. Not that made anything any easier, right? It's not like we got Virgil Ortiz versus Conor Ben, but at least it was the same side and it wasn't anything that people thought couldn't happen. Even though we didn't get Matchroom versus Golden Boy, Haney versus Garcia, but we all know that wasn't because the promoter, the kid himself said he wanted a bigger fight. He wanted a bigger fight. That's what he wanted. He wanted a Gervonta. He wanted a Pacquiao. But the monopolization of boxing is always something that I would like to at least see as a test run, just to see how all fighters react to being under the same umbrella, so to speak. TT Podcast, doing a 200,000+ pay-per-view buys at 140 does mean you're a star, man. I'll let you take the rest of the show to give me 5 names at that division that have done better. Until then, You just learned something, my friend. You just learned something. Let's go out to some calls. We got Eduardo in about 9 minutes. 9 minutes. That's my poor attempt at Portuguese, right? Let's go to Brandon. 3 years running, right? Let's give him that respect to go first because of it. But before...
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Subscribe to youtube.com/theboxingvoice for the latest and greatest interviews with your favorite fighters.
Ignorant boxing, I get you that it wouldn't make a difference, but it does in a way. We did get some Matchroom Golden Boy cards. So it can help if they were on the same platform network. But Cincinnati.
Hey, whole nother time zone. Jumped up for back with our mind on. Can't play when you here, get your life stole. If you bring it here, then the price grow. From jabbing and punching the line long. I drop a pigeon, let 9 go. We slap with the fake glass and white go. This only happens in Ohio.
Yo, Ness.
What up?
Can you hear me how I sound?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. But yeah, man, this number is a solid number. Not, world-breaking great number. It's a solid number. People need to stop looking at these pay-per-view numbers in the Floyd Mayweather-Pacquiao era and just come to realize in this day of streaming and where boxing is, about 200, it's pretty solid. So, it ain't great, but it's pretty good. As far as Devin and Tank fighting in Atlanta, yeah, you're probably right. It is probably the biggest fight they could do as far as crowd size. They both got that hip hop, young mainstream rap type of, fan base. Ironically, both of them dating ex rapper girlfriends and shit. So, Tank dating Meek old girl and Devin dating NBA YoungBoy's old chick. So, they got that type of crowd, that rapper type of, crowd. So yeah, it would make for a big fight in Atlanta. A lot of crazy after parties and shit. So yeah, I agree. That's probably the fight to make. But yeah, man, that's my call. I like to see it happen. What's up?
I want all of y'all to give your level of danger. Is this a dangerous fight for Tank, and that's why they won't make it? Like, what are the negative sides to Tank fighting Devin in Atlanta that we or I don't know? So I want your opinion on it. Like, why wouldn't he fight him?
I don't think that they think it's a dangerous fight. I just think they stuck on this green print black versus Mexican bullshit that we soon learning that in Atlanta that shit ain't gonna matter. Brothers can fight brothers and people gonna come out. So I think it's more that let's find a Mexican. We do the Mexican and black around the holiday. That shit is dead. That shit worked for Floyd, but it ain't gonna work for everybody in my opinion. I don't think it's too much danger in that fight. Right now I think Tank will handle Devin in a pretty comfortable fashion, man. So yeah, that's my call, man. I got Tank winning that fight. But take it easy.
All right. Adrian, Wisconsin. My man put Wisconsin on the freaking map. Well, I can't say Wisconsin, but he definitely put Watertown on the map. Make Watertown great again. What up, Adrian? Good morning.
Hey, man, another great morning. Just got done with my 30-minute jump rope to start my day. I train hard even when I'm not fighting because them kids at the gym want to take my fucking head off. But,
shots to Ant.
Yeah.
Shots to Ant. I know that was an Ant rematch shot.
Man, I don't know. Karma Sir just called me out for the next Border Wars, and I agreed. So the next one I don't run, I told him he can get it. So, but yeah, man, Tank, Devin, man, to be honest with you, I do think it's a dangerous fight for Tank. I think that Devin's style, even though he doesn't show to have a whole lot of, I guess, the power of Tank, he is a very good boxer. To me, it reminds me of like a Canelo versus Amir Khan. I think that Haney could probably outbox Tank, but Tank's got that one-hitter quitter, and we don't know if Devin's going to stand up when he gets rocked with that shot. So I think that's the type of fight we're looking at. Is somebody who's very skilled, and if they can outbox and avoid taking the big shots, has a good chance of beating Tank. So I think that's kind of why that fight is more avoided, because to me that is 50-50. Tank's going to have to land that hard shot. You know what I mean? Because Devin's shown that he can outbox and hit and not get hit. So I think that's an exciting fight. I think that fight needs to happen. And I do think that those pay-per-view numbers are good in this day and age. I mean, people got to realize for the 200,000 plus that paid, think about how many people who stole it. And if they would have had to pay, the numbers would be off the chain. But, hey, man, I'm excited for Border Wars coming up. It's cool to see all the people coming out to Wisconsin now that they realize that we are going to put on a great show. It's going to be a great experience for you. So don't be afraid. Get in the ring and swing. It's a great opportunity. Smoke, the lights, the ring card girls. Watertown's going to show you love. They're going to treat you like your favorite fighter. It's a great feeling. As you can see, Mario talking about it. Even the people that didn't fight, who've seen and felt the energy in the room, just know that Watertown is ready for Border Wars 12. They're excited. There's going to be even more people than last time. And, hopefully we'll have some surprises up our sleeves. I'm reaching out to, I won't name them because it's not for sure yet, but I've reached out to some big-time sponsors, and we'll see how it goes. But, man, that's all I got, Ness, man. I'm flooring today, so I'm going to be listening to the show. So let's put them likes up. Let's have a long show so I can get through my day quicker.
Yes,
have a good
sir.
one, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to you, Adrian Rowan. Shout out to the bar. Shout out to George Monterey, future mayor of Wisconsin, man. I don't know that you ever going to fight, brother. I mean, once my man turn into the mayor and shit, why we can't? We gonna be doing fights in City Hall, man. You ain't never fighting again. You're gonna be a permanent event coordinator. Nah, I'm messing with you. We going out to is it? Oh man, is it Dallas? I think they both in Dallas now, right?
So you hating?
I'm that guy. What you want to bet on? Bet 100,000 on that. Let's bet $1 million. You getting that money, right? Easy. Let's bet $1 million easy. And I for the bread. When I him, y'all gonna say he was too weak on my life.
Okay, bow down, bitches. I'm about to handle business. I'ma teach you all a lesson. This'll only take a minute. Got a part in all this passion in my blood. Niggas hating just because. Think about it. Everybody love Bud. J Mac, where you at? All these niggas hating on me. Shit is whack. So efficient with it, only check the stats. Hey, I'm out here trying to get it. Next, I only got a minute. Get ready for the back attack.
Yo, good morning. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Good morning.
Nah, I definitely think that's a fight to see. I think the guy who takes over, who wins this fight, becomes the next guy up. However, I do think Floyd, like Brandon said, they stuck on this vision of this green print, but it on the other side of the green print, it steers away from certain fighters that could give Tank certain looks. I don't know what anybody has seen that makes Tank think they think Tank could just walk over Devin Haney. I haven't seen Devin Haney in a position to where he can be walked over by anybody. I think he boxed well. I don't think with his length, I think the ability to keep people at the end of his jab would be problems for the shorter Tank that needs to find his way in and work his way in and then get guys that can't stop, that quit moving against him. Devin showed he can move 12 rounds and fight off the back foot all night. So, I mean, I do got Devin beating Tank. I always had Devin beating Tank. I got Shakur beating Tank just to show you where I think Tank is. So maybe sticking to that green print is something they know. And I think Floyd knows that Tank will struggle with certain guys. That's why he want to stick to that green print. So when you talk about the dangers of a Devin Haney, I think it's very dangerous. And I don't think Floyd will allow Tank to fight a Devin Haney at this point in time of his career.
All right. J Mac, Dallas, thanks for calling in. All right, we should have Eddie on. Let me try and turn this Skype on. I got no co-host, Solo Dolo Scarface, no Manolo. And actually, yep, he looks like he could be now in this call. Let's see. All right, if you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button if you want to try and get your question asked to Eddie Hearn. The link is in our live chat to go ahead and post a question on our Patreon page. Let me just double check active. Boom, boom, boom. All right, he's seen it. He's got the link. We're just waiting. In the meantime, we'll keep the up. There we go. Eduardo Hearns, how are you, my friend?
One sec.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've just been joined by head of Matchroom, Eddie Hearn, and just want to thank you, obviously, for coming on the program and taking out the time to talk a little bit of boxing with us. You've made quite a few announcements, and you have a lot on the table, so we're excited to talk to you. I guess we'll start with your most recent statement about being able or wanting to make a Haney Tank Davis fight, and I think that after being live at that Tank and Barrios event, I can't think of a bigger event than Haney and Gervonta Davis because of the two fan bases being intertwined. They bring kind of the same celebrity star power, right? They're both dating ex-girlfriends of former rappers, you know, so it just makes so much sense. And at least for Gervonta, he's seen a little bit of vulnerability in the Linares fight. Linares, who was much older than him, obviously was able to shake Haney up. So they should be a little, I guess, confident. What do you think? And can we get this one done? Would you guys accept the fact that Tank already said October is his date back?
Well, firstly, one thing about the Haney-Linares fight, which was he didn't really show vulnerabilities. He boxed an elite fighter. He got caught with a great shot. He got buzzed. He recovered. He won the fight convincingly. I thought that was a great performance. Secondly, I think Tank Davis is a star. You know, I think he's drawing big crowds. He's such an exciting fighter. You know, we saw his pay-per-view numbers. What was it, like 200,000? I think he's disappointing, but the market is so saturated right now with pay-per-views. I don't know what is a good number anymore. In terms of the fight, of course, look, Devin Haney's come through that test against Linares. He wants all of those guys, whether it's Tank, whether it's Teofimo, whether it's Ryan Garcia. You know, I saw Floyd's comments about we're only fighting guys in the PBC, and that's a shame because I think that limits your opportunity to be a great, you know. And but that being said, right now we're in a position with Devin where we just want to keep our options open so that there's no excuse why people shouldn't fight him. So right now, you know, we're working together moving forward. He has no contractual paperwork with Dazn, but he's happy to fight on the platform. He wants to continue that relationship. But at the same time, I don't want to give someone an excuse to say, no, we can't because of. So right now, if Devin Haney wants to fight Teofimo Lopez on ESPN, no problem. If Devin Haney wants to fight Tank Davis on Fox, no problem. If Devin Haney wants to fight Ryan Garcia on DAZN, no problem. Because I think everyone's getting a bit tired of this, oh, we can't do that because of this. You know, and I think the greatest example of all is Errol Spence against Terence Crawford. You know, that's the greatest example of all. But it shouldn't be just like, you can only fight this guy if you sign a 4-fight deal with the network. I don't agree with that. You know, if you believe in your fighter and you believe that they are good enough to win and they want to be great, they have to be able to fight everybody. So, you know, as far as Devin's concerned, ready for all comers. There's a mandatory fight this weekend, of course, with Jojo Diaz against Fortuna. That will be Devin's next fight, unless he's allowed an exception, which would come through fighting one of the names that I mentioned.
Absolutely. But he's in the best position of all of the, and if you compare him to, let's say, a Ryan or a Teo, they're on contract. So in theory, it's easier for you to make the Haney-Gervonta Davis fight because you put him in this Canelo-like position now, correct?
Yeah, and it's not. Look, I think that being a free agent is, you know, a network free agent is quite dangerous unless you are a huge draw. And my advice to Devin is not, oh, let's just stay a network free agent. But right now, at this time, it eliminates any excuses. So, of course, you know, when you're a young fighter, you want the security of having a deal with a network. You know, there's only really two guys maybe a couple more. But I would advise that it's a great decision to do. One is Canelo and one is AJ. But if I'm Devin Haney, we want the security of a network deal. But at this specific moment, while he's looking for those super fights, I don't want to give anybody an excuse to say, oh no, we can't because you're with them. So Devin Haney's ready to fight in October. He would fight Tank Davis like that. He would fight Teofimo like that. I still feel like the Ryan Garcia fight is the fight because, I know that we can move networks, but we're all under one roof there. It's a tremendous clash of styles. And don't forget that Ryan Garcia won a final eliminator against Luke Campbell to fight Devin Haney and turned that down. So, look, I think there's so many great fights to be made across 135 pounds. And I hope that Gervonta and those guys do sort of come out of the box a little bit and let him be great because he's a tremendous fighter.
While we're on the subject, one of our patrons, Andre Brown. Hey, Eddie, thanks for coming on the show. Is there any update with the negotiations between yourself and DHP? So anything you just said means you will remain the way you are now, letting him be kind of like Canelo, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, we want to, as a young fighter, I mean, he's had a wonderful deal with Dazn. They've really looked after him. And some of that was because he was elevated to world champion, and obviously he was paid handsomely for that. I have a brilliant relationship with Devin and Bill. They don't forget that when we were smaller fish in the American Ocean, they put their trust in us, and we've worked tremendously well together. It's a partnership between Matchroom and Devin Haney Promotions. Personally, I have a great relationship with Devin. I respect him a lot. I admire him a lot, and he's a friend of mine. And, we have a very solid relationship. So, yeah, we had a good chat after the Linares fight. We're moving forward together. And of course, I think the sensible thing to do is to align to a network and to get that security. But at the same time, as I said, just at this moment, I think we're well placed to not give anyone an excuse as to why they can't fight Devin Haney.
And when you say excuse, did you see Leonard Ellerby's message right after the Tank fight saying, for the record, I'm paraphrasing, but he said, for the record, we tried to make the Ryan fight. Golden Boy told us they had a fight and we'd be seeing that soon, but obviously, no fight came. Do you believe that fight was being negotiated or offered, like Leonard says?
I can just talk to you about that as a fan, really, because I don't know enough about it, but it was a bit weird because I do believe that Ryan Garcia wanted that Tank Davis fight, and I also believe that Tank Davis is a massive favourite in that fight. So I would have thought that actually Leonard and Tank Davis would have jumped at that fight. So something wasn't right somewhere. Do you know what I mean? If Ryan really wanted that fight, and if Tank really believed he could win that fight, that's a big fight. That does big pay-per-view numbers. Now, that's a real pay-per-view fight. But yeah, I just feel that I don't like the whole, we're only fighting these guys, because I just feel that they're a bit limited. If you look at the fights for Tank Davis, it's Haney, Lopez, Garcia. Really, I mean, that's the reality. I know he can stay at 140, but look, I really think, I'm a big Tank fan. I think he's a star. I think he's a great fighter, and I just hope that he can have those fights, because maybe he beats everybody, maybe, but we won't know, will we? And when you look at, I keep talking about Terence Crawford, but he's in danger of losing, and there's a few fighters like that, even Demetrius Andre, our boy, and we're trying, I'm sure Bob has tried with Terence Crawford, but the problem is when you're really good and you're really hard to beat, of course you're not at the front of the queue.
So did Eubank turn that offer down?
Sorry?
Did Eubank turn the offer down? I remember about a month ago you said you sent an offer to Chris and that they liked it.
We sent an offer to Eubank. I'm talking to Demetrius and his team right now. I think Eubank would prefer a warm-up fight, but if he does, he's just had a warm-up fight, so I don't know how many warm-up fights he wants. But I believe we can make that fight with Cali Sauerland and the Eubank team. Demetrius doesn't mind fighting Eubank, but look, let's be honest. Demetrius wants Gennady Golovkin, Charlo, and Canelo Alvarez. And, you know, when I look at the three, I'm still baffled that we can't make Charlo against Andre. You know, two brilliant American fighters, two middleweight world champions. And another guy in Demetrius where we've quite frankly stated we have no problem doing that fight on Showtime. You know, and even Stephen Espinoza came out and actually said he has no problem with Charlo fighting on another platform. So
I think that fight is is dead, and for other reasons. If you talk to people in the industry, grudges,
be dead.
Grudges. When I spoke to Ronnie Shields live on this show, it's his opinion that whoever they are, they don't want to do business with Andre for whatever he done in the past.
Boxing, eh? What's the point of that? I mean, that's just a load of bullshit, isn't it? I mean, you know, you want to be you want to unify the division, you talk the talk, you have to fight the champions. You know, I mean, I'm seeing the amazing thing about Demetrius. I love Demetrius to bits, and I think he's a tremendous fighter. But I'm still, you know, even in his last performance, good win against Liam Williams, but got, you know, a little bit hurt in that fight, looked a little bit tired. Is he struggling at 160? Take your shot, man, at the guy, you know?
Totally agree.
Anybody. But, you know, I understand the thing. Look, Canelo's not going back to 160. He likes to face the champions. He wants to fight the plant fight. Understood. Gennady Golovkin, you know, he could fight Demetrius Andrade, then he could fight Murata. You know, he could be one belt away from an undisputed fight with Charlo. But Charlo, you know, he says, I want to, you know, do what my brother did and unify and do this and do that. I don't believe that Gennady Golovkin's going to fight Charlo right now. So fight Demetrius Andrade. It's a really good fight. It's a great fight for American boxing. Both brilliant fighters.
I just spoke to Espinoza, and again, even he felt like, oh, well, we offered Andre to fight, and he chose to re-sign with Matchroom. Like, the interview's out. These guys have grudges.
Yeah, but what are you doing? That can't anyone see that's toxic for boxing? I mean, you're talking about something that happened about 4 years ago, right? And by the way, you know, Demetrius wasn't a world middleweight champion then. Right, so it's a unification fight between two American middleweight world champions. If we're going to make boxing great again, if we're going to engage the fans, if we're going to stop these YouTubers taking over, these are the kind of fights we've got to make. And it should be so straightforward. Absolutely. Demetrius isn't even asking for, there's no outpricing. No, he's probably the same price as they paid Derevyanchenko. Demetrius wants his opportunity to show how good he is. And every fighter should want that opportunity. But anyway.
Absolutely.
We'll be there all day.
We got Dual Ingram in Compton that says Mike Polite Coffee wants some smoke with Dillian White. If he wins his next fight, would he be a great opponent for White? What type of purse could he garner? That, I guess you don't want to give out numbers, but Mike Polite is going to be fighting Gerald Washington July 31st, main event, PBC. He's the American heavyweight that knocked out Darmani Rock on PBC. I don't know if he's come on your radar just yet.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't know a lot about him, to be honest with you. I know he's headlining that card. It's a strange headline fight. But clearly he's a prospect. You know, they rate him. For Dillian White, really the plan. I like Dillian White to come to America now and make some noise. I think you guys will really enjoy him. He's a real character. He's never in a bad fight. The Charles Martin fight is, you know, Charles is doing a good job calling that fight out. You've got guys like Jermaine Franklin, Cassius Chaney, you know, guys who are like 20-0 Americans and stuff like that. Maybe even this Coffee guy. Dillian will fight anyone. But right now, because of that sort of queue, if you like, with Wilder Fury and Joshua Usyk and, you know, maybe the undisputed fight after, I think Dillian's got to focus his next 6 to 8 months and say, what am I doing? And I would like to see him have 2 fights in America. You know, I think if we could come over in sort of end of August, fight a good unbeaten American and then move on and fight a Charles Martin or an Areola or, you know, a Luis Ortiz, I don't know, you know, someone that is known in that US market. I still love Dillian White against Andy Ruiz. I think it's a great fight, you know. And
I like that Areola fight.
Yeah, it's a good fight too.
I like that Areola fight. He's never been, you know, stopped. It's only referee had to get involved. He's never clearly been knocked out. Like, that would be, and Ariola hung with both Vitaly and Vlad, so it would be an interesting fight between those two. But yeah, man, since you brought up Wilder, Brandon Maurice in Cincinnati says, if Wilder wins the trilogy, will you keep the same energy and offer Wilder the 50-50 deal you were offering Fury?
That's something I have to speak to AJ about. I haven't thought about it. I guess so. I guess he would deserve that. He would come back and he would have a massive win. I think that the problem with the original negotiation is we offered him 60-40. You know that, and he didn't feel like that was the right deal. We just felt that at the time, Joshua was a significantly bigger star with a much better resume of wins than Deontay Wilder. Now, when Tyson Fury came over, and beat Vladimir Klitschko, and then obviously beat Deontay Wilder twice, the deal was 50-50, and those terms were agreed, and everyone was on board with that. So, if Deontay Wilder could produce a massive win on his resume and become, a bigger name, I think that's a conversation to be had. The energy will be exactly the same, because the energy is not about the opponent. It's not about Tyson Fury. It's not about Deontay Wilder. It's just about the undisputed, and that's all we've ever wanted. I do feel it's an easier job for us to negotiate the Tyson Fury fight, because I feel like, although it broke down, we were pretty much there. The guy announced the fight himself, so that should give you an indication of where we were at. And we never really got to that stage with Wilder, but that was a long time ago, Nest. I mean, you remember that episode well. But it worries me when you said things about, Espinosa said, well, we offered him 4 years ago, we offered him that fight. It's like, I just hope people can work within for the best interest of the fighter.
Wait, so you're saying that it wasn't a recent offer when Andre just re-signed with Matchroom? You're saying this was before he ever signed with Matchroom, and that's the only offer Espinosa sent them?
He's been under contract. He hasn't been out of contract with us for 3 years. So, yeah, I mean, unless Stephen Espinosa's made Demetrius Andrade a personal offer that we don't know about, which is not the case because we would have been told. I believe this is before, but Demetrius Andrade has been under contract with Matchroom since we started in America. So we've never received an offer for that fight with Charlo. If we had, and it was anywhere near reasonable, we would be accepting it immediately. But, going back to the question, yes, the energy will be exactly the same. And if Wilder wins, listen, good luck to him. We want to move straight into that fight with AJ, but AJ's got to be Usyk at the same time. The one thing I'll say about this whole heavyweight, circle is at least they're two interesting fights. Sometimes you're working towards this massive fight and then they both go off and have a small fight and it sort of dwindles a bit. It's two good fights. Fury, Wilder 3, Joshua Usyk, they're both interesting. You've got two live dogs in those fights. So, but yeah, the energy exactly the same. We just want to make the undisputed fight, and it feels like a long time coming.
James Valdez from San Antonio, Texas. Thanks for opening up the boxing market even more here in the U.S. Although you've had challenges, what have you found most enjoyable about your dealings here in the United States?
It's definitely been a big challenge. I think that some people say to me, do you feel like you came in a little bit sort of gung-ho and bullish and maybe a little bit arrogant? And I'm like, yeah, but that's my style. Like, I'm a nice guy, but at the same time, we're aggressive and we want to make sure that, we can really go into a situation and dominate a marketplace. So for me, it wasn't about coming in and sort of petering around and not really making any noise. It was about making a big splash. Not a lot of people knew who Matchroom were. Not a lot of people, well, no one knew who Dazn were at the time because they'd literally just launched in the US marketplace as a platform. No one wants to let us in, Nest, obviously, So yeah, it's been interesting. But I really feel like we have a good sort of footing now within the marketplace. I believe Dazn has the best schedule in boxing. I believe it provides the best value for fight fans as well. And I think we're in a great place. The Canelo, the Canelo link up was massive for us. It really gave us a solid credibility. the biggest draw in American boxing, arguably the biggest draw in world boxing. And really, I think that was obviously put us in a great position with the Hispanic fan base as well. And I think we're in a great position. There are no global promoters. If you look at all these great promotional companies, none of them are promoting globally except for us. And that's the plan. And America's been a great challenge, but I feel like we've really got to grips with it now.
Absolutely. When do we expect another AJ return? Any possibility of the Usyk AJ fight taking place in New York because of the Ukraine, background and people in that area? Also easy for the United Kingdom to fly over, or is that only overseas?
I think that right now the focus is on the Alexander Usyk fight. And that should be in looks like September the 25th, which we're just finalising. Hopefully we can get that official this week. We're just working really with the stadium and the capacity, with a lot of the changes that are happening. We had good news from the government here yesterday, who are basically saying we're going to open things up. And I think AJ would love to fight in America again. Although the Andy Ruiz experience wasn't our greatest night, it was certainly one of the most dramatic. It was definitely a night we'll never forget at Madison Square Garden. And I think he wants to come back and almost put that right. With AJ, honestly, it's not a case of, I want another 3 or 5 fights, it's like he wants to fight for another 10 years. I'm not saying he will, but he just loves the game. He loves improving. He's a student of the game. He feels like he's got so much more to give, and I think he's going to do a lot. I think he's going to obviously fight Usyk. Hopefully he fights the undisputed. I see him coming back to America as well, and I see him being around and dominating for a long time.
Well, the question was more, can that AJ Usyk fight take place in America?
No, that'll be in England. Yeah, we want to bring a big event back to the UK, and if we can get 60 or 70,000 at Spurs, which is the discussions we're having right now, then that is what we'll be doing next.
All right, we may have your new Frank Smith here. Steve in the UK says, "Hi, Mr. Hearn. Firstly, thank you for coming on the show. I've been emailing Frank Smith periodically since his appearance on the show, asking him if you have any open job positions. And now I'm asking you, do you have any positions available for a skilled business analyst who has predominantly worked within the financial service sector? Frank has my CV, but I'm happy to forward it to you. My most up to CV if required, and I look forward to hearing from you soon. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you soon. Kind regards, Steve in the UK. P.S. It's coming home.
Whatever it's coming home. What that means next,
I have no clue.
England. Listen, England right now are in the semi-finals of the European Championships, right? That's on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. So it's coming home is a very famous saying that we say Wednesday, like the championship's coming home.
Got it.
And we've been saying it for years and years and years. We haven't won a major championship since 1966. So any time we get a run in a tournament, we just basically say to each other, it's coming home. It's coming home. And Wednesday is the semi-final. In that respect, we are actually, we've just, our new deal with Dazn in the UK, we also launched a business called Matchroom Media, which will run all the live production now for our events and all the content and the shoulder programming. We're expanding our digital department, our legal department, our operations department. So in answer to the question, keep an eye out on Matchroom's LinkedIn, and there'll be some new positions opening up very soon. So good luck.
All right. Miguel says, Eddie Reynoso mentioned Earl Spence as a possible opponent and would be willing to meet him at 164 pounds. What's your thoughts on that fight and the catch weight?
I think it's a great fight. I think Canelo's really comfortable at 168 pounds. Could he go down to 164, 165? Yeah, I think for the right fight, that's a decision for Eddie and Saul. I've never really met anyone, Nest, who he doesn't care who he has to fight. When I was with him last week in Guadalajara, he was just like, the Plant fight is the one that he wants. It's the undisputed championship. But I said to him, look, after a while, and maybe that's the end of this week, if that's not going to materialise for September, who would you like to fight? And he was like, I don't mind. Like, just tell me, give me my options. I said, well, he said, could we fight that guy at 175? I said, Dmitry Bivol? He said, yeah, we fight him. He said, but the other guy as well. I was like, Beterbiev? He's like, yeah, him. That's good. It's like, wow. That's Bivol is a very talented 175 pounder. Beterbiev is a beast, 175 pounder. I mean, but he doesn't care. So if the Errol Spence fight was presented to him at the right weight and the deal was right, I think he has no problem. He has no problem fighting anyone. And it's so unique to be in a position, like I said, going back to that sort of free network status where you can, that's with the Plant thing right now. If the deal to do it on Dazn doesn't work, we'll do it on Fox. No problem. And if that doesn't work, then maybe we do Beterbiev on ESPN, or maybe we do Bivol on Dazn. It's a great spot to be in. But I've never really met a fighter who is, one, so driven, but two, so confident of really beating anybody. And Eddie Reynoso shares that confidence and belief with Sal.
I would love for you to do Canelo versus Earl, especially in Dallas, and try to get 100,000, right? Mikey and Earl did 48. Liam and Canelo did like 51. I mean, the two of them have to be able to put 100,000.
Yeah. We did 73.
Exactly. That's another one with Billy Joe. So
exactly, man, a Brit. So
Earl has to. I would love that fight, man. I don't know. Hopefully you guys can offer it to him after the Pacquiao fight. It would be a huge fight for boxing fans. That's what I love about Canelo, that he fights in stadiums, allowing every person to come to his fight, not just the rich and famous, man. So you guys did a wonderful job in Miami too, so I could just imagine what Dallas would look like between him and Earl with the fireworks and everything. Next one is from Miguel that says 411 on Mikey Regis.
Yeah, it's had a lot of traction, that fight.
How'd you get two PBC fighters to fight on DAZN?
Well, they're not really. I mean, obviously, Mikey's last fight was with DAZN, with Jesse Vargas. Did very well. We had, I think, about 11,000 there in Dallas for that fight. He's a big star still. He's another guy that's willing to fight anybody really across sort of just over 135 all the way up to 147. Regis Prograis is a guy who's, with those belts tied up at 140 pounds, Regis is kind of in a position where I think anywhere between 140 and 147, he's ready to fight anybody. And that fight got a little bit of traction, and we're in talks with both guys at the moment. I don't know if we're going to get there, but the response was really good for that fight. I think outside of the championships, that's one of the biggest fights to be made. New Orleans or Dallas, Mikey sells well everywhere. He's extremely popular. But it'll be a fun fight, right? I mean, I think that every fight fan accepts that Mikey Garcia against Regis Prograis would be great fun to watch.
Big Casual, the best promoter in the game, Mr. Eddie Hearn. What top boxers are you looking at for Andre next? Go ahead and get that Arab money ready, because we will be bringing to Tom on July 24th. Hashtag stay tuned.
I think that for Demetrius, there's three guys he really wants to fight. Obviously, everybody wants to fight Canelo Alvarez, Gennady Golovkin in a unification, Jamal Charlo in a unification. I think it's really, I kind of feel, I know it's not our fault and it's definitely not Demetrius's fault, but I kind of feel a responsibility at the same time to deliver for him. And I'm doing everything I can. We're taking the barriers away. We're saying we'll fight on any platform. We won't overprice ourselves. But it just, I don't know whether, Ness, that a lot of these American fighters grew up with Demetrius through the amateur system, and they've always known how good he is. Do you know what I mean? And he's not getting on, but he's been around a while. And I think as a young amateur, this kid was sensational. So if guys like Charlo and people like that have been around him, sparred him, and they know, because let's be honest, what is the reason that Jamal Charlo would not fight Demetrius Andrade? Take away, because you can put up barriers and say, yeah, well, 4 years ago this happened. But the reality is, don't you think that if that was an easy fight, Jamal Charlo would be unifying the WBO championship? He would have done it already. So the only reason that fight's not happening is because they know how difficult it is. Now, I'm not saying Charlo can't win the fight. He's a great fighter. But let's be honest, if that was an easy belt to grab, they'd be grabbing it. So, like, I just think people know how good Demetrius is and how tough he is to beat, because otherwise they'd fight him. Now, if Demetrius was an unknown champion that was not easy to beat, Gennady Golovkin would have fought him and unified. Charlo would have fought him and unified. So it is frustrating, you know.
Eddie has a female boxer by the name of Shadasia Green crossed your radar. 8-0, 7 KOs, Olympic alternate, sparred Clarissa Shields, Christina Hammer, Alicia Napoleon, one division above Savannah Marshall. Never heard of
Hasn't crossed my radar yet. No, we get I think we've kind of established ourselves as like the principal promoter for women's boxing, and I love it. You know, Katie Taylor was the reason that we got involved with women's boxing, and you know, we love her to bits, and she's inspired me really to invest in that side of the sport. I think that the standard and the fights are getting better and better. There's some real superstars out there. We represent many champions, so she's someone we'll look out for. And there's a lot of fights I want to make in women's boxing, you know, particularly Savannah Marshall against Clarissa Shields. I think that's a must for both.
We got Natural Wiz. He says, "Hey Eddie, I love your promoting style. What is your current relationship with Dana White, and is there anything in the works for a collaboration, as I am a boxing fan and an MMA fan?"
I don't know. I don't think, I think if Dana was going to do something in boxing, would he want to do it with me, or would he want to just do it himself? Probably do it himself. I've met Dana probably three or four times, and he's always been a gentleman to me. You know, he's always supported me. He sent me some nice bits and pieces over messages of kind of like support. I'd like to think that he thinks we're a good business and good operators. And, you know, when I first went to the UFC centre, when Danny Jacobs was training there, he went out of his time and he showed me around. He showed me his new facilities there at the Apex. And I'm a big admirer of the UFC, Ness, you know, as a business. And I think there's a lot. I've said it in many interviews, and I will often say to our team, just look at what they're doing, you know, because they set the standard for fight sports promotion. And we want to be the UFC for boxing. You know, that doesn't mean, take over and put everyone out of business, because there's plenty of other MMA business. But we want to be the principal global promotional company for boxing, and that is a model that, you know, has worked really well for the sport of mixed martial arts.
I was talking with my audience about that earlier, and hoping that we got to the monopolization of boxing and Dazn. How far-fetched is it for whether it be you or whoever in Dazn to offer PBC the similar deal that they offered a Canelo? Not Canelo, Oscar and Golden Boy. Not that you know, you guys did a lot of business, but there was some business that was Matchroom and Golden Boy. Some cards did come from that. Obviously, you know, Matchroom couldn't get together with Canelo and do an Andre fight at the time. But can we see Dazn extend the network to other promoters to kind of monopolize boxing? Or does it all have to go through you? Do you ever see a day? How do we monopolize it if we don't offer these other promoters the opportunity to be on Dazn?
It's not, you know, monopolizing the boxing industry. I don't really like the word monopolize, because to the fans that sounds like, you know, a bad thing. What we're just trying to be,
everyone under one umbrella is...
Yeah, but I think it's impossible, Ness. I think there's, you know, your comments earlier about, you know, he said this 4 years ago, and it, like, you know, the ego's in the business. And I'm not saying I don't have an ego either, by the way, but to get all those people together under one umbrella, I just think it's absolutely impossible. But my version of monopolizing the boxing world is not to collaborate and everybody get under one umbrella. My idea is just to be the biggest and the best and create your own network, if you like, and your own global platform within the sport, which is what we're doing with Dazn. So, like, for instance, right now, you know, you've got our fighters might be in Italy or Spain or the UK or America or Mexico or Australia, markets that we're in, you know, fighting each other, you know, fighting in key markets around the world, giving fighters the opportunity to box internationally. That's really the only way I think it can be done. And the only other way is to buy these companies. You know, is to come in and for Matchroom to buy Top Rank or Matchroom to buy PBC or some investment or, you know, but again, that's messy as well. So I would rather like to see nature take its course and watch the cream rise to the top. That's going to take some time. But just like in MMA, you've got Bellator and you've got UFC and you've got Cage Warriors and you've got Combate Americas. So it's not that like mixed martial arts all came under one roof. It's just that UFC were the cream of the crop and they became the dominant force of global mixed martial arts. And that's what our plan is for Matchroom to become the dominant force of global boxing. And I feel we're on the way. So always willing to collaborate with people, always looking to make great fights, always looking to give our fighters opportunities to make the fights that they want to be in and obviously make them as much money as possible. But this monopolisation doesn't come by everybody getting together and having a nice cup of tea and saying we should all work together under one umbrella. That is a dreamland scenario, and that would never ever happen because of the mindset of people, the ego of people, and the bad blood in certain relationships.
But you don't think it just boils down to budget? Like if Fox is giving, you know, PBC 38 million hypothetically for the year and DAZN could offer more, doesn't it just come down to that?
Maybe, but it's not an unlimited pot. You know, it has to be justifiable. You know, DAZN are already making a huge investment in American boxing. You know, you've seen their platform, obviously, with Canelo Alvarez as well, and Golden Boy is a part of that as well. I don't think it's just a case of, oh, there's another 100, there's another 100. Right, come on, guys, let's all fight on DAZN. I think we have a really solid plan and a great global strategy with DAZN. The US move was significant, and that launches July 31st. With Fight Camp, and we're in a great position. You know, Australia is going to be next, then Germany, then Canada. Obviously, we've launched in Mexico, we're in Italy, we're in Spain, we're in America, we're in the UK. This is a really exciting project with DAZN, and we're happy with our plan and our strategy. Again, happy to work with everybody, but we have to keep our mind sharp on the plan and the strategy.
I know we've gone over time, so two fighters that you spoke of, well, one you didn't speak of. Thomas Lamana says contact him. He wants the Ted Cheeseman fight. He just fought Laura on PBC. He said, give me Cheeseman. And Haney, excuse me, not Haney, Chaney, Cassius Chaney, who you mentioned, said, I heard that. I'll take the white fight. And he also says, can an American heavyweight prospect like myself get some publicity with Matchroom? But I'll still take the white fight. So, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
They're listening.
His name's come up about working with him. We're keen to do that. So Cassius will be in touch. I just feel that when you're an American heavyweight and you're, what is Cassius, 20-0 or something like that, or Franklin's 19-0, and like, we should be making some noise about those people. Mm-hmm. You know, and you never know when someone steps up the levels, how good they can be. And, you know, if you're an undefeated young American heavyweight, you should be some kind of property, you know, because in the UK, if I had a kid who was 20-0 and a heavyweight, I'd be all over him.
That's right. Well, Eddie, like I said, I know this was supposed to be a certain amount of minutes. We do appreciate your time, and but you didn't give your thoughts on Cheeseman and Lamana. You like that fight or no?
Cheeseman's got a fight for the British title coming up, so we'll see. We'll see, Thomas.
All right. Well, Eddie, man, thank you again for your time. We appreciate you coming back on the program, and enjoy the rest of your day. You want to give out your social media? I know you're blowing up on social media. They're probably already following you, but give it out just in case.
Yeah, at Eddie Hearn, across Twitter, across Instagram. Thank you for all the support. For our US followers, subscribe to DAZN anywhere, anytime, anywhere in the world. Enjoy, and we'll see you soon.
Link in the description for that DAZN. Make sure you use my affiliate link. Eddie, thank you again.
Cheers, guys.
All right. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Promoter, Matchroom Sports, Eddie Hearn. I hate that he didn't want to, you know, like, that he didn't have the same thought as me in terms of giving PBC dates, right? Like, you gave it to Golden Boy. PBC has a better stable. I know they have their alliances, but money is what moves the needle. If we're offering a better budget, at least it could be considered. Considered is all I'm asking for you to consider these mergers. You know what I mean? Like, it really turned me on. I ain't gonna front when he said we can just buy a Top Rank. I'm like, oof, wow, that would be hostile take. I would love that. Like, that would be amazing. Like, oh, Matchroom and Dazn buy out Bob Arum after 84 years. Like, something like that would be amazing for boxing. Let me just tell you, to be able to merge. You know, you got to think about like when T-Mobile and Sprint came together. You know, now there's a big three, right? There's AT&T, there's Verizon, and there's T-Mobile, because they swallowed Sprint. So, and AT&T swallowed Singular. You know what I mean? I know maybe you guys are weird and you don't like those terms, but yeah, you know, bottom out is the better term. Forget swallow, right? Unless she was a girl. Boom, boom. Yo, we going out to Damon Wilson. Mr. Wilson. No? Nobody remembers Dennis the Menace? I'm too old, man. Fucking old, bro. Damon. Una vez más. All right, we're going out to Seattle. Seattle.
Mr. PPC, baby.
BoxingVoice.com. I'm the flyest. Canelo talking about he believe he can win. Go to my kitchen. Get the sharpest knife and cut the bullshit out. I don't care what you do good. I do every fucking thing great.
Mr. PPC, baby.
Yo. I don't care what Eddie Hearn does. PPC does everything great. Shout out to PPC, man. It's really a beautiful day in the neighborhood, especially the broadcast over there. PPC, the weather over in PPC, very, very beautiful. Gervonta Davis, man, he's doing the damn thing. Chris Colbert doing the damn thing. You know, that was a beautiful fight Chris Colbert did. I don't care what he says in the past. I'm just worried about the future. Same thing with Deontay. You know, he got everybody hating. You know, someone took down the video. We all know who did. And it wasn't your boy. It was your boy. So... So yeah, man. Shout out to PBC and shout out to TPV. And don't worry, Ness. I don't think Deontay did that. I think certain people did that. You know, don't hate on the black man. Hate on the situation at hand. All right, that's my call.
What? Rep it. Talk to us.
Yeah, what's up, Nestor? What's up? Damn, I wish you would have asked him that the payday about going viral with the payday thing.
Yeah, man, we couldn't get to everything. We only had
2 minutes, I know. I was like,
and we ended up getting double that, so I didn't wanna kill him.
I know you're trying to get all the serious stuff out the way, bro. But I was like, damn, please get to this payday. I wanted to see what he had to say, because he was sitting there and it was all awkward. Remember when Andre was in there and it was like. It was super awkward, so I wanted to hear that. But other than that, it's a great show. I got Devin jabbing up Tank for 12 rounds. So that's my opinion on that one, and that's all I got to say. And great show. Thanks.
Thank you, champ. Not only for your question, even though we didn't get to it, but for calling in. We appreciate you. Izzy in Oklahoma. What up?
Hey, good morning, Ness. Good morning. Good interview.
Thank you, brother.
Good interview, man. That was really good. I was pretty excited when I saw he was coming on. Yeah, he didn't get. I think he covered most everything. I was interested in Boo Boo, and he covered that quite a bit. You got to that. On Devin Tank, I actually kind of go with J-Mac in that last caller. I see Devin maybe definitely outboxing Tank 12 rounds. He's too clean. I think the best thing that could have happened to him was what happened to him late with Linares.
Yeah, but
he felt it.
See, but what about that? What about the fact that Linares hurt him? What would Tank do if Linares can make you grab for 2 or 3 rounds, bro? What could Tank do? I'm not saying he could beat him. Obviously, the person that's gonna beat Tank is the boxer, but I'm just saying you got to be able to take Tank's punches.
My thought was that he learned from that, and he might not let him touch him. I mean, it's easier said than done, right? But I don't think if he felt that and got staggered at the end of the 9th or 10th, can't remember, 10th, and then he hugged him for 2 rounds. I don't think if he felt that, he'd probably go into too confident. But I think that he learned from that, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. Great fight though, and I like it. I agree. It's the best fight that probably both those dudes can take.
For sure, man. Izzy, man, appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. James, Skype, what up?
Morning, man.
Morning.
Yeah, man. I just caught the end of the interview, man, but I just love the fact that how Eddie was talking about the hostile takeover, man. Yeah, man. Earlier this year, or was it last year that UFC sold for $4 billion?
I don't know.
It was something crazy like that. So I mean, I can only imagine how much money, because Bob Arum, I found an article Bob Arum was considering some of the stake of it. So I can only imagine how high that they would have to probably spend just to probably get Top Rank. And Eddie probably has been dreaming about it. But all in all, man, I really don't think Devin can really touch Tank. Because end of the day,
wait. You say you don't think Devin could what? Hurt Tank?
Nah. I think he needs to. I think before he can really. I mean, me personally, man, and I'm a fan of Gary. I think he needs to really revisit that fight before he needs to try to step up and take on Tank problems. That's just how I feel. But all in all, man, another good show, man. I'm just glad that you provide this great content to all of us, man. And hey, have another great day, man.
All right, brother. If you're on Blog Talk and you haven't pressed 1, that's why we haven't gone to you. Checkmate Boxing. He mad. I know what he mad at. He said that he don't like global monopolization of the sport.
Listen, this is the reason why I have despised Dazn from day one when he said he was coming in, taking over, putting American promoters out of business and taking over the American.
Well, he never said that. He never said he was going to put American promoters out of business.
I have video. I can send you the video of him saying it. Okay? He didn't say it today. I have a video of him saying that. Okay? I despise that. It's like you let somebody come in, destroy what you have with his arrogance. No, I'm not for that. And you were.
So let me ask you a question.
Hey, Eddie, let me ask you a question. What about PPC joining?
Yeah, but let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, ask the question. Sure.
What is better for the sport? For PBC to receive a $60 million budget or a $100 million budget for 12 months?
What is best for the sport is not for Eddie Hearn and Dazn to take over it.
But how are they taking over? Listen to me. How is that a takeover? I think you're misinterpreting the conversation. If Dazn gives PBC $100 million to make fights and dates, how is that Eddie taking over?
Oh, okay, so what does that have to do with Fox? What does that have to do with Showtime?
Well, again, if Fox is only offering you $60 million for 12 months and Dazn can offer you more, what is better for your company?
Yes, all money is not good money.
Okay.
All money is not good money. Okay. You just, it's not about money in that aspect.
What?
You got to understand.
Do you know that money is
not all about money?
That money directly pays the fighter. So if I give you $100 million, now you can make whoever versus whoever because you got a budget to do 12 months worth of fights, man.
Let me ask you something, Des. How has PBC been doing these last few months of boxing? Who's been the number one boxing source since they even been on the market? Who's been putting on incredible shows this year? Who is knocking everybody out the box? And you want PBC to bow down to fucking Eddie Hearn? Get the fuck up out of here with that bullshit, man.
Why are you using words like bow down? What are you talking about, man? Listen, think about this. Think about this, brother. Let's talk. Let's talk, man. PBC is receiving 2 separate budgets from 2 separate networks. Okay? On Showtime, they not doing over 500,000. Okay? On PBC, they doing way better. I forgot who just fought, but he did 2 million. No one expected that, all right? But Fox ain't giving enough. That's why they split to 2 networks, my friend. That's why we getting fights on pay-per-view, because it's not enough money. Don't you understand that? It's not enough money. So because they only got 60 million to divide into, let's say, 100 fighters, because he got 200s in his 2 networks, right? He's got to now split that 60 into purses. Some dudes' purses will get covered with that 60. Some will not, and they got to go to pay-per-view. I don't understand. What are we arguing about? Maybe you're not comprehending it.
I'm very much comprehending it.
How are they going to absorb? Listen to me. You're giving false information. You say, I don't want DAZN to absorb. I didn't see them absorb Golden Boy. Golden Boy still had their logo. They still branded.
First of all, when Eddie saved Golden Boy, they were on Facebook Live doing bullshit.
It don't matter, my friend.
Of the promoters, they didn't have anything.
All right, I gotta go to other callers, man. You obviously don't want to.
I didn't even get my question out. Go
ahead.
Okay. Well, my statement. Okay. I'll let me call back in about the about Tank, because you took up.
Nah, go ahead. Call in. Do your thing. I was.
Man. Yeah, but anyway, my train of thought has kind of got off where I was going to, but I will say these people who think Devin Haney is going to outbox Tank, you really don't respect his ability. He has generational talent. I've been telling you guys that since day one. And it is what it is. Haney is good, but he's very flawed because he's still very raw. Haney is going to grow, and he's going to mature at 147, where he's going to reach his maturity. He's not there yet. He throws his punches wide. There's a lot of things that Devin Haney does wrong that Tank would exploit. And you guys just don't give Tank the credit that he deserves. He's one of the premier boxers today, and I've been saying that. You know what I mean? And it's just showing. But go ahead. I'll go ahead and I'll end it there if you have any more questions.
Nah, man.
Yo, did you really play the music?
No. I ain't got no more questions. Like, I didn't want to cut you off, and I wanted to give you your take. I don't understand how we couldn't be on the same page. Like, it really don't make sense to me. You know what I mean? You're a business. You need money to operate. You should go wherever the biggest budget is at, because that budget is a direct reflection on what your fighters will be paid. You know what I'm saying? If I got 100 million to divide into 100 fighters, that means each fighter could be paid $1 million purses. It's very simple math, you know what I'm saying? And now we all know not everybody is $1 million fighter. So that means I got money to play with, man. We got to understand that. Do we want what's best for the sport? Do we want the best fights, or do we want the best entity? Are we fanboys of an entity, of a network? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it, but King, Essex, New Jersey, Buenos Dias. What up?
Top of the morning, champ.
What's up? Is your camera on? Oh, maybe it's me. I got to do this, right? Is that? I don't know. I mean, I see you, but I don't know why I can't transmit you to Skype right now. But anyway, talk to us, man.
Yeah, man. People still debating whether or not Tank a star, huh? With pay-per-view numbers, huh? I don't know why.
Yeah, they are.
I don't know why, especially in this climate, streaming climate, people, not necessarily having the 250, 215? I don't want to misquote it.
215 what? 1,000 pay-per-views?
Yeah.
I mean, Coppin just saying it did more than Leo, so it's definitely 200 plus.
Okay. 200 plus pay-per-view buys. That's pretty significant in this era with that kind of short promotion that I was talking about.
But for a lightweight, of course, bro. Like, think about. I want you. You older than me. You know more boxing. Who do you know between 130 and 140 pounds is doing 200,000 pay-per-views? Future, past, or present? Future, past, or present? You know, the only people I could think of is like maybe, and I ain't Google it. I don't know if Pacquiao Morales was at 130 or 135 or 140, but I'm assuming they was. But that's Pacquiao. Like, the only other one I know is Marquez, Baby Bull. Again, we talking about first ballot Hall of Famer Marquez. And those numbers are comparable. I believe Marquez, Baby Bull is anywhere from 375 to 225. So I don't know who at these weights is doing them type of pay-per-view numbers. Now I could give you one. Terrence Bud Crawford didn't do this. When he was at 140 fighting Victor Poster on pay-per-view, he didn't do what Tank done. You understand? So when he was at 40, when he was at 40 fighting somebody else on pay-per-view, I mean, when he was on 47, he did 150. And 47 is the premier division. That is the pay-per-view division. Floyd and Pacquiao made that the pay-per-view division. So when people say, oh, how is it that Tank's 200 is good, but Bud's 150 is not, it's because Tank is a 130 doing it at divisions that never been doing pay-per-views. Those dudes don't do pay-per-views. Like, if you doing a pay-per-view at that division, you are a star. You're a star.
Hey, Ness, he sold that on name recognition alone. Name recognition alone. Not division recognition, even though it's a good division for the hardcores. Not opponent recognition, even though we recognize Mario Barrios as a creditor. Tank Davis sold the fight on being Tank Davis for the most part. 200,000.
Exactly. Now look, Oscar Valdez, he had a fantastic fight with Beltran. Easily they could have tried to tap into their Mexican market, but they didn't. Teofimos Lopez, his defense of Cambrosos, they wanted to go pay-per-view, but they didn't. Ryan Garcia, oh, he's the biggest star. Oh, he got this big-ass following, but he ain't never done a pay-per-view. Even Eddie was just on the show today saying, oh, a pay-per-view with Tank. But I'm like, you know what? I ain't even about to get confrontational with Eddie. But why the fuck people keep saying Ryan's this star? Put him on the market. Let's see what he do. Put him on the market. Can he get 200,000 people to buy his pay-per-view? Put him on the market. Let's see what he do. If he a star, why he ain't got no pay-per-view yet? Tank is doing a pay-per-view with dudes you ain't even supposed to be paying to see. So that's why I'm saying when he get in there with Haney in Atlanta, there is no bigger event. There is no bigger event. Ryan ain't bigger, especially not in Atlanta. I just don't get this whole Ryan is a star thing. Yeah, I see the numbers. I see the paper, the social media numbers. But until we get those to translate, until we get people to buy, and maybe they got that information. Maybe Eddie could say, well, nah, Ness, when he fought Campbell, we had an influx of subscribers.
Well, the zone will never reveal that. That's number one. Number two, I think that word star is relative, right? We want to play semantics. Everybody's a genius, right? He's a star. He's a social media star, which is different from being a pay-per-view star or a superstar. So that word star, you could throw it around, but everybody don't shine bright.
It looks like we got our next guest on the line. Darius, can you turn that sideways, please? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you pronounce that last name and let us know. What should we be calling you?
Yeah, I got you. Now it's Darius Fulgham.
Darius Fulgham, heavyweight prospect. So what are the plans? Are you going to the Olympics or are you turning pro?
I'm going to make my transition to go ahead and go pro.
That's what we want, man. Honestly, the pros is where it's at. You get to take care of the family. But before we move on to your pro transition, please tell us a little bit about you getting started in boxing and how far you've been able to come in the amateurs. Because I'm interested. Most heavyweights, they go 30, maybe 40 fights. How many do you have?
I have about, I can give you a rough guess. I have about like 60.
That's a lot more than the typical average. You know, you think of guys like a Wilder, a Jennings, even a AJ. These guys are all under 30.
Yeah. They kind of move pretty quickly, and they kind of started late too. I started late as well. I started around 19 years old. I was about like 18.
You look so young, though. How old are you now?
24.
24. Wow, still extremely young, and that's a great thing. A lot of time to develop, without a doubt, man. So treat me like a kid, man. Who have you aligned yourself with? Do you have a manager already?
Yeah. I actually just signed just recently with SJM Boxing with Sam Jones and Adam Morale.
Oh, wow. So you decided as an American to sign with a UK boxing manager. I'll tell you, I know Sam Jones very, very well. Shout out to him. He actually is the reason Savannah Marshall signed to TMT. And we know he's got Solomon Dakari's. He's got a few fighters, man. He's out here definitely doing his thing. Why did you decide on a UK manager versus someone in America?
Me and Sam got a really good relationship now. I've been talking to him for over a year now. But the thing with him was he talked to me consistently. You know, I told every manager that hit me up, you know, my process was going through the Olympics. Unfortunately enough for what happened with the Olympics. But everybody I talked to, I said, listen, I'm just trying to focus on the Olympics. I really don't want to talk anything about pros right now. I don't want to get sidetracked from anything. Olympics was my main goal. But regardless of that, he kept talking to me the entire time in the sense of like just checking up on me. You know, everything's good with you, what you got going on, how you feeling, if I need anything, you know. And that was been for over a year. You know, that was a huge thing for me. It wasn't just, hey, you know, what's your plans? You going pro? I say no, and they'll be all right, and then they'll come talk to me when our qualifiers got canceled or something again, you know. So he was a lot more consistent when he was talking to me, and his belief in me is strong. You know, he really believes in me, and that means a lot to me as well. So that's really kind of a main factor on why I chose him, man. I felt comfortable, and I trusted him, which is kind of hard to really trust people in this boxing business. So I got good vibes from my family. My family got good vibes from. We all sat down and talked to. So we felt like it's the best decision we made.
That's great, man. I'll tell you one thing. It's a great decision from a marketing standpoint. I think it opens you up to that global audience. Sam Jones, his alliance with Eddie Hearn and Matchroom, and just the UK opens you up to the UK audience. You being American, you know, you do your own job opening yourself up to the rest of the world. So promoter-wise, are you remaining free agent for the first couple of fights, or has he signed you to a promoter?
No, so as of right now, I'm not signed with a promoter. We're trying to be in talks with all the big promoters, but I have not officially signed with a promoter just yet.
And are you leaning in any direction? I mean, obviously, as a kid coming up, you've watched sports and boxing specifically. Is there a promoter you envisioned yourself, you know, ever with, or no?
I can't say. You know, I like all of them. They're all doing great things. You know, they're promoting a lot of good fighters, and it really just for me who would offer the best plan for me personally. And I think that's obviously a big part of my decision on who I want to go with. But I can't say I envision myself with just, you know, with one promoter. I like them all. I know a lot of people with different promoters and how they handle them and treat them. And really, like I said, just whoever can give me the best plan.
So, what's your statistics, like height, weight?
So you know, everybody they have me as a U.S. heavyweight, but I'm actually pretty small in a sense. I actually fought up a weight class fighting the heavyweight. So you know, amateur heavyweight is 201 pounds. But I've always weighed in fight days at like 190 flat. You know, So that's roughly what I weigh. And then height, I'm 6'2".
So are you gonna fight at light heavyweight? Is that where you want to campaign for a world title, or are you gonna be a cruiserweight?
Yeah, light heavyweight for sure.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you're gonna turn
It's
pro.
is a light heavyweight. So
So are you going to? Is that where you want your first title to be, or are you gonna turn pro at 170 something?
yeah, no, I'm gonna turn pro at 175, and then
Oh wow.
work that all the way up to a world title.
Nice. No, sometimes guys, gradually get down, especially those first couple of fights.
Yeah,
Like it doesn't
yeah,
make sense to do
no,
175 without a title on the line.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that may be the case. I may end up fighting my first couple. I may fight 180 and then, like I said, slowly get down to 175. But really, honestly, I probably could make super middle and go 168. But that's just something that I have to test out. If I sacrifice too much, it's the first time going to the pros. Amateur wise, as you know, we fight for a whole week straight and have to keep maintaining the weight, weigh in, fight the same day, to repeat, weigh in, fight the same day. And I've done it before. One time I fought at 165, but I sacrificed too much of myself, and my performance showed. So I always felt stronger at 178, which was I was normally fighting. I fought at heavyweight on a fluke one time, and I performed really, really well at heavyweight. And I decided to stick there throughout the amateurs.
So let me jump in here with a question right quick, Darius, this King. Tell us a little bit about where you're from and what you were doing. You say you decided at 19 you got into boxing. Tell us a little bit about what you were doing before boxing and where you're from.
Yeah, I'm actually from Killeen, Texas. That's where I was raised at. I was living in Killeen since like 2000, and that's where I graduated high school at. And I was a lost kid, man. Like a lot of kids are. I didn't know what I wanted to be in life. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I had my head on straight though. I wasn't a bad kid or nothing like that. But I was kind of lost. I didn't know what I wanted. My brother, he played in the league, real talented football player, and that's what I felt like I was trying to follow in his footsteps and what I wanted to do. But every time I was at football practice, I thought, man, what am I doing here? You know what I mean? And it was just a journey of trying to find who I was and what I wanted. I started wrestling, and I had fell in love with wrestling. I was real big on individual sports. I liked the accountability that came with it. Team sports, I never liked pointing fingers. I never liked people blaming, like, we lost because you didn't do this. You lost because of this. Now, I want to know if I lost is because I lost, and if I won, it was because I won. I wouldn't have to, I say rely or count on anybody, but it's true. I could really just rely on myself in the ring and on the wrestling mat as well. So I started thriving in wrestling, and I started at my junior year, and that's what kind of light switched in my head when I kind of had a different mentality. And wrestling was over with. I don't want to put a financial burden on my family and go wrestle in college. So I had to do something else. So originally I was going to do MMA because I had a wrestling background. But I started boxing, and I immediately fell in love with it. Kind of for the same reason. The first time I sparred, I was like, yo, I had so much fun doing it. And I was like, man, this is it. I ended up just sticking with boxing. And slowly from that, I had to drive. Like, I had to get as many fights as possible. I was already behind. And so I was on the fast track. I was fighting as much as I could. And I was winning. I was winning too. Went on a whole winning streak. Then I moved out to Houston because it's a lot bigger market. Killeen, real small town, not that much opportunity in Killeen, and not too many people to spar with. Like, early on, I was the best in Killeen, and I was like, man, I gotta get to a better environment for me. So that's how I transitioned and went to college in Houston, and that's when I started boxing in Houston.
That's a dope story.
So who's your trainer?
I train with a guy named Darnell Pierce.
What's his background?
He boxed professional a little bit too, but his background, actually, I met him. We were sparring. He fought cruiserweight for a little bit, and he's in the military, so he was in Fort Hood, Killeen too, and we met at the gym and was sparring, and that's how we had first met. But we was just sparring partner. He's like a brother to me, And some stuff happened, and I was kind of really training on my own at one point when I was in Houston. I was doing my own thing, and then I said, "Bro, I need your help, man. I'm trying to get ready for this competition, bro. If you just help me out for a little bit." And then we've been had that thing going for a minute. He's somebody that I really trust. He's always had my back, and he's really smart too. He's boxed professionally as well. Not as much on the higher level, but he has boxed. And the like I said, the trust that we have with each other is I can't get that anywhere else.
Definitely, man. We got James Valdez from San Antonio, Texas. He says, "What up, champ? Thanks for coming on the show. What are your thoughts pertaining to the vaccinations?"
Yeah. Okay, so as you know, I'm a nurse. When COVID came out, that's when I was in school. There's not much that I learned about COVID vaccinations, but I actually just recently got the first dose. I haven't completed the series yet. They're having a lot going on with the Olympics and stuff, so I didn't end up getting the vaccine till just recently. But like all people, it's fine. I think it's perfectly fine to be skeptical of getting the vaccine. It's something that's new, that's came out. We don't have a lot of research done on it, but research that's been done on has been based on past vaccinations. They've all been the same, and this isn't a live virus or anything that we're getting. And we've seen for a while now, there's so many people that have gotten the vaccine now. I had no issue. I have had no issue with it, and so I have no problem now promoting it now as well. I know some people have had kind of side effects of when they got the vaccine, but which is pretty rare though. When I got it, I just had my arm was just sore for the next day or two. But I have no problem promoting it. I think it's eventually necessary to get the world back to normal.
All right, we got Rue in the 504 that says, that's New Orleans, says, "As a fellow BSN RN, are you still practicing?" Saludos, champ.
Actually, so no, I'm not. So when I graduated May 2019, and I want to make sure I put everything I had into boxing. And as soon as I graduated, I won the Olympic trials, and I was on Team USA. So I was barely even home to even practice. I've been back and forth from training camp to competition. So I'd be home for like 2 weeks at a time. But that's one thing I didn't want to juggle was nursing and boxing at the same time. You're playing with lives in that, I'm playing with people's lives and nursing in my life and boxing. I want to just focus fully on boxing. I don't want to try to do two things at once because I want to be the best at what I do, and trying to manage both of that at the same time. I don't want no regrets. I feel like that hinder stuff that I had going on.
Do you think, though, that gives you kind of a different confidence approaching your career, knowing that when this is over or if and when you feel like it, you can kind of pull the plug, no pun intended, you know what I mean? Got a whole career ahead of you?
A lot of people, I've talked to some people and they would think, some people actually think differently. They think, because I have a plan B and that I have a secure future, that I don't take this seriously. But this is my passion, this is what I want. This is what I do. This brings me happiness. This brings me joy. These are the dreams that I have of just being great, But for sure, my future is set in the sense of, regardless what happens with boxing, I'll be good. I'm not relying just on this, but it does give me a sense of security that I can give this all that I got.
That's a good point, man. I agree with that. And just to kind of touch on that a little bit before we go back to the questions, I think that's a good point. You got a whole sense of kind of like balls to the wall, throw caution to the wind, because you have whatever you feel like a window of time, a 5 to 7 year window, and keep your foot on the gas, man. So definitely salute to you for doing that. Chris Algieri is another fighter, and there's many others, what I'm saying, that kind of invested that back end early so that way they could just fight the rest of their life. So salute to you, brothers.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, I got another one here from Brandon in Houston that says, "What up, Darius? Congrats on going pro. When you land a power shot, Which way do you feel is more effective? Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Okay, so you still talking about hook, and that really kind of depends. So if I'm throwing like a lead hook, depending on the range. I actually do sometimes throw it thumb down where I'll hook it this way. But inside close, when I want a tight hook, I have it thumbs up. But now, one thing that I will say though, for me, it just depends on the range. But I remember science would say that thumbs up, you get a lot more power off of.
All right.
You have a lot more muscles attached to throwing it like that. And I've noticed sometimes throwing it kind of thumbs down, I kind of have a problem with my hands as well. Like I feel that you're a higher risk of damaging your hands and your wrist. But again, to me, it all depends on the range. I use both though.
All right. I got Coach Myers all the way in Connecticut who says, who is top 3 heavyweights in order? Excuse me. Who is the top 3 heavyweights in order in your opinion? And who is your favorite fighter of all time and why?
Okay, well, I can answer my favorite fighter for sure. That one's Andre Ward. I love how he talks. I love how he presents himself. Great fighter in the ring too, pound for pound. Went out undefeated. Went out how he wanted to. He handled his career perfectly. And Olympic gold medalist. So for sure, my favorite fighter is Andre Ward. The top 3, I swear that changes every time. So I'm assuming he's talking about current top 3 heavyweights.
Yep.
Man, okay, that's tough. So if we're talking about skill wise, I do think Tyson Fury is the most skilled out of everybody. My most liked heavyweight, I do like Anthony Joshua for the same reason. I like how he carries himself. He's got a good persona about him. And I had to give my last one to, I'm just gonna give it to my now stablemate. I'm gonna give it to Joe Joyce, and because I watched Joe Joyce fight, and he's definitely to me underappreciated heavyweight. I think he's definitely gonna do a lot of damage, especially when I watched the fight Dubois. Dude's got a crazy jab and a crazy motor. A lot of that stuff's hard to deal with. And he's crazy strong too. So I'm gonna give it to my stablemate, Joe Joyce.
We got James Benitez. I've read somewhere you've been sparring with Jared Anderson. What other boxers have you worked with? Also, salute. Will follow your career, and I believe from what I hear, you can compete with the elite light heavyweights and cruiserweights. Now, you will be a multi-division champ. San Antonio, Texas.
I appreciate that. So if I had to say for top work, Jared has probably been the most top guy I've worked with. That dude's exceptionally good. In terms of he could do a lot of things, man. It's in the ring. I've seen him, be able to work southpaw. But his jab is ridiculously good. Comes off really quick for a heavyweight. He's somebody though in the future. I really don't see him losing. Like I said, with his skill set, he fights like a little guy at such a big weight. But if I had to say, Jared's been the top work that I've gotten. A lot of top work I've gotten, and most recently has been at camp. I sparred with Jennings. I sparred with FA as well, FA Jagba. Really good work with all those guys. Brian Jennings especially, I sparred with him on many times.
Man, FA, that's pretty tall, man. These guys are tall for you, no?
Yeah.
I seen a side by side of you and Jared, and he's
yeah.
He definitely shows that you're not a heavyweight.
Yeah.
For sure. But let's see, we got another one here from What Rep. It says, how did the rigorous training necessary in your wrestling background help you when deciding to take on boxing as a sport?
Wrestling helped me out big time, especially with my inside game. But I remember when I first started boxing, I stopped wrestling maybe like a week after when I started boxing. And the one thing I'll say, I was already in shape. You know, wrestling in high school, we did 3 2-minute rounds. Those are the most exhausting 6 minutes of my life, I swear. But transition from that to boxing, you know, I was already in shape. Thinking about wrestling, it's nonstop tension. You know, you acted the entire 6 minutes, and I was already used to running 3-4 miles a day, and I was already used to cutting weight. So wrestling, especially mentally, already helped me transition to boxing. I was a little bit ahead of the game once I started.
Funny, man, because a lot of people say, like, you could be in shape for any other sport, but you can't just transition into boxing and be in shape for that because it's totally different. Like,
well, completely. You're right about that. Completely different. I guess I could have worded that wrong. I'm in a sense compared to anybody else starting, because I've been around a lot of people who just started boxing, and they couldn't last nothing but a round. But
yeah.
I was already in a better position. Where I wasn't worried about getting in shape, you know, I didn't have to worry about losing or cutting weight or anything like that. I was in a lot better spot starting out, for sure.
Well, those are all our questions, man. Darius, I want to thank you, obviously, for coming on the program. We look forward to getting you back on as soon as you get a fight announcement. We would love to get you on as soon as you get a win. We would love you to do your victory lap. We're going to continue to stay tuned into your career. Please give out your social media in case anyone isn't following you. They can do so. I have been screen sharing it to make it simpler, but let them know.
Yeah, okay. So I'm mainly I'm on Instagram, which is just my name, which is at Darius Fulghum, DariusFulghum. And that's the main account that I'm active on.
All right, champ. Well, thank you for coming on, man. We appreciate your time, and we look forward to getting you back on. Enjoy the rest of your day.
No, I appreciate the time. Thank you so much, for real.
All right.
Thank you, man. Have a good one, brother.
All right, likewise.
There you have it, ladies and gents. Up and coming prospecto, Darius Fulghum.
Yeah, I think he said he had a brother that was went to the pros, man. That's kind of dope.
Yeah, man. I didn't know what brother, though. We should have got that information. But we got a bunch of super chats we need to get to. Refreshing. Thank you for everybody that super chatted. Now, if you super chatted some questions to Eddie, you know that's not how you get them off, because we actually had a post for good old Eduardo Hearn. Shout out to Ronald Finkley, TB Vietnam in the morning with the red thumbs up emoji. What rep it? Just sending some love. We got Big Supermax that says Pacquiao only did big numbers with established names early on. When he was the A side, he was only hitting 150,000 in the pre-pro. So he put the facts in the pre-pro, ladies and gents, and he did some searching. And Pacquiao has not yet. Okay, wow, he actually put them all there. All right, wow. Shout out to you. Let me get this out here then. So for those that claim Tank isn't a star, Manny Pacquiao versus Morales did 350,000, and that's Manny Pacquiao and Eric Morales. That's not Mario Barrios and Gervonta Davis. Morales versus Pacquiao 2 only did 10,000 more at 360. Pacquiao versus whoever the hell Larios is, that only did 120, so Tank crushed him. Pacquiao Morales number 3 did 350, so Tank right around there. Pacquiao Solis, whoever the hell that is, that only did 150, so Tank crushed him there. And Pacquiao Marquez, Legends, 400,000. Pacquiao Diaz, 206, so Tank right on par. And obviously De La Hoya Pacquiao did 1.25. Pacquiao Hatton did 850,000. And Pacquiao versus, I don't know who's this. I can't see the last name there. But so Tank is a star. I know there's a lot of people continuously hating, saying 200,000 ain't a star. We just proved it.
Look who we're comparing it to. We're comparing it to Manny Pacquiao. And we went basically through his entire career. See, and Tank can only be compared to The legends.
Manny Pacquiao. You can't
That's
even
it.
find another dude. This is what I'm saying. Like, dudes, like, yo, I love Punch. You know what I mean? But I just seen his headline and it's like 200,000. Is that really a pay-per-view star? Like, dog. Like, who else is doing it then? Consistently, without a name. It ain't no Morales on the other side of the corner. It was fucking Barrios.
Yeah.
Like, we got to stop the lies. The truth is the truth. We got
No more mentirosas.
Ronald Finkley says, can I get the GWOAT AB UGC? Cool emoji. Who the hell is UGC? I don't know. Ronald Finkley says, respect Eddie Hearn's True Media Listening UGC. What is UGC? George in Dallas Fort Worth. Should Michael Coffey change his name to Captain America? It fits his story serving the country. Thinking emoji. Nice one. D-Style with the love. Shout out. Stainless. Eddie, why haven't you hired Steve Williams in the UK for Matchroom or DAZN? It wasn't Williams. It was the other Steve. I mean, maybe you're right and I'm wrong. I don't know. D-Style. De La Hoya recently said, no pieces, Jaguar Boxeo. No pieces, Jaguar. What? Is that Spanish? No piezas, Jaguar. But that Canelo was making more money with him and they could done bigger things. Eddie's thought. Oh, sorry, brother. You know, Eddie's questions get asked on the Patreon post. Ay, mi nieto. Floyd only wants Tank to fight in-house because he knows all the real threats are in other promotions. No way Floyd lets Tank anywhere near Devin. Well, that's the beauty of the Devin fight. Devin isn't with a promoter. We just had his former promoter make it clear that they are on a, working relationship like Canelo, which allows him to represent without hindering him. And Jack is the truth in the UK says he ain't have Wilder on the list. This show might get taken down. Yeah. Let's go out to the phone lines. I think we got Jermaine. Wait a minute. Any boomerangers? Yes, we do. Coach Myers. What up? Connecticut. Do I get some love, man? Can I get a coffee? You see, I got your boy a possible contract and shit, man. My 10%, man.
Yeah. You get like 15%. Nah, but definitely good looking though.
Yo,
Cash has heard it, and you definitely putting his name up there like that.
Bruh, but can you imagine him and Dillian White? That would be a dream come true for him, man.
I mean, I like it, but I mean, I wish he could get a fight before that and then fight Dillian White.
You gonna turn down a Dillian
White? I ain't
White?
trying to set I ain't trying to set my dude up to just fail, get
how you gonna
beat
fail?
by Dillian White and then keep going.
Bruh,
Get my boy on the undercard and then fight him.
Champ, just know this. Maybe it's possible. I ain't gonna front and tell you it ain't, because you heard Eddie clearly say he would like to get 2 Dillian White American fights. So, somebody got to take it first. That being said, Jermaine Franklin hasn't fought in like 2 years, and he willing to take it, man. You know what I mean? You don't want to lose an opportunity. There's 2 American heavyweights, and Cheney and Jermaine are both on the table. He mentioned both, so like, you just got to be careful,
No, I hear you. Definitely hear you.
You don't want to get that door closed because you want that tune-up, and then it's like, damn, now you can't get back in that mix because Matchroom got plenty of heavyweights for him to mix it up with. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button.
Damn, you good? But anyways, good show. You got any more guests on today, or that's it?
Nah, that's it for today. That's it for today, man. But thank you.
All right, good show. I'll see you this weekend.
All right, brother.
Border Wars. Yo, James Benitez with the super chat says, numbers don't lie. Tank better than Pac at this stage. I mean, I don't know about better, comparable, because he still got those Morales fights and those Marquez fights that did better numbers than Tank. And yes, I understand those are better opponents than Tank, what Tank's been facing. But, one can argue that Leo was a 4-time champion, that was a recognizable enough Mexican name that should have pushed Tank into a higher number. you know, and it didn't. But yeah, man, you know, at the end of the day, his numbers don't lie, man. Listen, let's do the math one more time. If you keep it even, right? You just say 200,000. You just say $80. You know what we talking about? 16 million. That's simple math, or do I got to break out the calculator? Is it 16 million? Am I doing that right? Because I ain't graduate, you know, from MIT or none of that funny shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a Harvard, but like I think $80. You know what I'm saying? Times 200,000, right? So if we do $80 times 200,000 pay-per-view buys, we got 16 million. We divide that by 2 because of the provider one day cut. We got $8 million, man. Who was on the undercard again? Remind me. Oh, okay. Let's throw Lubin $1 million, but we all know he's not $1 million fighter because he never won the world title. But we gonna throw him $1 million to make math simple. You know what I'm saying? Who he fought? Jason, former world titleist, and Unify. Fuck it. We gonna be generous. We gonna throw him $1 million, right? So we got 6.
I was gonna say throw him a half, throw Rosario a half.
But I want to prove the haters wrong, so I'm throwing I'm Oprah. Everybody get $1 million. Now we got $6 million to pay Tank and Barrios. Fuck it, get Barrios $1 million. So now we got 5 to give Tank. Plus we got the live gate that we know was sexy. That was a sold out, expensive, fully celebrity star-studded gate. So what are we talking about when we say he ain't a star and did the numbers make sense? 200 is a flop. Smack yourself. Smack yourself. D-Style, I sent you the link. I don't know why you ain't up in here, but smack yourself with all these lies, man. Oh, it said it didn't send. I don't know. Yo, is you got a droid, man? I don't know why they don't be. Send me your email, brother. So because it ain't go through as a text for whatever reason. But yeah, how is he not making money, fellas? Come on, man. We talking about concessions. The property corn that gets sold, he won $1, man. Like, what are we talking about for real? Like, how is this a flop?
$13 chicken tenders, you know what I'm saying? $15 beers, $22 Jack and Gingers. You know what I'm saying? How is this a
flop, man? Like, come on, man. Let's do some real numbers here. Let's be fair. You know, let's be fair. Let's be fair. Wait, who's on this? Oh, that's this, that. Let me see what's going on here. Like, that's out. Bam, da, bam, bam. All right.
Now, is it fair to compare? You know, I'm just saying because we know the welterweight is the money division.
Yes.
The only cat in that division that's an active fighter
is doing the same numbers. Is doing comparable numbers to the small guy, right? So Earl is doing 225. 275. Let's even give him a 345. One of them was 345. Let's throw it out there. Fuck it. 350. Let's give him 360. Let's give him 280. Let's give him 240. Tank's still comparable. He not a welterweight. Oh, and guess what else he wasn't? An Olympian. Let's just stop it, man. Why are we lying and saying he not a star? Why are we lying? Why don't we want to prop our fighters up? Why are we always breaking them down? It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But anyway, I got another super chat coming in, man. I got Big Super Max saying, more numbers in the pre-pro. Tank is comparable. Uh-oh, he put more information, man. Why y'all want more information? Oh, my God, he put them all now. Who he comparing them to? Uh-oh, he comparing them to Floyd. Uh-oh. Let's see. When we compare Tank's pay-per-views to Floyd's first pay-per-view did 340. And that's why I said that what Earl did was super impressive for his first pay-per-view. Floyd's next pay-per-view with Judah did 374. Floyd with Baldomir, 325. And then after that, he fought De La Hoya and he just took off and never been the same. You know, 2.4 with De La Hoya, 920 with Hatton, 1.1 with Marquez, 1.4 with Mosley, 1.25 with Ortiz, 1.5 with Cotto, 1 million with Guerrero, 2.2 with Canelo, and 900,000 with Maidana. So like, but when he first started, you see he needed that sexy name to boom shoot up. So again, that we talking about comparing Tank, who didn't win a silver, he didn't get robbed in the Olympics. His father wasn't a fighter. His father didn't fight Julio Cesar Chavez. His uncle wasn't a fighter. His uncle wasn't also known the Black Mamba. Like, Think about all the elements that Tank doesn't have, and he's still rocking with these legends numbers. I say stop it. Stop lying. We rebuke your lies in the name of Jesus. The boy's a star. And he's what, 26, 24? What is he? Stop it.
20, right?
We gotta stop. Why we can't be like, why we gotta lie? Why? But anyway, we going out to callers. We got Jermaine. What up?
Hey, what's up, miss? What's going on?
Chilling, man, chilling. Another day, another show.
Oh, all right. Good interview with both cats. But I got to rebuttal a couple of things. Number two, first thing is I don't think PBC not gonna do too bad with their Fox deal. Their first Fox deal was $60 million. It's not like Fox ain't made money with PBC this year, even during the pandemic. So even if a re-up, they might come up a little better with a bigger Hello?
Yeah, we're listening.
Oh, they might be coming up with a bigger money pie for the fighters next year. And
I mean, but they didn't though. Remember, they already read up. This ain't the first time they read up. So like that number they ain't get any bigger.
Oh, okay,
but
I didn't know that. All right, but my second one is made money with PBC this year, even during the pandemic. So even if a re-up, they might come up a little better with a bigger Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hello?
We hear you. We just have a little bit of
feedback. Money pie for the fighters next.
Yeah, we just got a little bit of feedback.
Hello?
I hear you. It was just a little bit of feedback. I muted him. Go for it.
All right. Okay. I'm glad he stayed loyal to Showtime. When HBO left Al Heyman left them fighters out to dry, Showtime stayed with him. So I'm glad he showed some loyalty to Showtime and still is. And my next thing on Eddie Hearn and Matchroom, I don't think that the zone thing is all that good. Every good fighter he had on there, like even Devin Haney, Jacobs, Canelo, all them got on down. They not like signed the Matchroom, contracted out the only Matchroom. They all doing their own thing. They surfing like they supposed to be. Like I like every fighter with good names supposed to be. So it's not like this the zone thing was just cut out to be whatever. Because fighters is gone, they doing their thing. They surfing over to other fight PBC, Top Rank, whatever. That's just my call, man.
Not everybody though, Jermaine. Not everybody is free to do it, man. Like we established, it seems like only Canelo and Devin at the moment can just float. Other people are contracted to networks or entities that could hinder them from floating. We got Austin, Texas. What up? Austin, let me get right back to you. Actually, go for it. Sorry about that.
Hey, no, you good. You can come back to me, champ.
Nah, do you?
All right, bet, man. Hey, good morning, Ness. My father was loud in the shop. Hey, first things first, I was going to ask, can you pin the Discord, bro?
Can I what?
And then second thing is pin the Discord in the chat.
Pin it.
Yes, sir. Second, I wanted to talk about the Chris Colbert fight, man. So, like, I don't know what you saw, but I saw great boxing, but I saw a lack of power, bro. It kind of reminded me of, like, Caleb Plant. Can box, can move.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 6 knockouts with 16 fights. So, there's obviously some, lack of power. But, yeah, should be all right.
Yeah, shoot. Yeah, but he can box, man. I can see him beating anybody at 130, honestly, but he ain't ready for no tank or no upper echelon dude like Shakur or someone. But he could beat Valdez and Hearing, I think. And then lastly, I just wanted to ask Ness, if that one dude ever sent you some footage, or if he's really gonna do it, or if he's just talking.
I got some things in the works. You wanted 175, right?
Hey,
I got a couple of guys.
168. I want to do both.
I got somebody at 160, 165 that I'm trying to get you footage of. He's a novice, so yeah, the last couple of days been a little hectic, but Wednesday is Border Wars. The topic where you could, the post where you could put your topic or question is out on Patreon. Check that out and drop whatever question or topic you got. We're gonna make sure it gets answered. I definitely put the Discord in the chat. So yeah.
Yeah. All right. Shout out Dallas. Shout out Pleasant Grove. Good show, Ness, and I still can't wait to meet you, champ.
For sure. Yo, if you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. If you haven't already subscribed, go ahead and do so. We finally got to our goal of 127,000. So now we on the hunt for the next. We won 127.5. 127.5. We won 127,500. Let's go. We had 127,047. Let's get a refresh, see what we got. Let's get a refresh, see what we got. Oh! We gained one. 127,048. Yo, D to the style. What up? You on mute, champ. Unmute yourself on Skype. You having a little bit of feedback earlier, so I muted you while you got it together. Let me hear you.
All right. Can you hear me?
Perfect. No feedback. What's up, brother?
What's going on? Man, I decided to jump on here for a little bit. Check it out, Ness. What would you say right now, like if you keep it honest, right?
Yep.
If it was announced that the next Tank Davis pay-per-view is going to be priced at $95, what would you say? What's the first thing you would say?
First thing I would say, who's he fighting?
Regardless of who he's fighting. If it was $95 to fight,
No, because Mayweather only went to 100 depending on the opponent, so Tank would have to do the same.
Well, it was only Pacquiao and McGregor fights that did over 4 million, right? So, we're talking that's a stratosphere Tank's not going to reach, like, if we keep it honest, at least not in any recent time.
He's just starting, and he's comparable to 2 stars. But
here's where you're kind of wrong.
Okay.
If you look at the price point, right? If you take into account inflation, right? The Manny Pacquiao fight against Eric Morales in 2005 will be priced at $95. You know what I mean?
No. That's a total assumption. First of all, Pacquiao couldn't ever raise.
That's not an assumption.
Dude, Pacquiao never raised the price. Mayweather raised the price. Pacquiao never.
No. Here's where you're wrong. And that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is $65. Okay, $69 back in 2005. If you count inflation, is comparable to $95 today.
Negative.
That's what I'm saying.
Negative. The only inflation I would allow would be. Okay, if you say, which I don't know is true, we would have to Google to see if that pay-per-view was really $69. I would allow equal. I would say, okay, so say that Pacquiao made $80 per pay-per-view, which is what our fighters are making right now with pay-per-view. You know, Tank has sold his pay-per-view for $80, $79.95 HD. You know, things like that. But 95, that number is so strange, and that number was only attained with
No, the reason let me explain how I came up with that number, right? It wasn't just from thin air. I'm just getting the pay-per-view price of the Tank fight. That's all I'm doing. And I'm accounting for inflation, right, from 2005 to 2021 using an inflation calculator. That's not from thin air. So we're talking about the price, if you compare it inflation-wise, right? From 2005, which is the year. I'm talking about the year Pacquiao fight Morales, right? If we're talking money, you have to count inflation.
Cool, but champ, all you're saying is that Tank is $15 less than Manny Pacquiao. Think about what you're saying. You're making my point. Because now guess what? Let's take Tank out of the equation and you tell me who else. You tell me who else could we put in the same census with Mayweather, Pacquiao? Who's next? Is Shakur?
Well, here's the thing, though.
Is Tio? Is Ryan? No one is doing what Tank is doing. No one. Earl is the only one, and guess what? He's in the premier division. He's 147. Listen, you want to be in 2 divisions. You want to be a welterweight or a heavyweight.
Of course, historically, you're correct on that.
Now Tank is making it where, guess what? Us lightweights, we could make some money. We could be stars. We could have celebrities come see us. We're not going to have podcasters call us the little guys. That's what you're not noticing, bro. He's turning it. He's opened a market that we haven't seen since Mayweather and Pacquiao.
I just don't think that's exactly correct.
Okay, so where's Ponce de Leon's? Where's Ponce de Leon? Why Ponce de Leon versus Adrian Broner wasn't pay-per-view? Think
Because
about
it
that.
wasn't. I mean, no Tank fight before his last fight against Leo Santa Cruz was pay-per-view.
But what
I mean,
what was a bigger fight?
but-
Adrian Broner versus Ponce de Leon or Gervonta Davis versus Mario Barrios? What was the bigger fight?
the Mario Barrios fight.
You're lying and you're proving my point because guess
No,
what?
no, I
Guess
was that
what?
lying because
let me explain why. Because if you're saying Barrios Tank is the bigger fight over Adrian Broner when he fought Ponce de Leon, you're clearly
Ain't nobody know who ain't nobody know who Adrian Broner was back then. That was his introduction to the public, bro.
and you're clearly making my point. The Tank is known. He's known. You're saying he's more known than the Can Man. At that time, that's when he was the Can Man on a premier network, HBO. Tank is doing less ratings.
but this, I mean, the
does less
Can Man
ratings.
was in an era where ratings were going down on HBO. Like the
He was
the
still
viewership was
doing
going down.
Yeah,
not up.
not for Broner. You know, he was still a million views. A million views.
But that's low though. Do you remember how many views
Kovalev-
Kessler Kawasaki got? And that was one of the lowest ever. It did more than that.
I
HBO used to
don't
get
know,
almost
man.
like over 2 million, like on a regular.
Kovalev,
right?
no. You gonna
Yeah, you
have
want
to
to pull up the numbers?
Yeah, Google me some 2 millions. You're kidding me? No way, Jose.
How many do you think Vitaly Klitschko against Ariola did?
I don't know. Good fight. Let's see.
Hey.
Google that. No way. Listen, champ. Numbers don't lie. Let me see. I know my co-producer threw some more in here. Who we got here? Who's this pay-per-view star? Boom. This one is Earl Spence. First pay-per-view, 360. Second pay-per-view, 350. Third pay-per-view, 250. So how isn't Tank at 130, 140 relevant? He's done better numbers than Terrence Crawford at 140 versus Victor Postal.
Yeah, but I mean that's it is what it is. Obviously, if they would have stayed the course, right, with a right opponent, like if you put Crawford in there with like a Keith Thurman, I think that would do pretty good numbers. You know what I mean? But my point is this though: we're living in an era, Ness, where it's a lot easier to order a pay-per-view, right, than it was in the '90s or early 2000s, right? You could watch it on your phone, you could watch it on a smartphone, you could watch it, all that, right? What you're failing to recognize is that pay-per-views in the early 2000s, we're talking about homes that were packed, right, with like 30 people watching a pay-per-view. That was the age of the fight parties. Fight parties don't really exist anymore, and I know this because you could ask the whole entire chat. They all know. That's why people congregate on the internet to talk boxing, because they don't know a lot of people in their personal life that watch the boxing with them, right? So yes, you're right about the pay-per-view numbers, and I'm not trying to diminish what Tank does in terms of pay-per-view numbers. He's doing good. I'm not saying they're terrible. I'm not saying he's a flop or anything. But what he is not is this big marquee star that is being made out to be. If he was, you got to do over 500,000 to be a quote-unquote star.
Yeah, but remember, I just showed a pay-per-view history. Not Earl, not Floyd, and not Pacquiao done 500,000 in their first two. So he's comparable. You cannot take that from him. We talking about a current pay-per-view star and two past pay-per-view anomalies. And and the stories are still comparable. It's all comparable. Like Tank is doing 200, a Legend and Pacquiao did 300. Makes sense. A Legend and Mayweather did 300. Makes sense. And I'm calling Earl a future pay-per-view legend because what he's doing on August 21st has never been done. You can't, and you're a historian. You can't find me another pay-per-view fighter that's never gone off pay-per-view since starting. He's the first fighter in history to stay. Name one.
Something about
all you
that.
gotta do is name one. All you gotta do is name someone else that done four straight
pay-per-views. Here's the thing though. Like the answer is,
and add this little caveat: he's never lost.
What about when Mayweather came back from retirement? What about that? That doesn't count. We have to count the first.
You got to start your inception because think about it.
What about when he came back though?
But listen, he was established. He was an established pay-per-view draw already when he came back to Marquez. That doesn't make sense. So when you starting right, remaining on pay-per-view is a direct indication of your promoter saying you are lucrative. You're making us money. Listen, D-Style, you want to say he's not a star, but meanwhile, his promoter's not taking him off pay-per-view. That means they're turning a profit, dog. Let's just be real. If they weren't making a profit, they do what? Pull him back. They're making money. They're making money, so they're like, fuck it, let's keep. Yo, we just put him in there. They're in the boardroom like this. Yo, we just put him in with a 4-time champion. Fuck it, let's test the water. Who's Barrios? Fuck it, he got a belt. Let's test the water. Oh my God, he did 200 to 215 with Barrios. Fuck it, we could throw him in there with Eric Cruz.
I'm not saying he doesn't sell pay, but here's like where I'm kind of like scratching my head though. Like you'll say, like, oh, he's comparable to a legend like Pacquiao. Like, yeah, but Pacquiao at the time was not considered this huge star. You know what I mean?
Neither was
he was a guy known by hardcore boxing fans. He was a star amongst hardcore boxing.
But
fans.
we're just showing everyone's first step. So you know why Tank is being called a star? Because they're using this data to prove it. They're like, well, damn, if Pacquiao's first pay-per-view was 350 and he's Manny Pacquiao with Freddie Roach, with Top Rank and Bob Arum, and he did 350 and Tank did 200, well, okay, I understand it. If Mayweather's an Olympic silver medalist who was robbed and the world knew it, so he was really a gold medalist, and his first was 350 with Arturo Gatti. He had Arturo Gatti. Like, you guys are being unfair. Tank is doing half, if not more than half of their number with 3/4 less of the opponent. You can't compare Leo Santa Cruz to Eric Morales, and you can't compare Barrios to Eric Morales. and for Floyd, who was his second pay-per-view, Floyd's second pay-per-view, which FYI did not go consecutive like Earl Spence, was Zab Judah, who is 10 times more popular than Mario Barrios. And that pay-per-view did 374. Again, Tank did 200 plus with a lesser opponent. He is a bona fide star off data, analytics. It's right there. Black and white, champ. We can't deny it.
Well, look, check it out. Let me shut this phone off here. Give me 1 second.
Let me take a call in the meantime. If you're live with us, 1-425-569-5241 is the number to call in and voice your opinion on this debate, this topic, our interviews, whatever you want to talk about. Let's do it.
Yo, first of all, let me say, I don't pay Showtime to see you all there not even putting a goddamn motherfucking effort. If I want to see two motherfuckers just fight, I pick up a fight with somebody in the street. Don't need that shit. You don't love that sport, my dude? Just move along. Gone. Fuck you. Next. What a great show. Thumbs up, donate.
Hey, yo! What's happening, people? Mr. Gibbs. Yo, I seen this guy trying to pull some type of Jedi mind trick, talking about inflation and shit. What the fuck? Listen, Tank is star, bro. He's about to become a mega star, but he's certified. I don't even know how many people can doubt him. And if you bring in inflation, what about the purchasing power of the dollar? What's up with that? Because the dollar right now can get you shit. Rule 65% if you fuck with lumber and shit, try to build a house. So if you put a dollar in the land with so many pay-per-views out there, what that means? Every dollar can right now. When you talking about the 90s, when the economy was really good and everybody was kicking it, what we talking about here, Ness?
Georgie, guess what else he's not factoring in? People wasn't stealing pay-per-views that easy back then. Yeah, we all had the block box at one point in our life, but no one was stealing man, right now we talking about 10 million illegal streams for certain pay-per-view fights, and Tank is still out here getting 200,000
baby, come on, man. Baby, he trying to sound smart, this and that, a historian. Mr. Historian, guess what? You on the wrong side of history. It's just a matter of time before Tank pull hands and all these cats.
Just a matter of time before he pull hammers and all these fucking
Well,
130,
not even to fight
135,
nobody. I'll tell you that right now.
Listen, he's the one who has to be chased out there. Him and Teofimo.
What? It's based on nothing.
Training everybody else got to go in the back of the bus. There's only two guys out there from 130 to 140, Mr. Historia. Teofimo and Tank. Those are the two stars. Main two. I don't have a lot to say. Shout out to TVB. Yo, man, you going today to the Ringside Reporter? I heard you got a reunion.
Yeah. I think it's at 7 o'clock, right?
I think so. I may not even go to work just to fucking, catch up with it.
Let me see.
Nice to see everybody unite against tyranny. Like I said, I have a lot to say. I got to go. Shout out to the world, UK. I'm out here.
All right. Yeah, I'm scheduled for that interview at 7.
Why is it a Jedi? Why is inflation a Jedi mind trick when it's just facts, brother?
No, listen. Like I said,
the dollar was worth more in 2005 than it's worth today. That's not a debate. That's not like, if you want to debate that, you could go ahead. But like a pay-per-view price at the same, even if it was $10 less or whatever, when you calculate inflation, it was just worth more, right? The value of it was more. Value matters. You know what I mean? I just wanted to throw that out there. Now, it is true that Tank Davis is selling like 200,000 buys, and for whatever reason, people are choosing to say that makes him a star. Okay, cool, right? But let's keep in mind that Showtime put a lot of, promotion behind this, right? And they're behind Tank, which is a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But you guys are using the word star, and then you're moving the goalposts, because when it's pointed out, well, he's not really doing pay-per-view star numbers. Yeah, but from 130 to 140, man. I mean, if you compare it to the history of that, okay, well, Ricky Hatton was at 140, right? And he sold more in the UK alone than Tank is doing right now. So what does that even mean?
What do you mean? It means that he only got $20. Talk about inflation.
Well, if you count, it's almost comparable if you go, from the 2005 numbers.
Dude, and again, check he doesn't, let go of the shovel D-style. You just literally compared Tank to Ricky Hatton. Again, you putting him in a conversation with stars. You going to tell me Ricky wasn't a star? He brought 30 with Floyd. Like, if you're going to compare him to stars, guess what?
No, I was just pointing out a fighter. You said it's never been done. I just gave you a fighter. He did it in England alone.
No, but my friend, I gave you two other people that did it, Floyd and Pacquiao. And that's what we're talking about. He's only in conversation with those types of names. There's no regular guys out there. Like, again,
because not
he's
everyone's
not
on pay-per-view, Naz. They didn't put Teofimo against Loma on pay-per-view, but it did 4 million viewers, right? Like if you compare it, you don't think they could have gotten 200,000 buys out of it? Now, we will never know.
Which
right?
one? Which one?
Because they're choosing not to put it on pay-per-view.
No, because
that's a choice for me.
No, it's not a choice. Bob Arum told you that Terrence is losing the money. He's telling you who's losing the money. He told you the Wilder 3 wasn't worth it at that time in December because of the pandemic. He's being honest. And that's why those fights are on pay-per-view, because they're not going to turn a profit. Don't forget Lomachenko was doing 2,000. Like, who's going to buy his fight? If
200,000 makes you a buy, right? Then they should have just done the fight then. Bob Arum should just put on the fight, because if 200,000 makes you a star, then they should have just done their fight then.
Well, think about this, D-Style. Maybe they should have done it on pay-per-view. Guess what? Then Teofimo wouldn't had a public dispute with his promoter, where his promoter was showing that A, the fight isn't worth it, and B, he didn't care about Teo by offering him 1.3 for a unification with a quote-unquote the greatest fighter since Ali or Mayweather. So you tell me, man, it's not my fault that Tank is better business than Teo and Loma. People, you got celebrities showing up. I was there. You can't take that from Tank. No one, look, they were paying celebrities to show up to
telling me no
Teo's.
celebrities were watching Teofimo versus Loma? Because I saw plenty of them comment about it. You don't think celebrities would have shown up?
No,
if there wasn't a pandemic going on? Because they would have shown up, brother.
I'm telling you.
Let's stop acting like they wouldn't have shown up.
No, I'm only saying this. Teo's fight, they were paying celebrities to come perform at it, and they still canceled it twice. So you tell me, man. You tell me who's the star and who's not.
Well, I mean, he got COVID, brother. You know what I mean? COVID happened.
Yeah, did he have COVID the first time? Or did Floyd have
They
him?
didn't want to compete against Mayweather.
Okay.
They didn't put Tank head to head with Mayweather either, right?
Sounds like they need to do a lot of strategic thinking while Tank just says,
Did they
back.
put Tank the same day as
Champy.
Mayweather or the day before?
Champy, Tank announced his date yesterday. That's what a star does. I'm back in October. I don't care who's fighting. I'm not pushing nothing back. I'm back.
Here's what Tank is. Let me define what Tank is, okay? Because I got people in the chat saying, "Oh, he bet on Barrios," and just assume why? Because I'm Mexican. Is that why I bet on Barrios, sucker? Okay, no, I picked Tank to win. But here's what I'll say. All right, Tank Davis is somebody who does, attract the crowd, right? Which is good. I'm not saying it's bad. I want that for boxing. I want sold out arenas, and he brings energy, right, to the arena. That's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But when you use the term star, there's only been a handful, right? And the trick you pull, Ness, is whenever people bring up the stars, you then say, oh, you're comparing him to all these greats. No, I'm just pointing out that he's not there yet. It doesn't mean he won't be there. It doesn't mean the trajectory isn't showing that he's going to be there. But let me tell you, brother, before they broke Babe Ruth's record, of home runs of 60 in a year, a lot of guys showed early promise, right? 20 home runs, boom, early, in the season, but they didn't quite get there in the end, right? It took a while, and then you had McGuire come along or whatever, right? Or the dude before that, they got 61, right? So records are meant to be broken. Right, guys, I do believe everything's cyclical in boxing. We will get there with Tank, maybe, but we don't know that yet, right? You are assuming that because, look, he's showing early signs right now, right, that he's going to go ahead and become this huge star. Maybe he's going to plateau for all we know. Maybe he's going to stay around this levelness, right? Like, it's just going to take one fight from a dude not named Tank to do over 200,000, and this whole argument's going to fall apart for you, brother.
Yeah.
And for everybody in the chat.
But
it's going to
guess
fall
what?
apart.
But guess
you
what?
know what I mean?
But guess what? Ryan, with his, 20 million followers, let's lie, right? Let's say he's got 20. They still ain't put him on pay-per-view.
Not yet. But what happens when they do put him on pay-per-view? How old was
So what are you telling me? That they don't have analytics? You think that they don't know how many people tuned into Ryan on his DAZN fights? If he was a pay-per-view, if he was a pay-per-view star, they would have done it, man.
How old is Errol Spence, Ness?
I don't know, 30? 27,
He's in his 30s,
28?
brother.
What is he?
How old is Ryan? Ryan's in his early 20s, brother. Teofimo's in his early 20s.
Brother, Ryan
You're
is
assuming
older.
they're never going to be on pay-per-view. They will be on pay-per-view.
Ryan is ain't Ryan the same age as Tank right now, man? What are we talking about? What is he waiting for? He's not even a champ.
No, I get that, but here's the thing. I feel like they're force-feeding Tank to be this pay-per-view star that he isn't.
No,
right? He's a comparable star, pay-per-view guy. Like he
How
does
you force-feed it with stars showing up?
Isn't that a fair term? He does respectable pay-per-view numbers, but
Absolutely.
he's not a star, bro.
Absolutely. The reason they calling him
UFC fans are laughing at us calling this dude a star doing 200,000, brother.
You know why they calling him a star?
Man.
It's
but
projection.
you want to know why they're laughing? You want to know why they're laughing?
Because they're doing a million with some dudes, and you're calling this guy a star, brother.
He sat here and you spent and I know you love boxing, but you spent here all this time going over these fucking numbers that don't mean a goddamn thing. Why don't we judge his performance and what he's doing now? You going back talking about what a dollar would have meant 50 years ago. Fuck that, man. Fuck the inflation. Whoever's numbers did what they did, Pacquiao's numbers what they were, Tank's numbers are what they are now.
That's it.
Why do we got to go and look for numbers to say the man ain't a star? If you think MMA fans are laughing at us, this is why. Why are we not judging him off the excitement of the fight or whatever we saw? Now we turn this into economics. We going over inflation?
I could go. Well, here's the thing, right? It's not inflation's a thing. Like I know you might not think it's a thing, but it is. Okay, because the value of the dollar is worth more today. Worth less today than it was then. So you do have to put that in perspective. That's not me trying to find anything. That's just reality. You know what I mean? Like if somebody says, "Oh man, this fight did $1 million gate." Like, man, we got to compare this to the all-time great fights. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nah, that's not we got to compare it to like the Carpentier versus, Dempsey. I mean, it's up there. No, because you got to put things in perspective, brother. That's how things work in life. You don't look at numbers, you look into the numbers and you analyze them for what they are. Tank is doing
but I don't think you're looking
numbers,
at it right. I think you're more upset that people are crowning him as a star based off projections, because that's what I'm doing. Fair enough. I'm looking at these numbers and I'm saying, man, he's comparable with other pay-per-view stars. Yeah, he's a star because he's gonna be. Because just like Mayweather needed that breakout fight to get over the hump, and Pacquiao needed that breakout fight to get over the hump, and Canelo needed that breakout fight to get over the hump, their initial numbers before the hump are comparable. They're
But what was Tank doing 4 years ago? Was he doing pay-per-view?
No.
Okay, well, Ryan's like 4 years younger than him, so I guess we'll talk in 4 years.
Well, I'll tell you what he was doing.
But I'm glad you said this, though. I'm glad because
let me answer. Let me answer your question. 4 years ago, he was becoming a world champion versus now two-time world champion Pedraza. What is Ryan doing? You're right. What is she doing?
No, what I'm saying is Ryan has 4 years. 4 years to hit 200,000 on the pay-per-views.
But he's late. He's late on getting his title. Since you want to compare him to Tank, Tank got his title at 22. Versus,
are we going to talk legacy or are we going to talk pay-per-view numbers? So what are we talking about?
I mean.
And we talk legacy, can't touch steel, right? As far as that goes.
I mean said, let's not only talk
that's a
economics.
conversation we want to have. But we're talking about stars. But here's what he said, right? You did say, and you admitted that you are basing it off projections.
Of course.
Which contradicts everything that the people are saying in the chat, okay? So Nestor Gibbs just admitted he's basing it off of projections.
Of course.
All right? Which is what my argument is. You're basing it off projection. It doesn't mean it's going to reach that. Okay, Carlito's way, there we go. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that it's going to reach that. But again, if they're putting him on their numbers, their analytics obviously tell him they are in the green. If you're not making money and you're losing money, you do what Bob Arum said. No, we're not putting that on pay-per-view. It's totally different than what they're doing over here, brother, and you don't want to admit it. They see dollar signs. They are turning a profit. You trying to argue that they're not.
About Bob Arum? So what analytics was he looking at with Floyd? Because he obviously didn't think Floyd could sell. So just because Bob Arum doesn't feel Teofimo could sell doesn't necessarily mean he can't sell. That's just Bob Arum doing the easy thing and just getting easy money from ESPN, not wanting to do his job as a promoter. That's all that means to me.
If your own promoter don't believe,
I can't guarantee, I can't confirm or deny that. But what I can confirm or deny is that Tank is a pay-per-view star. Right now, Earl Spence is a pay-per-view star, and it ain't too many left of them in boxing because of streaming services and the same inflation that you just talked about. So if Cats is selling 200,000 pay-per-views, it's like the music business. Nobody's going platinum no more, right? But we're going to shit on somebody for selling 50,000 in an era where physical copies don't exist. I look at the context of these numbers more so than I'm going back to look and say, yo, what a dollar meant 10 years. I'm saying the platform pay-per-view is virtually, it's like the CD. So if an artist is still selling CDs, that makes them profitable. Pay-per-views are like CDs, and Tank is still selling CDs. And that's what it means to me. That's a very simple analogy of the plausibility of his stardom.
Well, I get the argument in terms of music. I know some people that work in music and stuff like that, but everything just works different today. Okay, I get that. You know what I mean? But pay-per-view, it's a little. It's not quite the same thing.
Since the beginning of time, it ain't that much different, baby.
But here's what I'm getting, and this is a sense I'm getting, right? Like I see a lot of people upset in the chat, which is fine. Okay. I've seen them saying, "Oh, well, why is he talking about that?" And who brings up inflation? And who does this and who does that? Look, I get that it makes us feel good, okay, to say that we have a pay-per-view star in boxing because that's what we want as boxing fans. You know what I mean? And I get it. Maybe it gives us that sense of the sport's going to go to a good place. We got Tank. He's going to he's going to be the torchbearer of pay-per-view boxing. He's taking things to the next level, et cetera, right? I know that might make people feel good. But the reality is the numbers are the raw numbers. It's 200,000. right? Which is respectable, which of course made a profit, which of course, you know, you could see the trajectory that maybe he's going to become a star in the future, but he's not a star right now. Like, we're basing it off trajectory, right? We're basing it off of the division he's fighting in, and we're making these comparisons to where Pacquiao was. Nobody was calling Pacquiao a huge star, okay, when he was fighting Morales. So those guys were hardcore boxing fans, fighters. That's what they were.
Yeah, but you're saying nobody, like who? Like fans or analysts? Because analysts always are going to tell you who's the next star. What are we arguing here? Like, we go based off the numbers. We go based off the tickets. And we say, yeah, he's going to be somebody, like we're saying about Ryan, who hasn't proven it, like Tank. I mean, what are we arguing?
Well, he's 4 years behind, all right?
What are we?
Like 4 or 5 years behind.
But they're calling him a
Haney's
star.
behind
But they're calling him a
terms of
star.
years.
But they're calling him a star. Eddie Hearn was just on this show this morning and called Ryan a star and said Ryan versus Tank would be the biggest pay-per-view. So what are you guys getting those projections off? Where's that data coming from? We're giving you numbers on Tank and you don't want it, but Ryan's a star.
Another thing that you have to take into account is the different, because just like, and it was very well explained, right, the difference in the music. So let me take that analogy, okay? It doesn't work like it used to. Well, now we have platforms like Dazn, which is a monthly subscription, and they don't want pay-per-view. They want fighters to fight on their network so people could subscribe to their network. You know what I mean? So you're going to have fighters fighting under that form of platform, not on pay-per-view. Canelo's the biggest star in boxing today. He's not fighting on pay-per-view. He's fighting on Dazn, right? It doesn't make him any less of a star because he's fighting on Dazn. And we already know, right, that Canelo is a bigger draw than Tank. 73,000, you know, in a freaking stadium. All right. He did almost 1 million with Miguel Cotto. Like, you know what I mean? He did over 400,000 with Angulo. Like, you know what I mean? So he's obviously a star. You know what I mean?
Now, what was his first?
And
what was his first pay-per-view?
Tank is not fighting on pay-per-view. He's on Dazn, brother. It's a different model.
What was Canelo's first pay-per-view, D-Style?
What is that?
What was his first pay-per-view?
You're talking about Canelo?
Yeah.
Well, he was on the undercards of Mayweather fights.
Okay, but what was his first solo pay-per-view?
Man. Was it the... No? Hold on. I don't quite remember, but was it the Angulo fight or the Trout fight?
It either had to be Trout or Floyd.
But I don't remember the Trout was pay-per-view or not, to be honest. I don't remember if that was pay-per-view. But if it was, it was. If it wasn't, it wasn't. But been a while back. But what I could say is this, right? After the Floyd fight, he fought Angulo. It did over 400,000. You know what I mean? But that's not my point. My point is he's obviously a bigger star right now than Tank. Does anybody disagree with that?
Who?
Canelo.
Showtime non-pay-per-view. So that means that his first pay-per-view ever was with Floyd.
Okay. I mean, you know, as a headliner, right? Okay, cool. But what I'm saying is this. This is my point. Do you disagree? Does anybody in the chat disagree with all the shit they're talking? That Tank is a bigger... Does anyone believe Tank's a bigger star than Canelo right now?
No one's saying that.
Okay.
Who's saying that? But
Canelo,
has
Tank...
Tank...
Here's the point.
Is Tank's first pay-per-view versus an established pay-per-view star who is now in retrospect proven to be the biggest pay-per-view star in all of boxing ever? Or is Tank getting his pay-per-view numbers out the mud? I don't think you understand what you're seeing done.
No. What I'm trying to say though, Ness,
even Floyd had a boost.
Account.
Floyd got the Oscar boost. You know what I'm saying? Pacquiao got the Oscar boost. Tank is doing it out the mud. Solo dolo. You got to respect that.
Well, he has a little bit of a boost, right? Like he has Mayweather kind of like, you know, kind of the guy that's like, hey, this is my dude now, just like De La Hoya did with Canelo in a way, right? It's kind of similar in that sense. Canelo did it out of, you know, he got the Mayweather fight, of course, which, of course, that's a boost. I'm giving you that. I understand all that, right? But the fact that you have to say that proves he's not a star right now because you're justifying why he's not doing those type of numbers. So there might be a trajectory going there, but it's not there yet.
So you rather them say...
But I want to finish my last point, though. Like Canelo's not on pay-per-view. He's on the zone.
Yes,
so
he
why are we
is.
saying,
No, you're lying.
Ryan's on the zone and it's just a different type of model, brother?
No, misinformation. Canelo sells his pay-per-view. His last fight's been on pay-per-view, even while being on the zone. You didn't know that?
Of course, it's on pay-per-view in terms of as an alternative.
Okay. He's on
here's the
pay-per-view.
No. Here's the deal, Ness. You can get it by subscription on the zone, right? And they also have it on pay-per-view for people that don't have internet, like if they live in a farm somewhere.
And that's fine.
And there's no way for them to get the zone. They can order it that way. You're still doing comparable numbers to Tank even
That's
then.
fine. That's fine. But don't say he's not on pay-per-view. He's totally on pay-per-view.
It's not the primary source of how people watch him.
And guess what else? Guess what else? Brain freeze. Go for it. I mean,
Canelo is the only superstar in boxing. By your logic,
he's the biggest star in boxing. That's what I was saying.
Granted, right now, I think here's where it gets confusing. There are guys that are stars within boxing, and then there's superstars. So I don't like playing semantics, but some people got to get that clear. Like Ryan's a star within boxing. He's a popular kid on the internet, right? I'd even say a superstar on the internet. You know, Tank is a superstar in boxing, and he's becoming more popular amongst, younger culture. So it's different on how that translates, because even the discussion, maybe it's only me, but Ryan right now, even that fight, it's who he fought, Warren. Like if he would have done that fight in the UK, that would have done him a little bit. I think as far as marketability, bringing him. Tank's already done that. Tank did that. Tank went to the UK. Remember, he went to the UK and came back. That's why his trajectory is a little bit different from some of those other guys that are people trying to line him up with. So, that was his doing. You know what I'm saying? As far as who he had on his resume, who he got that opportunity to be in front of, and I think it translates into them, whether you think it's small or not, them buys. The pay-per-view buys is important if that's what we're using as the measuring stick. I understand the platform idea, but even go that route, we're not counting those views. Or what's that, Facebook? Ryan was on Facebook, fighting on the Facebook watch. Come on, man. He's not a star.
No, I'm not. I didn't say Tank is a star. What I'm saying is that he's like 4 or 5 years younger than Tank, so we don't know where he's going to be, right? Hey, he could end up being a mental case, he doesn't go anywhere, or he could end up being a pay-per-view star. We don't know. Or he could just stay on the zone, right? Or he'll be on Triller or something. We don't know yet, right? Look, so I'm not trying to, and I think here's where people are getting it confused, all right? I'm not trying to say that Tank Davis isn't, solid in terms of he gets a good audience. I already explained that I think it's good that they got him fighting in sold out arenas, good energy. That type of stuff's good for boxing. Okay. So we know he could do that. Pay-per-view, 200,000 is respectable. All right. And I think the word respectable, right, is good enough. Like it seems to me, and I'm not saying you or Ness, okay, but it seems to me that a lot of people want me to say that 200,000 makes him a bona fide star. And when I say star, because then I don't want to play semantics with the word, right? I don't mean like he's obviously one of, if you were to tell me, give me the 5 biggest names in boxing, Tank would be one of them. Okay, so I'm not trying to diminish that.
So you're answering your own question, though.
No, but he's not a star, though. And even you said that. You said he has the trajectory.
Let me tell you something.
My point is that boxing isn't doing that good, guys, like ratings-wise.
Let me tell you
like,
something,
it's what
brother.
I'm saying.
This is going to be the nail in the coffin for you. Your favorite fighter is Tank's favorite fighter, okay? Your favorite fighter, Canelo, he only talks about Tank when they ask him, who do you like watching? Tank. Your favorite fighter, Canelo, has given Tank an unlimited amount of no boxing, no life gloves to knock people out with. Stop saying he's not a star. You know who's up next, and it's Tank Davis.
Well, that's not a nail in the coffin. That's just you tell me that Canelo likes Tank. Look, bro, if you're not going to get me to say Tank's not exciting to watch, of course he's exciting to watch. He's probably one of the most exciting.
Style. Let's go back to that analogy. We know what it's like when Jay-Z do a song with you, right? If Canelo's Jay-Z, you know it's like when Jay-Z do a song with you, right?
All right, so St. Canelo did some bars for him, like,
Yes,
Shut
man, it's
up.
a feature.
He's on. Tank is on Canelo's radar. You know what that means, right?
You're saying Canelo can see the trajectory.
He's on Canelo's radar.
Yes.
When Canelo chilling, he just got married. He's all over the world. When he's chilling, he's saying, you know something? Tank Davis might be fighting. I want to tune in. That's a star, brother.
Wait till he show up. He gonna be there.
Definitely.
Let me tell you another thing. Eddie Reynoso, he don't want to put Valdez in there with Tank, right? There's interviews with Reynoso saying Tank is the top of the food chain right now at 130.
Oh, I gotta listen to those. You gotta send me those links, brother. That's what you gotta do, because I don't think he said that. I don't think Valdez can beat him.
I never said he said that, but they ain't putting him in there next, man. They ain't putting him in there. Let me get to some of these super chats. We are, let me see who we last stopped on. We're going to say we last stopped on D-Style, man. Jaime Nieto says Floyd only wants Tank to fight in-house because he knows all the real threats are in other promotions. No way Floyd lets Tank I think I did say that, but I also said Devin is a free agent now. He's able to do what he wants. Intrigue in Atlanta, or actually Supermax said more numbers in the pre-pro which we used. Tank is comparable, D-Style. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm so laughing at the idea that Canelo, who watches all boxing and lives and breathes boxing, saying that he watches Tank Davis is somehow like proof that Tank's a star.
That's a lot, man. Because guess what?
You think he watched Charlo Montiel?
Probably did, yeah.
Guess what, D-Style? How many times do people... All right, I had Eddie here today, and I said, do you know Shadeja Green? She's 8-0, 7 KOs. She's 168. Nah, I don't know her. So, not everyone's on everyone's radar. The fact that Canelo has Tank on his radar, that shows something. That shows the power of your stardom. Because if you're not a star, then they say, no, I don't know you. But if they know you, you're doing something right.
Well, a los golpes, he mentioned Crawford. I don't know what that means. Like, he mentions a lot of guys, brother.
No, I hear you, man. But he don't mention other guys that are in and around Tank's division. Who else is he? He ain't even mentioning his own stablemate, Valdez, man. When is he mentioning Valdez?
I don't know. He invited Valdez to his wedding, brother. He was one of his main dudes.
Yeah.
Like I think he gave him the ring.
But does he mention him? Does he mention him in interviews, man? Is he talking about how great of a fighter he is in interviews? Is he giving him his gloves to wear? Is he endorsing him? Is he stamping him? Is he behind him? Is he backing him?
If I have a feeling that if I Google it right now, I'll find it.
That would be fantastic. So then we can again say who's comparable and who's not. It's just that simple.
How many times did he mention Tank? Like I know of like two interviews off the top of my head.
A few. Elliot put a camera in there and talk about Tank. Tank's the biggest superstar. He's been a star, man, especially for Elliot. We got Intrigue, the Incredible in Atlanta that says Tank numbers better than Spence. Spence numbers not that good considering he was fighting known fighters. Tank did similar with less known competition. And that's the simplest, like equation right there that you don't like looking at. Like these dudes are fighting real names. Tank's fighting Barrios, no disrespect, but he's not Sean Porter. He's not Mikey Garcia.
Well, he's not that good, right?
What do you mean? He's not Sean Porter. He's not Mikey Garcia.
Name recognition.
Not
about ability.
Right. I'm just making sure.
And look, you know what's funny? I think Tank, honestly, this is all projections, but I think Tank and Ryan, because I don't know if let's say this, Tank brings his 200. Let's say he brings 200,000. And Ryan brings his undeterminable, unknown Dazn number. I think that fight on pay-per-view, depending on the platform, because they have to get the numbers out somehow, that fight might not make as much as Tank going up a division and fighting a bigger name. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think the Ryan fight does as big numbers as Tank going up and fighting another 140 or something like that.
Nah, I'm wrong. I think Tank better off fighting Ryan than fighting Josh Teller. Like Josh Teller, what is he bringing to the table besides the belts? And I don't want that taken wrong. I know people, so now Undisputed doesn't matter. Yes, it matters. All I'm saying is when we're talking numbers and we got detractors like D-Style saying you're not a star, imagine how many numbers are you really going to do with Josh Teller?
Is he a star or is he showing a trajectory that he's going to become a star?
He's definitely.
You said two different things.
He's definitely, he's see, for me, he's a star because I was at the event and I seen what he brought out. I interviewed countless stars and rappers. I had to ask the younger people, like, what rapper is that? What rapper is this? Like, damn, why everybody got on $7 million worth of gold? Like, my man is bringing them out, champ. I've been doing this for 12 years, and I only seen crowds like this at a Floyd fight.
The top-ranked fight the other day had the dude from Kiss on. What does that mean? Like, there's always stars like front row, brother.
Say what? Say what?
So who said stars? Like in other words, are there rappers that are stars? Absolutely, but what is Simmons from Kiss not a star? Like he was at a top-ranked fight.
Yeah,
you know what
absolutely.
I mean? He might be a washed-up star.
Absolutely, absolutely. But whoever is coming to these fights, that's what matters. That these guys are bringing these guys out and putting those butts in those seats. You know what I mean? We're not talking about comps, man. You know what I mean?
Plus, if we keep it honest too, like hip hop artists and like other athletes, like from football, basketball,
that's what
historically have been big boxing fans. So I don't know if I could use that as like a way to, to see. Oh, I saw a couple dudes.
Yo, this dude keeps
like Magic Johnson goes to all the fights. So Magic Johnson was there.
You know who?
Well, what does that mean? Like he's a fan.
Hold on. You know who was at Tank fight, bro? You said Magic Johnson. This is perfect. Dr. fucking J. He brought Dr. J out, man.
That's pretty good, though. I'll admit, that's pretty good.
You know what that says? You know what that covers? That covers what you call a demographic. So you got Dr. J, right? Much older than all of us. And then you got little babies and every other littles, much younger, right? So there's a demographic. So you mentioned Gene Simmons, and I think Gene Simmons is in that same demographic you got from Dr. J, the little baby. You get what I'm saying? That same demographic is very much well covered. And that speaks to notoriety, stardom, or visibility, if you will.
And, let me just confirm, though. There's a disagreement. There's not hate. People saying I'm hating on Tank, which is fine, and I get what they mean by that. But look, at the end of the day, I just don't think he's a star right now.
So name another fighter in and around his weight that can do what he's doing.
Just because there isn't another fighter that's doing it in and out of his weight doesn't mean he's a star. Both those things are not mutually exclusiveness. It could just mean that boxing isn't in a place at the moment. That has a lot of stars. Historically, there's only been 2 or 3 dudes, or maybe just to one. That's a star.
You don't think this is part of the reason because we spend time dissecting and detracting instead of elevating and congratulating? You don't think this is part of the reason why we can't elevate people to stardom and is healthy in a healthy way? You don't think that's true?
So what you're saying is I have to dispel disbelief and just say 200,000 makes you a star when it doesn't.
No, what I'm saying is, again, if ain't nobody else doing it except less than a handful of people, we have to say that he's not a star in the sport in of itself is not doing well.
90 seconds.
The sport is not doing good, and there's no way he could be doing good within it because just the overall, everything's down. Everything's down.
Supermax just helped me murder you, dog. Just stop. Please.
I know you need help, brother. Look, they're helping you out. It's a whole chat. And a co-host, you still can't do it.
Listen, D-Style. Gennady fought Lemieux and Daniel Jacobs with the cancer story. He was on New York City buses. He had the Presbyterian Hospital.
60 seconds.
170, champ. Both, man.
So because Gennady Golovkin isn't a star, that murders me? I never said he was a star.
Gennady Golovkin was said to be a star at that time. He was signed to Michael Jordan, okay? First fighter. He had the Apple deal. People were making this whole hoopla of how big of a star he was. And those were his numbers, but Tanks are better with lesser opposition.
Well, those people were wrong.
Everybody but D-Style said Triple G was a star. D-Style never said Triple G was a star,
He know
you
Triple
never said
I never said it was a pay-per-view star.
got one of the
No,
Mexicans for G. He got one of the Mexicans for Triple G shirt, man. He know he do. He
Come on,
know
bro.
he
There's
do.
there's no
Come on,
way
bro.
that he
That's a hell of an
said Triple G
accusation
was a
now.
star. Triple G never looked like a star to you, D-Style, right, brother?
So wait.
So are you saying that everyone was saying
10
when you say
seconds.
everyone, define
Bro.
everyone?
Everybody except you. Triple G was never a star in your
Listen,
eyes.
we're generalizing, but you know that was what the masses
do
were
you
saying.
do you want me to tell you what I thought about Triple G, or do
Sure,
you guys want to
sure.
tell me what I thought about
No,
Triple G?
I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want to hear
Okay,
it.
so Triple G, I mean, he did sell out Staples Center. He sold out Madison Square Garden. Okay,
And that's
He
another
did.
rean they would call him a star, because he was
So
able to sell in two regions.
I think you can say that is what it is, right? I mean, I think that's a good thing, right? But did I call him a pay-per-view star? No, I never called him a pay-per-view star, right? Like this idea that he was a pay-per-view star. No, he wasn't. Neither is Tank. Just like, is that the bar? Is that the new bar? ladies and
Yes.
Canelo's the
Is
only
Gennady
star
Golovkin the
D-Style.
bar? You
Okay.
sell more than Triple G?
I'll give you
You're
one
a
more.
pay-per-view star?
I'll give you one more. He doesn't want to respect Gennady as a star.
I'm like a
Tank-
zombie, bro. Like I
Tank,
keep coming
listen,
back.
listen. Tank, 2 pay-per-views are better than Ward's 2 pay-per-views. Andre, gold medalist, last Olympian for America. Look, he can't even bite his smile. He trying to hold back his smile. Doggy, Tank
D-Style
is a
never said
star.
that Andre Ward was a star, Ness. Chill out.
No,
Yo,
I'll tell you
how you gonna
what I
call
think after
Andre
you're done
Ward
this.
not a star? How you gonna call Andre Ward not a star? First dude to go through the Super 6 at 16 and fucking 0. His resume speaks for itself. He moved up 2 divisions to fight the boogeyman. How is he not a star with a gold medal? How is he not a star with one of the biggest deals ever in boxing
Yes.
history? Ever in
Yes.
boxing history. How is he not a star? How?
Check it out, Ness. Check it out.
He
Is
used
that
to
the
manage
bar?
Shakur
Is
Stevens.
Andre Ward the bar? If you do more than Andre Ward, you're a star. Is that the bar? Or what?
Hell
Is that
yeah.
Is that your argument?
Hell yeah. If you can outdo a gold medalist, the last one ever for
So
the
what?
males.
So what is a gold medalist? Robesi
So
Ramirez
what?
is a gold medalist.
You're a
Is he
hater.
star?
You're a hater, man. You're a hater. You showing it, bro. You showing it.
So let me answer your question.
You're talking
okay?
about a kid that outsold the gold medalist. He didn't go to the Olympics. He got it out the mud.
Gamboa was a gold medalist. Well, what does that even mean?
And he knocked out Gamboa too, by the way. Thank you for that.
Like what? Yeah, an old washed up Gamboa, brother. That's been knocked down 17 times. You want statistics?
The same
That's
one
for you.
The same
okay?
one that didn't get knocked down or knocked out by Devin Haney next up.
Oh, because Devin Haney is his power puncher, right? Like that proves something.
The same
like, 'cause
one.
Devin Haney didn't knock you out. That
The
means
same
something.
one. The same one.
But
The
let me say
same one
this
that.
though.
Hold on. The same one that was still good enough for PBC and Chris Colbert next. Gamboa pulled out. Remember?
All right. But here's what I'll say. Look, as far as Andre Ward, yes, you're right. He's a gold medalist. Andre Ward's one of my favorite fighters of all time. Skilled, like beyond belief. Fought almost with one arm for a large portion of his career, right? Was it after that rotator cuff thing, that he got fixed, destroyed Kovalev in the rematch, and then he retired, okay? So I get that. But, like, he was never a pay-per-view star. You know what I mean? He was a good fighter. Can you argue he should have been? Probably. But he wasn't.
Okay,
right?
but D-Style, he had all the elements, right? And he didn't do it. But Tank has less of those boxes checked, and he's doing it. Like, why is this an argument?
No, I did say that Tank is. I said he's good for boxing. I said he's doing respectable numbers. Okay, but here's the trick, right? You call him a pay-per-view star. When I give examples of a pay-per-view star, you turn around and say, "Oh, but you're comparing them to all these all-time greats." Right?
That's
and then
proof.
When I make other arguments that he's not a pay-per-view star, oh, but look, this guy had this and this guy had that advantage that he didn't, and look at what he's doing. I know you're making the argument of perspective. You want me to put it in perspective of where he is, despite everything that's against him, right? But he's got a machine behind him called like Floyd Mayweather. He's got a machine behind him in Showtime. It's not like he doesn't have anything, right? So obviously, if he was a gold medalist, would he be a bigger star today? Probably. I don't know.
Yo,
there's no way to know that.
Everybody got a machine. D-Style. Oscar Valdez has the machine. He's a 2-time champion, 2-division or 3-division champion, right? He's Mexican, so he's got a country. He's trained by Eddie Reynoso. He's stable weights with Canelo, and he's signed to one of the biggest promoters in the last 80 years. Why is he not a pay-per-view star? Why is he not doing what Tank is doing?
Well, I don't think. Like, obviously, if you're asking me, is Tank a bigger name than Valdez, right? The answer is yes. Like, you're asking me questions that everyone knows the answer to, right?
So
there's no need to ask me that because everyone knows.
Except you
but
won't
here's
admit,
the trick.
Except you won't admit
you
that
want
he's
me
a star.
Me conceding. Hold on, me conceding that he's a bigger star than Valdez, right? Despite the fact that Valdez was a stablemate with Canelo, like if that means anything. E.J. Smith was a stablemate with Floyd. It doesn't mean anything.
It does.
Okay?
It does.
But conceding that point doesn't prove your point that he's a star, though. That's the argument.
Direct counter to that, it does mean something. We all watched, and by we, I mean my hosts, my audience. We literally did dozens of shows, continuously screen share Andy Ruiz's Instagram. When he joined the Canelo team, his numbers went up. When he beat Ruiz, when Ruiz beat AJ, obviously his numbers went up, but he got to $1 million. He had 1.8 now with Canelo. That's Canelo team. It was obviously a good choice. We cannot act like association isn't going to help you, because if you're going to say Tank is being helped by Floyd and his machine, how could Oscar Valdez not be getting some shine off of fucking Canelo? He just gifted him $1 million. How many $25 million horse did he just give him? What are you talking about? You giving him a horse.
But you said he didn't talk about Valdez, but he's giving him $1 million horses.
All right, then. So what? Listen to me. All the elements are the same, right? One guy got Canelo backing him. One guy got Floyd.
Right.
But only one dude is getting green money on a profit off a pay-per-view, and that's Tank, TMT, and Floyd Mayweather Promotions. Ryan and Oscar have all the elements on paper. They have the affiliation with Canelo. They have the affiliation with Eddie Reynoso. They have good promoters. One is with Golden Boy and Oscar De La Hoya, who is a name known throughout the sports and boxing world. The other one is with Top Rank, but they are not taking the chances necessary that Gervonta Tank Davis has taken, and he proved himself to be a star because he's turning a profit. Those kids can't get past $1 million. This kid is probably making $5 million on these fights because of pay-per-view back end. Just do the math. You're lying, bro. Or ignoring the truth. Because
one, I would like you to point
times
out
200.
A lie I told. I haven't told one lie. Okay, that's the second one.
There's no one making his money. You're a star. The money indicates what you make. $80 times 200,000 is $16 million.
But I'm not even arguing that though. So how am I lying about something I didn't even argue?
You keep saying he's not a star. You keep saying he's
not
a star.
It's a reluctance to admit, because at the end of the day, if somebody's selling pay-per-views, like I said, a very simple way to look at it is who's doing pay-per-views. Floyd's still doing pay-per-views. We can say Canelo does pay-per-views. Earl's doing pay-per-views, and who else? Tank Davis.
That's
all right.
it.
Not Bud Crawford, not Inoue, not Lomachenko, not none of these people anybody might like to think of.
None.
That's who's doing pay-per-view. So the only cats that's doing, the only dudes selling units in Pimp Juice and us. Only a few dudes doing it, and that's what makes you a star.
Shout out to Jake Paul.
No. Being on pay-per-view doesn't make you a star by definition. It just means you're on pay-per-view. The question is this:
as is doing 200,000 of measuring profitability of a fighter to a promotional company in the channel. Pay-per-view means every goddamn thing.
No. Just because you say that, you say it with confidence, doesn't make it true. So let me finish my point. My point is,
I said it with confidence is exactly why you ain't like it, bro.
No. It's because, like, here's again.
That shit sounds.
The question is, like, hold on, I'll let you finish. Let me finish, okay? The point is 200,000 buys. Like, just being on pay-per-view by definition doesn't make you a star, right? You have to sell good, like 200,000
the money you're generating.
If you're gonna say
network,
if you're gonna say.
If you're only selling 100,000,
if you're gonna say,
then they might not find you as marketable.
You already made your point.
Ask Terrence Crawford. That's why he's on.
You made your point.
Review. It's not marketable.
This is what you call filibustering, because you don't want to hear my point. If you're saying 200,000 buys is the bar and that makes you a star, then just wait till they put some other dudes on pay-per-view. It's only a matter of time before somebody else.
We've been waiting,
and we're waiting.
We've been waiting and watching.
We're waiting.
Okay, but here's the thing.
What a sexy
Like,
headline
if the
that
zone
would
is
be.
paying somebody to not be on pay-per-view and be on their platform, because they are the anti-pay-per-view platform for the most part.
Anti-pay-per-view.
And they don't have all the fighters. Tell me about somebody
Anti-pay-per-view,
else.
but their fights are on pay-per-view.
They got Canelo on pay-per-view, brother.
That's pay-per-view.
Because
Did I not explain why?
Because he's an attraction. Because he's an attraction. That's why they got him on pay-per-view.
Canelo is not on pay-per-view. Look, brother, he's on pay-per-view for people that don't have internet. Okay, so they can order it through satellite or cable.
My friend.
So
you're arguing semantics.
On pay-per-view.
You're arguing
That's
semantics.
What makes him a star.
Hold on a
No,
minute.
no, but
hold
we're
on,
talking about a
D-Style,
mega
give me an
star like
opportunity.
Canelo, right?
Let me get an
To Tank
opportunity
and the
here
rest,
because
right?
you gave
Let's
some
leave
false
Canelo out of it for a
information.
second. Because comparing Tank to Canelo is laughable, if we're honest, okay? Let's not even go there. But if we compare Tank to everybody else, okay? You're telling me right now, you're going to look at me with confidence and tell me that Lomachenko versus Teofimo would not have done 200,000 buys? Is that what you're telling me right now? You don't think he would have done that when it did 4 million?
Bro, if they would have done that, they would have sent the link. They would have did it on pay-per-view, and they haven't, man.
Or Bob Arum didn't want to take no fucking risk. He just wanted to guarantee ESPN money, brother.
But what are you saying?
Bob Arum has a history of that. He didn't believe in Floyd Mayweather.
No, my friend.
Confidently said.
My friend, you just said they didn't want to take the risk. If there's a risk, there's fear. There's no risk with Tank. What don't you get?
Was Showtime scared?
Showtime doesn't have a choice. They don't have a choice but to put up because they have a limited budget, brother. That's why they got to do the pay-per-views. Okay. They put the Charles on pay-per-view. Like that doesn't mean anything. Just putting guys on pay-per-view doesn't make you a star by definition. Just because you do respectable numbers on paper doesn't make you a star by definition.
I'm glad
it just means you did respectable numbers.
No.
Talk to me when he does over 500,000 buys.
Look,
talk to me then, and then we could compare him to the all-time greats.
I'm glad
instead of doing trajectory.
I'm glad you brought up Charlo, and this is again an indication that Tank is a star and is profitable. Charlo had Charlos. Charlo had Charlos on their pay-per-view and only did 120. Again, I don't know why you don't just let this shovel go. He's showing you that I'm not Ward. I'm not Floyd. I'm not Earl. I'm not two Charlo brothers. I'm not none of these dudes, and I'm doing it. Why are you denying me, D-Style? That's what he's telling you.
No.
That's what he's telling you.
Again,
I'm comparable. I'm comparable to Pacquiao. I'm comparable to Floyd.
Just because the Charlo twins tanked on pay-per-view, pun intended, doesn't mean that Tank's by definition a star.
But D-Style, you're saying it.
To me.
Yo, but you're saying it yourself. We're talking about Daniel Jacobs. We're talking about Sergio Mora, Shea Mosley, Bernard Hopkins. We're talking about David Lemieux, Gennady Golovkin, Andre Ward. I mean, how many more names you want me to say that he's doing better than? What are you talking? That's better, not comparable.
With Jermaine Tater.
Not comparable.
Yet,
not comparable. Not comparable. Better than. Better than. Not comparable. He's doing better than them. You're crazy today. I don't get it.
No, I'm just saying 200,000. This whole well, look, the Charlo twins couldn't do it. Yeah, the Charlo twins.
Shane Mosley versus B-Hop couldn't do it either. Or excuse me, B-Hop versus Roy couldn't do it either. Two legends.
Washed up, and ain't nobody want to see that fight.
But Roy, okay, I'm glad. See, he fell in the trap. Roy was washed up when he fought active B-Hop, but Roy wasn't washed up when he made how many fucking millions of pay-per-view buys with Mike Tyson? Stop! You're getting caught. You're getting caught.
It's a different type of event.
Was he not more washed up? Was he not more washed up when he fought Mike?
That was understood to be.
It was understood.
Well, first of all, that was understood to be an exhibition. Number one. Second, that there's reason to believe that Triller's fucking lying about the numbers. Okay, because Tyson ain't working with them no more. Roy Jones saying he didn't get paid. Okay, Jake Paul ain't there no more. And the dude that runs Triller's is a known fucking liar. So
I don't see Jake Paul.
That for a fact.
I don't see Jake Paul saying he ain't get paid. I don't see Jake Paul saying he ain't get paid.
Do you agree that promoters and networks, it's more profitable for them to have pay-per-view fighters that sell, just for argument's sake, in excess of 200,000 by virtue of profitability? Do you think it's in their best interest? D-Style.
Well, Of course it is. Like I'm not arguing otherwise. Of course, like Showtime, get something out of Tank doing 200,000 versus
so let me
maybe
just ask
paying
you.
another fighter with that don't get a lot of ratings, like Cobra.
Hold on. So you could have a fighter that is a good fighter. You're gonna put him on regular Showtime, regular ESPN, but for whatever reason, you don't have the ability or the confidence to put them on pay-per-view. What does that say about fighter A and fighter B? I'm just asking you. What does that say about fighter A and fighter B? The one that you're willing to sell his fights at $80 a pop versus the other guy that you say, I love him. He's a great fighter. He's got all the belts, but I'm just going to put him on regular television. What does that say about those two fighters?
It doesn't say anything about the fighters. It says something about the promoter. It says something about the people that are handling them. That's what it says. So, for example, the same promoter, his name is Bob Arum, okay? He had a pay-per-view in his hands after the controversial Castillo-Floyd Mayweather fight. They should have made that pay-per-view. The rematch with Castillo-Floyd should have been on pay-per-view. And Bob Arum just didn't want to take the risk with Floyd, right? Was that an indictment on Floyd? Like, if we look in hindsight 2020, because hindsight's 2020, right? He was wrong about that. I think Bob Arum, as a businessman, right, made the wrong decision not putting Teofimo Lopez against Lomachenko on pay-per-view, because it would have easily done over 200,000, in my opinion. Okay, it did 4 million viewers, which was really, really good when you combine the ESPN and ESPN Plus total.
What did 4 million?
It did 4 million when you combine ESPN Plus and ESPN viewers for Teofimo Lopez and Lomachenko.
Nah.
But don't you think?
What do you mean, nah? That's what it did.
Nah. Top Rank themselves reported 3 million, man.
But this,
that was ESPN, brother.
Send me a link.
2 stars, not just one.
Send me a link.
2.
I mean, what's up with your headphones, man? They ran out of juice? Because you definitely, not on the mic. You know that, right?
Nah, I don't know.
You talking to me or are you talking to?
Nah, it's not. I'm cutting out over here.
Yeah.
My mic good or not?
Whose headphones?
Go ahead.
All right.
Nah, I was gonna say if you got 2 stars, you got 2 stars in the joint. Why do you not put that on pay-per-view? That you can't just say the promoter's being lazy. You got to say the product might not be able to get your return on it. Why can't we look at that and say that's the difference between somebody knowing or thinking they having a star versus everything else? That's why I'm saying that's the bar, V-Star. That's all I'm using that.
Okay, so really quickness. So the fight drew I was wrong, 4.2 million, not 4 million. 4.2 million viewers in the United States. When it aired live in television, it drew 2.7 million viewers on ESPN. Okay, it peaked at 2.8 million viewers on ESPN. On the ESPN app or ESPN Plus, it drew 1.5 million. So when you combine it, we're talking about 4 million viewers, brother.
All right. I mean, if you got that link, it is what it is. What up, Supermax?
All right.
Yo, what's happening? I got a few minutes parked on the road. You know the saying that's hurry up and wait is the way we do it in the trucking game. Man, I gotta disagree with you. Was it D Nice?
D Style.
That's name. D Style. Look, man, you're trying to argue as if Ness is saying, it seems like you're trying to argue as if Ness is saying you're comparing him to Pacquiao and Mayweather today, but no, in their initial pay-per-views as the A side, those numbers are equivalent. And then you're talking about today's guys. They haven't put Ryan on for whatever reason. There's rumors to be going to trailer. Teofimo's been moved back. Yes, once for COVID, but now there's reports that they got Teofimo going to be on Oscar De La Hoya's undercard.
Mm-hmm.
Canelo Alvarez.
That's got to be hard to swallow.
Came off a fight with Floyd Mayweather and only did 350,000 with Angulo, and another 350 with Lara, and then had to take a break from pay-per-view. The consistency's there, man. I don't think anybody's saying right now that Tank is head and shoulders superstar, better than everybody. But I think he's definitely one of the stars of boxing now. You just said it yourself. The Charlos, they got put on pay-per-view and they didn't get put back. That's the difference. Tank's not coming off pay-per-view no time soon. Errol Spence, if he wins, is probably not coming off pay-per-view no time soon. The numbers are what they are, obviously, but they've never, Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao and Oscar De La Hoya to a certain extent took those numbers to a level that they've never been. Don't forget, I think the record for pay-per-view buys at one point before Oscar and Mayweather broke it was only 2 million, and that was for Lennox Lewis and Mike Tyson. So these numbers aren't ridiculous; they aren't atrocious, man. You got a lot of guys that never even sniffed higher than 400,000 to 500,000 buys, man. We got to be realistic and look at the history of what pay-per-view really is. And like I said, I don't think Ness or anybody saying that Tank is the biggest star, but he's definitely up there. I think
they got guys like Gennady that failed and they took off pay-per-view, and he didn't go back on until Canelo gave him an opportunity. You got guys like Julio Cesar Chavez that did pay-per-views with John Duddy that didn't do 200,000, and that's the son of a legend before he ever lost. You understand? So, D-Style, I don't know. The shovel, he won't let it go. It's okay.
Can I respond? Because that was all directed to me. First of all, as far as we already made the argument of trajectory, right? Because that's the argument you're making. Oh, look at the early numbers of these guys and those guys. Okay, so I don't want to go over all that again. Everyone knows what those numbers were, right? But my thing is the following. I like what you said. You said the numbers are what they are. So the number is 200,000. That's what the number is, okay? Like this whole, let's put it in perspective. Let's see. Oh, remember when this guy was here at this point of his career? Let's just look at the 200,000, right? I keep hearing names like, Teofimo. He might be on the undercard of Oscar De La Hoya fight. Well, Tank Davis was on undercards himself, okay, when he was around Teofimo Lopez's age. But he never did 4 million viewers on any app or television, okay, when he was only like 23 years old, right? How's that a stat for you? Okay, because he don't got numbers like that. I can promise you that.
Terrestrial television, they've even come out and said a lot of people, they intentionally plan that around other events so people would just leave the channel on. You know what I mean? That there's no one arguing.
Actually, no. You want me to correct you on that really quick?
Please do.
Okay, so when you say that, like, for example, let me give you an example. Errol Spence got 6 million on television once for one of his fights. But what was smart, and I'm not saying this is something wrong with this, Al was smart because he put that right before the Olympics, right? Mm-hmm. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Here's your problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem, okay?
Aaron Crawford right after the Heisman ceremony.
Okay, respectfully, let me say this. Respectfully, let me say this. ESPN was on for 3 to 4 hours with just boxing. They put the whole card on, okay? And the ratings were going up, and then they went and they went up like another million before the Teofimo Lopez Lomachenko fight. It was not a carryover from a college game. It was not a carryover from a baseball game. It was not a carryover from any other sport. That was all attention for that fight. It did 4 million. Find me a fight that Tank Davis was in that did 4 million when he was 23 years old.
He don't need to D-Style because guess what? Hold on a minute.
That also goes back. Hold on. Let me get this out. That also goes back to Dance Partner though, and you're acting like Teofimo was the A side in that fight. Tank Davis right now is the A side on pay-per-view fights
in every fight.
Yeah, you're talking about Dance Partner. Lomachenko versus Teofimo is a huge fight. Can Teo replicate those same numbers with the Barrios? With a lower name guy, that's what we got to look at. We can't.
Tank Davis is 26 or 27 years old, right?
Yo, oh man, y'all don't let me get none. I just forgot my thought anyway. But anyway, let me slide in some.
Because you're rattled, brother. Because I got you rattled. That's what. And you got help. And you're still getting rattled, Ness.
27 by the time he got on pay-per-view. He's right on track.
Dude.
How old was Floyd when he got on pay-per-view?
Listen, the nail in the coffin, I don't know why he keeps arguing it, is Teo. He's talking about all these numbers Teo did, but Bob still isn't doing the pay-per-view with him. You have 4 million
and that's
people
what I'm saying.
If
all that was true, D-Style, then all that means is Bob and him dropped the ball on the pay-per-view, man. That's all that means.
Why wouldn't they convert those 4 million into buying pay-per-view fans? Why not try to get 10% at 400,000 of those people? But instead,
why do so many fighters leave Bob,
brother? So then, listen to me.
And they why did
don't argue with us that we're arguing.
You just started, brother.
But listen,
he was only 23 years old.
You're arguing with us that we believe Tank is a star, but you want us to believe Teo, who hasn't proved nothing.
No, that's not what I said at all. Actually, that's what you call putting words in people's mouth. That's what that means. Okay,
you're the one bringing up his stats. You're bringing up his stats in this conversation. No, I'm bringing up the stats to
put things in perspective, since that's what you guys are doing. You're putting things in perspective. You want to talk about trajectory. You want to talk about all these things. And
so where's
only this
much.
Teo's
trajectory?
What about
Where's
these other guys?
Teals?
They're a lot younger than Tank.
Where
And
is
I don't
Teal's
hear any
trajectory?
From that.
Listen to me. You said Tank's never done 4 million views. You said, where's his 4 million views watch? Where's Teal's? He did 4 million and nothing's coming from it.
What do you mean? Like, I mean, they're gonna do the Triller fight at some point, right? It's gonna happen. Did the Triller not bid for the fight? Did they not put the money up for the fight? Did they not want the fight? Did Eddie Hearn not want the fight? Eddie Hearn outbid Bob, right?
You just told me Triller don't have no money, D-Style.
You just
tripping, bro.
you just said Triller's in question. When I brought up Roy Jones, you said, well, we can't trust Triller. Now you want us to trust Triller.
Roy Jones didn't get
No, I didn't say trust Triller.
You even said something about one of their CEOs.
When did I say that?
You said somebody don't know boxing.
When did I say trust Triller?
Bruh, you just questioned them paying Mike and Roy.
Right? Well, Roy did come out, complain about it, right?
But now you're saying his next fight's on Triller. Which one is it? Are they not paying
Well,
guys?
they bid for it on a Pittsburgh, though. A purse bid, I'm sorry. So obviously that matters, right?
All right,
Like,
man.
here's the thing. Like, let's get back to the core of it. You guys are arguing that 200,000 makes you a pay-per-view star. So what you're saying that's
In
the
this
bar
day
now.
and
You
age.
sell 200,000, you're
In
a
this
star.
day and age,
That's
yeah.
your argument?
In this day and age, yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay, so 200,000 is starting you. I disagree. I don't think 200,000 makes you a pay-per-view star.
So hold on. What you can do is easy rebuttal. Tell us which fighters are at least selling 200,000, not views, buys. What other fighters are making 200,000 pay-per-view buys? Give us that number.
The whole sport isn't on pay-per-view. Not everyone fights on pay-per-view. That's
What
a
the
dumb
stars
question.
do, D-Style. The stars do, brother.
They made a decision to put Tank on pay-per-view. That doesn't, by definition, make him a star. Doesn't what you sell make you a star? Now, I already conceded that they're respectable numbers. Clean the wax out of your ears. I never said they were trash. I never said he's doing horrible numbers. I said he's doing respectable numbers. But that doesn't make him a star. You're going out of your way, guys, to say that he's a star right now because he sold 200,000.
Yo, it's just crazy, man.
Let me get this off.
You got to get a mic, Supermax. You sound horrible. You're like inside of a soda can.
Hold on. Would you consider Roy Jones not a superstar? Would you not have considered Felix Trinidad a star? Because those numbers were the same as what Tank's doing. These people get lost in the fact of Pacquiao and Mayweather, and then De La Hoya to an extent took numbers to a whole nother level. That's a rarity. Guys like Felix Trinidad, Fernando Vargas, Roy Jones, they weren't doing these astronomical numbers. They weren't doing plus 500,000. So those are 200,000 is definitely within range to be considered a star. There's fighters that have never broke 100,000. I mean, we have to also consider that. We have to look at the bar was definitely raised by Floyd Mayweather, but in the same sense, not everybody's Floyd Mayweather, and Floyd Mayweather wasn't doing this in his first 2 pay-per-views. Like I don't get what you're trying to not see, man.
Yeah, man.
Well, you don't get what I'm trying to say. It's real simple. It's not that hard to understand. Selling only 200,000 doesn't make you a pay-per-view star. Is that hard to understand?
Let's move on, man. He don't feel that way.
I mean, it's not that hard. Like when you ask, I don't know what you're trying to say. It's pretty plain. Like selling 200,000 doesn't make you a pay-per-view star.
Yeah.
It's respectable numbers. What's wrong with saying they're respectable numbers? What's wrong with that?
Nothing, man. That's your opinion. Let's get to some of these super chats and see, do they agree? We got Intrigue that says Tank's numbers better than Spence. Spence numbers not that good considering he was fighting known fighters. Tank did similar with less known competition. Any thoughts on that, fellas, while I get to the next one?
I just want to know. So Crawford isn't like, he's not a star. He didn't reach 200,000, but he almost did, right? So does that mean he's kind of like he's not a supernova, but he's like a medium-sized star? Is that what Crawford is?
No, because his 150, right, didn't represent what. Listen to me. No, you see, because everybody's numbers are different, D-Style. Who do you think has a higher mandatory minimum? Don't shake your head. Listen to the question.
You can't change. Numbers are numbers, brother.
No, they're not. It's a budget. You're not listening, okay? There's a budget. And if Crawford makes $5.5 million guaranteed, Don't he got to sell more pay-per-views than Tank? Because I never heard no one say Tank making $5 million a fight. Don't you see that? Don't you see that? Don't you see that 200,000 times 80 is 16 million? Give half of that to the people who provide the pay-per-view.
Distributors, yeah.
Okay? Now, Tank can give everybody $1 million and still take home 5, plus the gate is there. You're not looking at the math. Crawford has a higher mandatory minimum, plus he gave Amir Khan $6.5 million. So you're talking about roughly $12 million to make one fight, and you only sold 150 pay-per-views, 150,000.
Brother, I mean, you could put things in perspective all you want. Like you're trying hard to make this argument, but here's what I'll say.
So you don't like math either.
200,000 makes
He don't
you
like
a
math.
star.
You don't get
150,
crazy,
okay? You're pretty close to a star then.
No,
if that's the
man.
bar, if that's like that makes you a star.
Brother,
you can shake your head.
it's
you can
about
say no, because they were giving
budget. It's about budget. What aren't you getting? It's budget.
I understand the
130
budget. Like,
pounders
you
don't
explained
get
it well,
paid.
and I understand.
130
That's not the
pounders
argument.
don't get paid what welterweights and heavyweights get. What don't you understand?
So what does that even mean? So what?
That he's generating 10 times his
No.
worth.
But what does that mean, Ness? Like when someone
That's
orders a
what makes
pay-per-view,
him
right?
a star.
All right, we
Listen
gotta
to
move
this.
on. We gotta
When someone
move on.
orders a pay-per-view,
We
when
gotta
someone sits
move on,
down,
dog.
right?
We
and,
gotta
like
move
they get the
on.
remote and they're gonna order a pay-per-view. Do they say to themselves like, "Oh, this buy right here is gonna mean more because Tank's in a lighter weight"? Like, what does that mean? They just talk about the numbers, brother. 150 should be very respectable.
Because I want to see the event with Tank versus some of the other guys that
No,
put out
but
pay-per-views and nobody.
Look. You guys, like, here's the thing, though, right? If like here's where you guys need to understand. To me, 500,000 above is a star. 200,000 is respectable. Like, it's good. I'm not saying it's bad, right? 150 is trash at that point. 90,000 is trash, right? You guys are saying that 200,000 is a star, a bona fide star. Then what's right below it then? Then it has to be respectable. Then 150 needs to be respectable numbers then at that point.
Okay,
you have nowhere to go under 200,000.
So let me ask you
You're
this.
closer to zero than $1 million at that
Let
point.
me ask you this.
You know what I mean?
Let me ask you this. If you want 150 to be respectable, right? Isn't it up to the Hold on. Isn't it up to the promoter, right? Obviously, they lost money and it's not the same. Or else his next fight would have been on pay-per-view. Let me just get to some more super chats.
Again.
Let me get to more super
So
chats.
if Crawford takes a pay cut, he's a star then? Is that what you're saying?
I bet you if he take a pay cut, he'll get better fights and do better numbers. I bet you if he take less money like Floyd did with Oscar and give a little bit more to the bigger name fighter, he'll do better pay-per-view numbers, D-Style. But anyway, Potato Chip with a super chat. Pastor Gibbs in the house. That means I'm preaching, champ. That means I'm preaching. We go into the next one. We got Brandon in Houston.
To the choir.
Brandon in Houston. Listen, he says, if the next Tank card is $95, does that mean it's a co-main with Logan Paul versus a name? I'm lost with that. If the next Tank card is $95, that means it's a co-main with Logan
I know what
Paul.
they mean by that.
Okay,
That's
so
the
they're
argument
saying
I made earlier.
yeah. So they're saying they're gonna put them both on the same card.
No. What he's saying is that they would only price it that if he was fighting like a Logan Paul,
or if he was on the card with Tank. Like if they do a double pay-per-view, which they could.
Okay.
Which they could. It don't mean when is Tyrone Woodley supposed to fight Jake Paul? Because there's no announcement of that. There's no date of that. You never know. Tank could be back and Jake and Woodley on the undercard. Woo! Huge. I like that. Even though it's a dream, because Tank is a star, he ain't gonna, he don't need no help. Texas Bulldog, people will be making excuses when Teal sells less. What do you say to that? That's directly to you. Would you make an excuse if Teal sold less?
it would just mean that Tio is not a pay-per-view star either.
You wouldn't blame it on Cambroso?
It would mean that he's not doing respectable numbers like Tank.
You wouldn't blame it on Cambroso? Or Cambosos?
No. I mean, at that point, I think we couldn't Kamboza's is maybe. I mean, Barrios was Mexican. That does help a little bit, but it's not enough to we could still gauge it, right? It'll still be comparable, right? But right now, like if you want me to concede that Tank sells better than anyone from 140 and below in terms of pay-per-view, I'll concede that. He's doing respectable numbers. These other guys cannot even do respectable numbers.
All right.
That's my only argument.
Amen.
Right?
Amen.
And I agree about Crawford, by the way. Your point about Crawford's spot on. Crawford needs to, but he has too big of an ego to do that.
Amen. Listen, we got through to him. Counterpunch, Coach Myers, Connecticut. What up?
Yo, you hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah, these styles, man. Yeah, you're rambling, bro. He sounds like you got Matt back or something. You know what I mean? Going back and forth with Matt.
Matt Hunter.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know who that is, but good combo. But I gotta say, Tank is a pay-per-view star. I would think he is, man. Like, who else I mean, you can't go by Tio what he might have done. I mean, who cares about the 4.2 million when Earl did 6? You know what I mean? And still only did his highest was like 340, 360.
Perspective, brother.
So you can't
the difference.
Yeah, but you can't compare it though because Earl actually did a pay-per-view and we've seen the outcome of the 6 million. We haven't seen any, translation of the 4.2 million on ESPN. That's all I'm saying. Like, we can say that for anybody. But that's my call.
Great call,
fantastic call.
Yeah, it's a fantastic call, but he didn't rebuttal any of my points. You know what I mean? Like here's my thing, Roy. So if 200,000 is a star, then and here was my earlier point, Ness. Then 150 is respectable, then, right? Now your argument was, well, he and the reason I said so if he takes a pay cut, what that then means that they did respectable. What I mean by that is if he didn't get paid as much in the Postal fight, then that would make it respectable then, because you were making the argument of whether they made money or not.
You know why?
Right?
You know why? Because his next fight would have been on pay-per-view, right? Plus his promoter would have said, damn, we can afford.
You ready for me to destroy your argument right now?
Brother, it would have went up. He would have kept going up.
Let me just say this. Lewis Tyson, was that a big, massive pay-per-view?
Lennox
Lewis versus Mike Tyson, was that a successful pay-per-view in your opinion?
I'm gonna assume, I don't know the numbers. I never, you're the historian, not me, but I'm gonna assume yes.
They did over $1 million, well over $1 million, right?
Yeah.
But they lost money.
Yeah, because of the purse. Because of the purses, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, but does it mean that it wasn't are you gonna say that the Tank's pay-per-view is sold more? We can't say that, right?
No, I'm telling you that if you can't cover the purses, you're not in the green. Tank's in the green. He's making more money than he's worth and more money than his undercard is worth. You talking about Mike Tyson was a $30 million fighter. What the hell? What they had to pay Lennox? You know how many pay-per-views they had to sell to cover that? You're not getting it, that it makes financial sense to them. Listen, here's the simplest analogy. You're Burger King, I'm McDonald's. I'm selling a hamburger, brother, and everybody's around the corner buying it. You need to get a comparable burger. Until you do, my burger is the Big Mac on the town, champ. It's the Big Mac. You got burgers. Whopper, exactly. You got to bring out that Whopper. You got to put out that marketing. You got to put it out there. Y'all ain't got no Whopper right now. Ryan ain't no Whopper. Ryan ain't no Whopper, and neither is Tio.
We're talking about the raw numbers, not about how much profit an event made. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the raw numbers.
No.
The
Negative. You are wrong. Because you can only be on pay-per-view if your promoter believes in you. And obviously these numbers make sense financially, and that's why it continues to be on pay-per-view.
I get that, Ness. Which is why Tank does respectable number. I'm talking about the numbers, bro.
And that's your opinion. It's respectable to you. But I lived through the era of Triple G. I remember when Triple G reporters, not just fanboys, when reporters would say he was a star because he sold in 2 different regions. Because he could sell in Madison Square Garden and do 20,000 tickets. Let's give him 20. And then he went to LA and he sold 17. Let's give him 17. He was a star. Tank is doing that.
Respectable numbers by your definition, right?
Tank is doing, no, he's doing under 200.
No, but 200 is the bar, though. That makes you a star.
Actually,
200,000 makes you a star. Bro.
Actually, if you check my interview with Espinoza before Mikey and Earl was even actually done, he said 250 was the bar for the welterweight fight that was Earl and Mikey, which both of those were rumored to be paid $8 million, which is 16. So they needed 200 just to cover the purses. You see? You see how much money?
What are you telling me right now? A quick hypothetical. If Tank was guaranteed $15 million,
it would be a bust.
And he did 200,000.
It would be a bust.
You're referring to that. I get all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at it from a business standpoint. Did the event make money? I get all that. I get you.
Because
right?
that's the only way you. That's the only way you stay on TV.
You a star, like for example.
Why would the network
Walmart
put you
is
on?
A mega business, right?
Champy, why is the network got
mom and pop shop and you make a profit? It doesn't make you like a big business, brother. Like,
why is the network bringing them back on? You got Ryan Garcia can't get a fight or a date, but the network already saying Tank is back. What are you arguing? You really don't have an argument.
Ryan, that's Ryan's fault. Ryan pulled out of that fight.
Tio don't got a date.
He pulled out because of COVID.
Tio don't got a date. Like, I'm showing you, Oscar don't got a date. Like, who are we talking about? He is a star. The network already seen the numbers.
He tweeted out that he has a date, brother. Like, that's all he did.
So he's lying. So he's lying.
No, it doesn't mean he's lying, but just having a date set doesn't make you a star by definition. Brother, what does that even mean? There's a lot of fight.
No, you're not putting it. You're not putting it into perspective.
A lot of fighters.
You're not putting it into perspective. D-Style, his numbers got leaked yesterday by Coppinger. Yesterday.
Hey yo.
And on top of his numbers being leaked, he also giving you confirmation that the same network that those numbers came out attached to is giving him another return date. It means profit. Business is good.
Exactly.
Business is good.
Respectable, profitable numbers.
Amen to that.
Hey, D-Style, if you an attorney or an accountant, bro, I need you because you got a hell of a resolve, brother. Either one of them two things, man. You ain't letting up.
I'll tell you what, man. I'm having fun doing this, bro. It's all good.
Yo, man, tell everybody where they can find you on a regular basis. I'm going out to my next caller. King Born, what up? Where they can find you at, champ?
Hey, D-Style Boxing, the Spanish Causing Panic tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern time. You guys can catch us there.
There you go. Let me see. That is King Born with the Oregon number. I never noticed that. I just know your number by heart. Hopefully you still there, man. We've been having them on Blog Talk for an hour. Times 2.
When you see old dirty bastard fall in a position like that, then you know that I'm getting ready to bust your
King Born. All right. Who up next? Let me see here. Zuldo ain't on pay-per-view, FYI. I'm just saying. There's a lot of people not on pay-per-view, man. So, it really matters what you're doing out here. We got Sir Douglas, Indiana. Indiana, what up? Sir Douglas, we hear you.
Yo.
What up?
Oh, what's up, y'all? What's up, D Styles, Nash? Who's my other guy in the back?
King
Don't be disrespectful. What's up?
What's good, brother?
200,000. What's good with you, fam? 200K is respectable. I get what D Styles saying, but I would say Tank's a star. I think that should be the bar in 2021 because if we can't go back and compare the pay-per-views from back in the day, like y'all was saying earlier. I took a lot of my points, so I'm gonna just try to speed through real quick. I think 200 should be breakout for a star, and I think 300 and 400 should be almost close to mega because of all the sites from, I'm not going to say the streams that some people use, but you got streams where you can just stream the fight. So for example, Wilder and Fury probably did maybe 800 to a mil, but maybe 7 to 10 million illegal streams as well. So people are cheating the system.
There was definitely a reported 10 million illegal streams for that fight. Definitely a reported 10 million.
Come on, so you can't win, and then you got to think boxing is different than any other sport. Boxing is not united. I mean, you can have 4 different promotional companies on one night. It's not like the NBA where you have the commissioner, you have one network, and you have games coming on back to back. A lot of our fights come on all at once, which is bogus because you had a DVR one, pull out the laptop for another one, and so on and so forth.
A lot of
universal
promoting. A lot of counter production they do in boxing.
And that hurts the sport, man. But I'll say this, and I'll leave off of this. I think what makes Tank a super duper mega star, like Floyd going forward, is his next few opponents. Ryan Garcia probably will do close to maybe 500,000-600,000 respectively, maybe 7 to 8 million illegal. Maybe get you a Lomachenko fight because I think he'll beat Tio in this rematch on pay-per-view ESPN, and then maybe give one back to the hood. Go ahead and go after Gary Russell Jr. maybe, or Chris Colbert, and then Tank will be there. So that's my call, man. Great show, fellas. I'm back in the queue.
All right.
Thank you, brother. Great call.
We got Coach Myers, who says Broner was called Mr. HBO, solidified star. Plus, don't forget they offered him what, 60 or 20 million by Rock? Come on, man. Like, how you gonna say Broner wasn't a star? But okay. Who's next on the Super Chatty? Looking like we just stopped on Coach Myers. Where is that? Boom. Damn. I missed a bunch. Okay, here we go. Broner was solidified star. Next one is Jay Miller. And your first one is people also illegally stream pay-per-view now more than ever. That's what we were trying to tell our good friend D-Style, but he doesn't seem to factor that in. Jay Miller back with another one. Shout out to you. He says PS3 in 206 was $500. PS4 in 2020 is $500. Tank's a star.
Okay, because the dude said it. Okay.
I mean, what's your rebuttal, champ?
If I say this, if he's a star in the sport of boxing, the niche sport of boxing.
Yes.
Okay. But is he a star, like, just in general? Like, no, he's not.
Okay. I'll take that, man. As long as, look, he went from not being a star to respectable numbers to a star
because
in
I
sport.
think you know what? I honestly think we feel the same way about his number. It's just that I'm calling it respectable. You're calling it star. I just think I have a higher standard for the term star.
For me, it's a star because it's like everyone else is saying. In this day and age, when no one can do pay-per-views, yeah, he's a star. I got a counterpunch. Brandon, what up? Cincinnati, talk to us.
Yo, what up, y'all? Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, great show. I love when you have guys on the panel that may have an opinion that differs from yours and y'all not insulting each other or y'all just going back and forth cooking. I love it, man. Good show. D Styles holding his own, but y'all kind of kicking his ass. But I just want to point out a couple things. And I want to play devil's advocate because I agree with Ness and them. I think Tank is a star. But I want to play devil's advocate to help him out. I mean, you mentioned the music business. And you said, similar to the music business with the free streaming and stuff like that, illegal streaming, it's hurting the numbers for pay-per-views. But I kind of disagree with that because you got to think, back in the day, we had LimeWire, BearShare, all that other shit, where we could illegally stream music. And that didn't stop 50 Cent and them from going platinum. That didn't stop Nelly and them from going platinum because people were illegally streaming the shit. So I think that illegally streaming, it can be used as an excuse for numbers being weak. Because like I said, in the music business, that didn't stop these rappers from going platinum when we was line wiring it up back in the day. And we act like the UFC doesn't get illegally streamed. they get illegally streamed just as much as boxing. Dana White ain't got some kind of fucking drone or some kind of
Cut it. Minute 30, Gabe. Minute 30. That was a long one. We going out to Big Nick. What up?
Let's go! I'm ready!
Yo, what's going on, man? Nah, it's just a quick one from me. Listen, it's a good back and forth. But I just want to, it's not even so much help my brother out because it's not a verses or anything like that. But I just want to put some food out for thought, right? So by these numbers, yeah, that you're chucking out there, I think Tank did, 604,000 free-to-air views when he fought Gamboa. Now, by those numbers, if you factor in, you know when Furman fought Danny, he did, I think they did like 5 million pay-per-view, not pay-per-view, free-to-air calls.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say, sorry, my thoughts are a little bit muddled up here, but what I'm trying to say is, like, I don't think numbers necessarily always transcend and mean that somebody is a star. So, like, for instance, when you factor in Gervonta Davis, he's fighting in what you would call Black America, right? But he's not fighting out of his hometown. Is he doing massive numbers, like in terms of when he headlines in, say, Baltimore, where he's from, or when he's fighting in the New York area? He's not. He's fighting in Black America. And all I'm just trying to say is that I think he's a rising star, but I don't think he's a superstar yet, if you see what I'm saying.
Definitely.
Because his numbers don't necessarily... 200,000 is good, but we've been led to believe that 250,000 is the breaking even point, right?
Yeah, but you could do your own math, though. You know he's not a $5 million fighter. So, 80 times 200 is 16 million. Take half. That leaves him what?
8.
All right. How much is Tank getting paid? How much is Barrio getting paid? How much did the non-champion Erickson Lubin get paid? How much did the former unified champion get paid? Again, the money is there in abundance. It's there.
I agree with what you're saying.
Like, you can be generous with everybody.
But you're scrimping on the undercard to make it look fruitful. Do you see what I'm saying? To make it look like,
when I did my math, I gave everybody $1 million on the undercard, which they did not get paid. Erickson never's getting $1 million he never been a world champ. He ain't making $1 million yet. Rosario lost his belts. He might not be making $1 million. I mean,
but listen, look, Ness, I'm not even going to knock his numbers. His 200,000 shows a lot of potential. Like I say, if 250 is the breaking even point, I'm going to say Tank is definitely a rising star. But one thing I wanted to say, when I was just looking at a few numbers, man, Bud is my favorite fighter. But when I'm looking at, he did 150,000 with Amir Khan. And like your man there said, that if we're going to say 250,000 is good, then 150,000 it's got to be okay. But you know what? If you're saying that 250, if he's, I can't even get what I'm saying out here. But what I'm saying is, bro, Bud's numbers don't look good.
No, I mean, especially not for his mandatory minimum. It's just the bottom line. He's got a higher mandatory minimum than Tank,
Great call, Nick.
So it's going to be difficult. We got another counterpunch right back from Brandon, Cincinnati. Uh-oh.
I just wanted to finish my point. I noticed that nobody rebutted my points. That means I was right. But yeah, like I was saying, the UFC does millions and 500s and 600s, and they get illegally streamed too. So why ain't they using that illegally streaming excuse? So that's just my point. Now, I was just doing that to help these styles because y'all was kicking his ass a little bit. But in my opinion, I think Tank is a star, man. Like I said, I seen the scenery at the fight, and looking at the scenery at the bar, I was at to watch the fight. I don't give a damn who wants to consider a star. If he can bring that type of crowd out and that type of beautiful, I don't give a damn what you want to call him. I want to keep watching him. The fight was exciting, and it's only going to get better. I mean, and just think, these styles, he never fought on terrestrial TV. He's been on Showtime pretty much all his career. I mean, he did fight on a couple pay-per-view undercards, but I'm saying he never got that push of being in front of 6 million and 4 million on ESPN or Fox, and he's still doing good. So I like the dude. I think he's a star. He's been putting on, and he knows me. That's all it takes for my ass. That's y'all have a good one, brother.
All right,
So
all right.
Translation, it makes me feel good that he's a star, so therefore I'm going to believe he's a star, regardless of what anybody says. Regardless of what's presented to me, I feel good saying he's a star. I see people in the chat saying, no, everything over 200,000 makes you a star. That's what I keep hearing people say. Why? Because Tank did 200,000? If Tank had done 180,000, what you guys have been saying, no, that totally makes you a star, because by your math, Ness, he would still make profit with 180,000. When does the profit end? At what number?
I mean, when the mandatory minimum isn't above, when whatever the fight costs to make doesn't exceed the pay-per-view buys.
So if he did 100,000 and made a profit, it would still be a star. Is that what you're saying?
Now that wouldn't be.
But he made a profit, right? This is the problem with these arguments. Like, you're making arguments that suit Tank.
That wouldn't be correct, because no one is gonna do a pay-per-view where the profit is only 100,000 that then you got to split with a provider. So we're talking about 50,000 times 80. So that would be a bust.
250,000 is respectable. It's good.
You know what?
But it doesn't make you a star.
I'm gonna take that word. I'm gonna take your word, respectable, right? But look, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to use this analogy. I got to go back to it. And Brandon had a great call. I couldn't rebut it. But speaking of those times, there was a time, when, remember, the only dudes moving units is M, Pimp Juice, and us. And for those that don't know, Pimp Juice is Nelly. Now, when you talk about it, most people are going to say, yo, Eminem and Jay-Z, Renegade. They don't know how or why Nelly was mentioned in the conversation, because they kept saying, he ain't a rapper, he ain't this, but he was moving the units. All I'm saying is, however Tank is moving the units, he's in the discussion. So I'll even accept respectable. Accept respectable, but I think, the trajectory definitely points to stardom. So I think that's the way we can all be satisfied, right? It's respectable numbers, but the trajectory definitely suggests the stardom.
There we go. D-Styles convinced these guys. There we go.
Let me get to super chat from Axiom, who says TBV for life. Next up, we got Ken Stone. Which one is this we have? We have. All right. First one is, we have to judge Tank on his perceived star power, since that's what is blocking his biggest fights happening for Tank, as said by his own promoters. Let me reread that. We have to judge Tank on his perceived star power, since that's what is blocking the biggest fights from happening for Tank, as I guess he's talking about what Floyd said, you know what I mean? That he's only fighting in-house, which is exactly how Teofimo became undisputed and Josh Taylor. We're going out to James Benitez. People don't like to bring that up, that was completely in-house. The fact that Teo got out of the WBC tournament where he had to fight Devin, so it would be in-house. Got out of that tournament, chose to go IBF, which was co-promoted by Lou DiBella in Top Rank. Got the Vasil Lomachenko fight, which was Top Rank. So I don't know what's going on here. What's going on? We got James that says, MMA fans are laughing at Tank numbers. Yeah, that's fine. Well, MMA fighters are trying to be boxers to get real paydays. Long story short, Tank's a star, and that is very true. MMA could be doing better numbers, but their fighters are dying to get paid what Tank is getting paid. Dying.
If I could defend boxing a little bit, so these UFC fighters are fighting under a UFC banner, and they give people these big stacked cards, right? Like that, they do that better than boxing. But in boxing, when a fight sells, it's because of the fighter. It's not because just being. There's no boxing umbrella, you know what I mean? Like in the UFC. So since it's the fighter that sells it, not the name brand, that's why the fighters in boxing get most of the money.
And let me tip my hat to boxing again, even though Anderson Silva might have won against Julio Chavez Jr., I bet you that might have been his second, if not his top third highest payday in his entire life.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I think Chavez Jr. missing weight is in his top 10 all-time paydays.
Yep. We got Supermax with another one that says, Triller talking about putting Tio on Oscar De La Hoya's undercard, but this caller claiming he's a star. Man, just take the L. Tank on his way to being a star emoji. Let me just go ahead and ring it along for Super Chat. That was like his third one. Super Max, thanks for continuing to support. The Brotherhood just says, if D-Style sound like a hater, press the number 1. Let me see the ones in the chat. Let me see the ones where your number was at. Big chop.
Yeah, I love it, bro. I'm like that fighter that's like winning, but they're booing, but I'm winning the fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they don't like what I'm doing, but it's okay. Bring on the boos. I love it.
Let's see. Where's Brotherhood so we can screen share? Where'd that go? Oh, there it goes. Let's screen share that. Boop. Next up is Big Chop. Big Chop says, this guy is a tank hater and a Mexican fight lover. Hispanics causing panic.
That's right. You can tune in every Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern time. These Style Boxing Live. You can hear all the hate in there.
Yo, let me get out to JT in Dallas. What is up?
So interesting that you come across like a nice guy, but you're really a piece of shit. Hey, with that comment. Come on. No, that was a piece of fuck you. That was a piece of shit. You know, we're doing live TV. Man, I don't care. What you gonna do about it?
I'll kill this mother. Why do you have to talk like that? Well, I'm talking to you the way I want to talk to you. You have a problem? Turn off your station. I'm the best ever.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. But you driving.
I know I'm driving. Yeah. I'm gonna get back on topic. I'm not worried about that star stuff. But if we was talking about Devin Haney and Gervonta Davis fight, Devin Haney more of the slick boxer. Gervonta is a boxer puncher. I think a lot of people underestimate Gervonta's boxing skills. And I don't see Devin Haney making the mistakes that Barrios and Leo Santa Cruz made that got him caught. But I see Gervonta Davis giving the Devin Haney trouble with his boxing ability and his punching power. So that's a 50-50 fight. Good interviews with Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn got his bias, his ego, all that get in the way of his promotion when he running his show. But I like this interview with him, Ness, and the other guy. Shout out to him. Wish him the best with his pro career and stuff like that. Yeah, 2 good interviews. But I'm just gonna keep it short on it. That's all I got on it.
All right, champ. Thanks for calling in. We got what rep it that says this show is heat. 2 fire emojis. Let me just go ahead and ring the alarm, because that was definitely his third super chat of the day. We got Ken Stone back with another one. I think I got to ring the alarm for Ken. Let me double check here on the Stone tip. I'm pretty sure. Okay, Ken. So you are at the best thing we have. Oh shit, so you really do have 3. We gotta ring the alarm for Ken as well. He says Tank watches Inoue. Inoue is a global superstar. Yeah, he's a global superstar. He ain't been on pay-per-view yet. Let's see how many people buy his pay-per-view. Him and Nonito, I would pay for it. I want Nonito to get a rematch. He deserves it. It would have been better if Nonito would have been fought Casimir, but they got some stuff going on that they need to figure out, and till then we probably won't get that. But yeah, I mean, people do call him a star. Why do you think they haven't put him on pay-per-view, D-Style?
Well, in a way, it's just, he's from Japan, brother. You know what I mean? He just came over here. You know what I mean? I don't know if Inoue will ever be a pay-per-view star, though. I don't think he will. 118 pounders just don't become huge mega stars. I think Inoue is good for boxing. He'll be good like on undercards, like Finito Lopez will be on the undercard of Mike Tyson cards and stuff like that. Like they could do something like that with Inoue.
All right, we got the Brotherhood.
I'm a fan now.
Brotherhood with his second super chat. Where is it? So I can screen share.
This dude's paying you because he hates me. Isn't that great?
He said, if Rosie Perez was there, he a star. I ain't even know Rosie was there. Shout out to Rosie, cause yeah, man, if you bringing her out, you doing something right. Shout out to you, Brotherhood. One more, and we gonna ring the alarm for you as well. We right back at Ken Stone, who said, This is a funny. This gotta be a funny. Wait till Josh has a stadium fight on Sky pay-per-view. Oh, okay. Sky, I can see it. I can see, even though he's from Scotland, I don't know if the UK gonna really pay. We'll see. We'll see. Let me see. We got LV Slug. Where you at? Damn, no dot. No dot. Just LV Slug. And he said, can Valdez move up to 140 and beat Barrios D-style?
Not right now. No, I wouldn't pick him right now.
Neither did Colbert. Colbert said he not skilled enough to do that. Next one is from Intrigue. And I think this is Intrigue. Let me see. Yeah, second, right? Intrigue. Boom. You had 50. Then this next one is, I just want to screen share them all. He says Tank. Oh, damn. We got to ring along for Intrigue. He do got Tree. Because where is this next one at? Wait. Let me do this. Sorry, fellas. Sorry. Trying to get it together.
The reason Tank, by the way, just really quick, I know a caller called him a boxer puncher, and I'm not going to argue with that. I mean, you could definitely say that, but I think Tank's at his best when he's stalking guys and he's just a bona fide puncher, right? I think that's when he's at his best. And he does take a little bit of licks. He does get hit a little bit, but then he comes back with that fucking hammer, you know? And Tank's what you call a guy that's worthy. Like, he's got Thor's hammer, like, you know, in his gloves. He could crack. Definitely. He's a bona fide puncher. That's why he does better, because he could move up and do it like a Duran did. You know what I mean? Punchers can do that. Like, they can move up and weight and do some damage.
We got Intrigue the Incredible back with another one. I think this is his second one. He says, if I'm making $50,000 a week, but everyone else on my street making $10,000 a year, doesn't that make me rich because I make the most? I mean, you know, these are addressed to you, these super.
But does it make you wealthy?
But does it make you wealthy? Answer a question with a question. I love it.
No, but that answers, that's valid if it answers the question, right? I mean, I get the analogy, right? So the answer would be yes, like he's rich, but we're not talking rich here. We're talking wealthy.
Yo,
right?
If Leo,
if 250,000 is rich, then what's 150 then?
What Rep It says, if Leo does 200,000 pay-per-views again, is he a star?
I mean,
I would say yeah, man. Yo, if people are paying to see you D-style, you a star, man. They paying to see you. They could choose not to. That's how I'm looking at it. But we got LV Slugger with another one. Is that number Dosh?
But that's true about every pay-per-view, right? Like, every pay-per-view sold, and every pay-per-view has someone who paid to see you. Right?
Yep, and that's why the numbers matter.
Okay, so it's about the numbers, right? Not about how much profit it makes, right? Then
both. Obviously, it's both.
Bar,
no, because obviously it's both. That's why Crawford ain't back on pay-per-view. It's obviously numbers and profit. The numbers indicate the profit. We got LV Slugger with another one that says, Teal still haven't did a main event other than Loma, where he was the B-side, man.
Well, I mean, just because Floyd was the B-side against Gotti, he was the B-side against De La Hoya. Like, not everyone starts as the A-side. Like, it did what it did. Loma's fight with Nakatani didn't do 4 million views. Loma's other fights on ESPN didn't do that many views, right? So Theo had something to do with it, right?
Something.
Yeah, there we go.
Something. You gotta admit that. But next up is what? Rep It. That's why we rang the alarm. My man out here, and he said, this extremely entertaining. Great show. 2 fire emojis. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate D-Style jumping on and playing devil's advocate. At this point, we believe he's playing devil's advocate. We do not believe that he truly means any of it, what he's saying. We got a counterpunch from Big Nick. Big Nick, what up?
No, you know what? Here, I'm just thinking this, right? Like I said, because I've been looking at numbers, and numbers is not really my thing. I think that's more of an American thing in boxing. But I'm looking at numbers, right? And I'm seeing, I said to you in my last call that Keith Thurman, he did 5 million free-to-air views against Danny. He did over 500,000 pay-per-views with Pacquiao. So I'm just looking at it thinking, okay, maybe it's because of the activity. So I may be answering my inactivity. So maybe answering my own question here, but he's legit he could legit, just off of numbers, be the A side to anybody in the welterweight division, bar, say, I guess Pacquiao or whoever. Yeah, bar Pacquiao. He legit could be the A side against. But if we're just going off numbers, he could legit be the A side against Bud and Spence. I'm just thinking. I'm here. Do you know what I mean? I'm thinking out loud here, but I'm just saying that I don't know if numbers don't necessarily always correlate to star power in some ways. Because if that be the case, then Thurman should be one of the biggest stars in boxing, right?
But isn't he amongst all the PBC fighters? He's the one with the highest pay-per-view numbers. Now, granted, he fought Pacquiao, and that's cool. Earl has his opportunity to beat Thurman's number, but out of everyone, even Broner, Thurman, it was proven he's got the best, and he was on all the inaugurals. He was on primetime television, so it does make the case for why his pay-per-view sold more than everyone else. Because Broner had the opportunity to do a pay-per-view with Pacquiao, and it only did 400,000. Thurman did more.
Yeah, bro. Well, to be honest, that's my call. I'm just putting it out there, a little bit of a curveball, because, like I say, it doesn't necessarily from his numbers, he should be one of the biggest, but it just doesn't quite feel like it.
Cut it. Sorry, champ. Way more than a minute 30. I don't want other counter punchers getting mad like my man Coach Myers and Brandon. We got Davidian, Buffalo Falls. Davidian, Buffalo Falls. King Born, New York City. What up? We went to you on Blog Talk. You must have been at a stop. Unmute.
Yo, you hear me? You hear me?
We do.
Let's get to it, y'all. Inflation, Filmation. You heard? Filmation was He-Man. Filmation did He-Man. Filmation did Fat Albert, man. Listen, man, I don't know who this dude is, but you a hater. You a super hater. How you gonna shade like Ryan is moving the needle? Ryan Garcia ain't doing nothing. That man Tank had a sold out joint. The whole shit was sold out. Nuts was there. Nuts showed us, yo. What you talking about, man? Come on, man. Stop the hate, man. Cause a little dude at 5'5" that's moving, that doing the Canelo move, and Canelo's running with him. That's Canelo, man. He enjoys seeing him. How you gonna say he not pay-per-view? You talking about inflation, claymation, filmation. That shit ain't gonna work, man, on the boxing voice and the voice. It's not gonna work, bro. Stop hating. When your man Ryan Garcia do something, come back. Holla at me. Holla at King Born. And we could do the pay-per-view numbers. You talk about inflation, the dollar value. Rosie Perez was there. Yo, Dr. J was there. Keith Simmons. He not a star. He not a star, right? So who doing that? Ryan Garcia ain't doing that, my man. Come on, brother. You a hater. If you a hater, that's cool. We love you. But just admit you a hater. You feel me, Ness? You hating. You lost. Love you. Come back again. Peace.
Hey, go tell the price of milk. When the price of milk goes up, do you say, oh, inflation? When the dollar amount is worth less in your bank account, do you say inflation, all that? No, you don't, right? Like, do you say that like? Oh man, this gallon of milk used to only be 99 cents when I was only 12 years old. Well, now I'm only gonna pay 99 cents for it. No, right? You still gotta pay the $3, the $4 for it, right? So it's not like inflation don't matter. Now, if you don't understand inflation, I could educate you about it. But if you don't understand it, that's okay.
All right. Where we left off on Super Chatties, looking like we were off at what rep it. Next up, Derek Wallace. Fighters are trending towards subscriptions, just like in the music. No one sells CDs. Artists are using streaming apps like Spotify. Loma versus Tio tops 200,000 easy. Tops, so that means what? $299? Or he's saying top out like only gets 200,000.
Yeah, I don't think that's. Not sure. I would have to look into that.
What do you think it does? What do you think it does if it would have been on pay-per-view? They did 4 million 4 million eyes.
I think it would have done at least 300,000. But again, no way to know that, right?
Now that's beautiful. Your guesstimation is only 100,000 above Tank numbers, which means opponent matters. Tank's
which means it's 100,000 more buys, like you said, Ness.
Yeah,
100,000 more people that want to see it.
Yeah, so that means that not only is Tio and Loma stars, but Tank is obviously a star because he didn't have a Loma or a Tio across the corner from him.
And I just want to correct myself. It was 4.2 million homes. I watched it with like 30 people, right? So how many people watched it, right?
That's
so it might have done more than 300,000.
I don't know. What was the numbers for that Lomachenko fight with that other guy?
Nakatani?
Yeah.
Let's look it up. I'll look it up while you go to another call or something.
What was those numbers? Irvin Green says, if Tank isn't a star with 200,000 pay-per-view buys, name a fighter that is not a star that is doing those numbers. He's busy, y'all. He looking up other numbers. He busy. He can't answer that too.
Whoa.
He can't answer that too.
We've already been through this though. How many times I gotta slap this narrative out of the way? Like it's like a fly, bro. Like god damn. No, look. Just because he's doing 200,000, let's just hypothetically say that no other fighter on 140 or below is capable of selling 200,000, right? Now we don't know that because a lot of them they're not putting them on pay-per-view. They're on platforms that are the definition of differences, right? Okay, but here's the thing: like 200,000 is respectable. It just means that the other guys cannot do respectable numbers. That's it.
All right, J Mac, Counterpunch. J Mac, what up?
Yo.
Yes, sir.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
You definitely.
Hey, shout out to D-Styles, and I know I didn't heard him. Yo, is I'm clear now?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Can you hear me now clearly?
Yep.
Yeah, we hear the background noise and everything. We hear you clear, brother.
D-Styles, I heard him argue multiple narratives before, so I know I don't always agree with him, but I actually do agree with him on this one. I think Tank is y'all. I think y'all arguing giving Tank his potential. Yes, he got the platform. Yes, he got the name. Yes, he got the brand. 200,000 is a respectable number in today's boxing because that's what we got to accept with everything that's going on. But yesterday boxing, 200,000 wouldn't make the budget or make the cut. For us, what his purse is, it definitely has a lot to do with it. I hear y'all bringing up Bud in it, but Bud's purse puts him in a situation where he needs to have the proper dance partner to sell successful numbers, see him make his purse. So when you got a guy getting paid over $5 million for a pay-per-view compared to what Tank got, it's going to always be a problem. As people saying haters, I'm getting tired of that. Dudes just think because you see something separate or something different from them that you hate. And I think it's very ignorant for a person to say that you're a hater because you disagree with them, especially when you sit up here and you go back and forth and you paint your picture and you argue your narrative, because at the end of the day, it's always going to come down to our narratives, our perception of what we see or what we take away from it. Shout out to D-Styles. I agree with him on this one, but I know how he argue and I know his bias, so I'm sure me and him going to have some back and forwards soon to come.
All right.
Shout out to you, brother.
Etho Cool says Tank stops Haney. Facts. TBV for life. You think that? Because that was actually the topic of the show. We've gone into whether or not Tank's a star. It was more about.
I think he does.
It was more about is there a bigger event in Atlanta than Tank versus Haney in October?
I'll say this, Ness. I don't think with a puncher like Tank, you need to have something to keep him honest. I just don't think Haney has something to keep him honest. He has the skills. He's gonna give him fits and all that. But at some point, you're like not you, but just in general, anyone who thinks he's not gonna get hit, like you're delusional if you don't think Tank's gonna land something at some point.
So you also think he's a good fighter too?
Of course, I never said Tank wasn't good.
No, I'm trying to highlight you so that they don't have you painted as this hater.
I got you.
You actually like the way
one of the most exciting fighters in the sport. He's really, really good. His boxing skills are underrated. A caller said that earlier. It is. It's just that his power is so good that he likes to stalk guys because I think he's more effective that way as a pure puncher. But I think he will probably be losing on the scorecards against Devin Haney, but he will catch him. And man, he ain't going to get up once he gets clipped.
Wow, he ain't getting up. Bill about to jump on. Say his name 3 times like Candyman. He in here. We got Candy Slim 501. D-Style winning. 200,000 is respectable. A star is 300 or better in my opinion. Puto Golovkin makes more money than Tank and he only did 100,000 with Lemieux. But that's what we're telling you. That's why he wasn't a star, because he only did 100,000, and his purse is so much that they couldn't even float their freaking thing. We got another counterpunch from J-Mac.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot to address that one because my brother came on and he likes to put this narrative like Devin Haney can't. And what D-Style said was accurate. Tank look good when he's stalking guys. And he ain't that boxer puncher as much unless you stand right in front of him. See, this is what I see when they fight. See, Tank can knock these flat-footed guys out or guys that stand still and pause up when he explodes on them and picks his shots. A guy like Devin Haney who depends on his footwork, his balance, and his the way he keeps doing it at the end of his jab, which he does pretty good. And I don't think Tank is miles ahead of him to where we can say, oh my God, like he ain't gonna be able to do that. I have Devin Haney keeping Tank at the end of his jab. I don't think Tank will land stuff effective enough to hit Devin Haney or put Devin Haney in situations. I heard Izzy call earlier, like I think Devin Haney going against a Tank Davis would not take those chances he took against Linares. So what I have, Devin Haney, like you said, Tank will be losing on the scorecards, trying to catch up with him, and he might get desperate. But I think with Devin Haney's ability to move, tuck his head, slip, slide, keep with a good footwork, fight backwards, and keep his jab pumping out there, I think he outboxed Tank. And I think Tank, that's why Floyd don't want Devin Haney. You gotta remember, Floyd trained both of them. Floyd know Tank weaknesses and he know Devin weaknesses. Tank gets anxious. Tank tries to go in for the kill too soon. You could hear it if you do your study and see how Floyd be breaking.
Cut it. Boxing Patron. What up? We hear you typing, you just ain't talking. Boxing Patron.
You got?
We hear you.
Oh, sorry. You got me next to you?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, man. I think with the pay-per-view buys, man. Hey, man, Take's fun to watch, man. He is. So, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think Ryan is too, man. They're both fun to watch. I think if Ryan goes to pay-per-view against Campbell, I think he does 150. But the one thing about this is, I mean, most people's prediction was 150, 200. I mean, that's what most people were saying. So in order to be that star, I think you'd have had to go 300, another 100,000 to exceed that. Then I think you hit that stardom. I think he's on his way, but I don't think he's there yet. But it's fun to watch. And the one thing that's weird is that I talk to a lot of people about boxing around here, the casuals. Man, when Ryan fought Campbell, man, it was crazy, dude. Because people were coming up talking to me like, "Hey, man, that young kid fights this week. That Ryan." I was like, the hell Ryan, man? I mean, dude, he had a big name, dude. I mean, I couldn't believe people knew him. But that's the kind of people that Ryan attracts. Tank fought this last week. I didn't have nobody really come talk to me. That's just my crowd around here. You know what I mean? I work a big warehouse. I'm just saying nobody really said nothing to me, So it's kind of weird, man. You know what I mean? But I think Tank's on his way there, man. Fun to watch. I mean, I enjoy him, dude, and wish him best of luck.
All right. Let's see who's next on the line. Looking like James in Tennessee.
James Payne is my name, partner, how about you? Standing on my property and I'm gonna see about you. If I come out on my porch, I see you chillin' in your wheel. Boy, I hope you know somebody better be waiting on the bitch. James Payne, baby, see me pissing on the post. If we're playing basketball, you might see me in the post.
What
TBV, what's up, Nest TBV? How the audio sound?
You good?
Are you turning left or right?
You say a what?
Are you turning left or right? We can hear your blinker.
That's my hazards, man. Let me turn those out. I got them the hazards because I just. It's all good, man. You know what I'm saying?
You got them bionic ears like me. I be hearing everything.
Hey, this is name D-Style. Hey, D-Style. It's all good. You heard my blinkers going off. You know, y'all talking boxing right now, but you know I work 9 to 5 for a living, champ. So you know I gotta be safe out here. Safety before everything. You see what I'm saying? So I would turn them motherfuckers back on and make y'all hear them, but I'm gonna be respectful for my call. They done already wasted like 45 seconds, so let's get into it. Devin Haney and Tank, I seen the topic. Man, I think Tank is a budding, rising star. He definitely is attracting a certain demographic, this younger millennial demographic. They really relate to Tank. He has a lot of buy-in from your entertainers, your hip-hop artists and things like that. But boxing is a lot bigger than just the hip-hop community. That's something that I'm continuing to learn. But I think he has potential, and he's putting up respectable numbers, especially in this age we live in, where it's easier than ever to hack and illegally get access to these fighters' content. So I think he's gonna do good, and when we get him better dance partners, more recognizable dance partners, the numbers will continue to increase. Prime example of it is unrelated, as far as weight division, but I look at Deontay Wilder. I feel like if Wilder wasn't fighting someone the caliber of Fury, his pay-per-view numbers would possibly suffer. But he's fighting Fury, his numbers continue to go up, and I expect this third bout to be just as high, if not higher, than the second bout. So I think Tank's doing the right thing. They just need to keep moving them, and they need to get them better dance partners. I think the potential matchup with Devin Haney is potentially a boring boxing match, but it's a dream matchup for a technical boxing fan. I would like to see Tank against Ryan Garcia. I think that does good numbers. It stays in the Green Prince kind of lane with a Hispanic origin opponent and a black opponent. I also would like to see potential matchups against maybe Shakur, Josh Taylor. I mean, it's just loaded right down there at that 130, 35, and 40 division. So keep going, Tank. Keep doing your thing. Atlanta on fire for boxing, and if you didn't know, July 16th and 17th, the Boxing Voice will be doing this pay-per-view live stream commentary for the TriStar, Southpaw, and GCP promotions cards. So, man, we look forward to seeing y'all in Atlanta. Tickets are going fast. Pay-per-view is available. We'll have that link circulating this week and next week. And if you need to know how to get tickets, you can definitely reach out to James Payne Lethal on Instagram. Just search James Payne Lethal, holler at me, and I will get you set up with tickets. Let's go. TBV, let's get it.
James, man, can't wait. Looking like Majimbe. What up, Majimbe? Got all card?
Yo.
What up? What up?
What's good? Not much. Just getting done with this pre-fight first workout of the pre-fight camp. Meeting up with Coach Myers, Amin, and Doomy this weekend. So, yeah, man. Yeah, man. Got to get healthy first, though.
Let's go, TBV.
Yeah, man. Yo, shout out to D Styles. Great show. I wish you guys had a intro for him with Scarface. Say hello to the bad guy, because he's definitely played a great bad guy. On to Tank, though. I think he knocks out Devin. I think he knocks out Devin within 8. I just don't think that Devin has the power to keep him off him. And it only takes one. Obviously, I'm not the biggest Devin fan. I am a Tank fan, though.
Why are you not a Devin fan? Explain.
His dad.
What do you
just
mean?
That. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. I mean, I don't think he's a bad kid, but the way that his dad comes off, it just rubs me the wrong way.
People love Bill out in these YouTube streets.
He tries to cater to a certain type of public and throw shade on other people for no reason, like he did with Colbert. And I don't appreciate that. People he could say that people can't talk shit, but then he talks all the shit in the world about even people not in their weight division. But to Tank being a star, if you compare him to his peers, I mean, he's the only one doing what he's doing, right? So he is a star in my opinion. So yeah, brother. But that's all I got, man. Keep up the great work, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Let's see. Did we ever do D-Style winning? Yes, he did. Candy Slim. After Candy Slim, you was last. We had Big Nick. We gave him his counterpunch. Next up, we're going to ring the alarm for Brotherhood. This is his third. For sure. Shout out to the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood. I always space it. It's one word. Hood. Where's your super chat? Nope. Is it up? Down. There we go. Here it is. Nope, that ain't it. Jesus.
I like that one though. You could say it again.
Where is it? Name a non. Okay. All right, I gotta look for it. But the super chat says, name a non-star that does 200,000. Stop deflecting.
Well, you know what's funny? Like, have you ever seen someone who answers their own question with their question? Name a non-star that does 200,000, right? So I didn't make an argument that if you do less than 200,000 makes you a star, right? So everyone under that is not a star, obviously. My argument is that 200,000 is not star, right? Remember those games? Remember Mortal Kombat, how you would go to different levels? You guys think Tank's reached like the final boss when he's not even at Goro yet? Like, he's like in the middle, bro. He's barely getting through the ninjas. He's like fighting like Scorpion right now. You know what I mean? That's where he is right now. He's not up there yet. Like, he just hasn't reached that level, in my opinion.
All right. But shout out to the Brotherhood. That is numero tres. So we definitely rang the alarm. And just in case, I'm a pothead. Oh, look who's back. Boxing Experto. Let me see where you at, my friend. Boxing Expert. And he says... he's really putting me to the test. Let's flex it. Let's see, can we get this off? Ahora los Garbanzos fans se Colombia de chorizo de Canelo. Quiero que llamen cuando Canelo desmaye a el Caleb y que digan quién es papá. All right, so let's try to translate that. The garbanzos. The garbanzos is the beans. So he's like, now, ahora los garbanzos. So now the garbanzo beans, now the garbanzo bean fans,
right?
Se Colombia. I don't get that. Is that because he likes putting little songs in his Se Colombia. That don't make, I don't know. Yeah. Se Colombia. Se Colombia de chorizo, because chorizo is a sausage.
Yeah, it is.
Se Colombia de chorizo de Canelo. I have no clue what you mean by that, Boxing Expert.
But I got the end part when he puts Caleb Plant to sleep. Yeah. Got that part.
Yeah, he says he wants you guys to call in when Canelo puts Caleb to sleep and then tell him who's everyone's daddy. So he must be a Boston Red Sox fan. Let's go to Ito with another one. Is that your second, Ito? Are you almost on the list for the horn? Ito, cool. Ito. Let me double check. I got bad eyesight. One. All right, you on two. He says Haney got rocked by Linares when wanting to trade. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I even talked about this fight, because like if you're Floyd, you looking at it like, yeah, We could fight anybody, D-Style. We've made it clear we could fight anybody in Atlanta. We fought an older Gamboa with a busted Achilles heel, and we did great. Now we fought Barrios, regular champion, and we did great. We can fight anybody, but my question is there a bigger event than Devin versus Tank in Atlanta? And if you're Floyd, you know the one thing about Tank you know is that power's real. If Linares at that age can shake up Haney, make him hold for 1 or 2 or even 3 rounds, whatever the haters want to say.
Middle waddle back to the corner.
But forget that. After that, he kind of like held for the next couple of rounds is what the argument is. That's the narrative. So for Tank and his team, they got to be like, yeah, we could definitely take this kid. He definitely brings more to the table than anyone else. He's got a belt. It makes us a now 5-time champion. There's a lot there.
Here's the risk.
And Floyd is connected to both. So it's like, oh my God. Floyd is putting his protege with his protege. His pupil with his protege. His pupil with the next one. Like, it's so much storyline. There's no bigger fight. In Atlanta, don't get me wrong, Devin just lit up Las Vegas. I was live. I was there. So Tank could come to Las Vegas. He's fought there. He's been there. But I'd rather it Atlanta. That thing just was wow. Like, for me, I felt like, damn, this must be what the UK talks about. Every time Tank or Barrios landed for that match, it was like, oh, like, and you know when Tank landed that right hook, everybody's like, oh, like, because it was just crazy, man. Crazy. But let me see, we got counter punch. I mean, Majimba, you're the only boomerang in sight. Let me know if you want it. And I think that was the last super chat refreshing. And he's back. Talk to us.
Yeah, but why does that have to happen in Atlanta? I know that everybody wants to keep Tank there, but I mean, bring it to a big market.
Because he opened up his own market. It's not hometown advantage. He opened up another market that wasn't being used or utilized by Atlanta. Now you got Shakur Stevens and Jamel Hearn and Bob Arum saying possibly they're bringing that fight to Atlanta. That's Tank that did that. You don't walk away from that. That's yours. You did it. You did it. And listen, we begged for Wilder to be put in Atlanta. They didn't think about it. They didn't take the chance. This kid opened up a market. You want him to walk away so Shakur and Jamel could take it?
I just think that he could become an even bigger star in New York City. I think he's an East Coast guy. I think he could build that market.
That's cool. He's fought at the Barclays. I think that's where he beat Peldraza. But you got to remember this: New York isn't fully open yet. Let someone else take a chance on New York who hasn't been doing events of this magnitude yet since COVID. And we'll worry about that later. Like, you know what I mean? Are they going to want us masked up? Are they going to want us, like, separated? In Atlanta, we was wide open having a party. It was a party. It was a gigantic music video.
Now, the statement about New York might have been true, like, a couple years ago, like in the age of the newspaper or before smartphones. But nowadays, we all have access to everything. Like, you don't need to be in the New York market to get big traction, I don't think. I mean, I would like to see Tank in other places, but if he's selling now, like if it's not broken in right now, what he's doing gate-wise, why fix it at the moment, especially with the pandemic ending, you know?
All right. I just, listen, you guys got to come out is all I can say. You got to come out and just, it reminds me of when I used to, you can go find my shows of when Lamont Peterson was headlining in DC, bro. Like, I remember when I first started, I thought I wanted to be at home, which I still say now. Like, I prefer sometimes to watch these fights from home because I like hearing the commentating, I like not to be distracted. When I'm out there, I got to work. If I see somebody, I want to interview. I'm a hustler to the core. So sometimes being home is better, but sometimes being there is memorable. It's something that I take with me for the rest of my life. Like Lamont Peterson in DC, man, that shit was a party. I loved it. It was the first fight like I seen. They was selling Hennessy. Do they sell Hennessy in LA? Where you? No, you from Texas. Where they selling Hennessy at your fights?
No.
Exactly.
They don't sell liquor in Texas.
These dudes had Hennessy and VSOP, and I'm like, whoa. They had like step and repeat for people to take pictures. It's like, yo, they treat their fights like an event in that area, the DMV, DC, all that.
Actually, yes, I have seen they sell mixed drinks and stuff like that at the fights, but it's not like sponsored by Hennessy. If that's what you're asking.
Well, no, you know who got sponsored? I think it was Canelo. He was sponsored for the Jacobs by Hennessy. But we got another one coming right at you, the Brotherhood. Damn, we gonna drop a bomb. This your fourth. You deflected again. You deflected again. Name another one outside of Tank. He wants a direct answer.
What do you mean?
He wants you to name another fighter that is doing 200,000.
I already answered that question.
He said you deflected. He wants a direct answer.
So what he wants me to hear, this is what he wants me to say. Oh, there's no other fighter that does it. Okay, Tank's a star. Well, no. Well, that's not the answer you're gonna get. Like the answer is the answer. It's not a deflect. This is a deflect. Oh, look, there's a bird. Like, no, that's not what I'm doing. Okay, I'm not changing the subject on that question. A direct answer. Selling 200,000 does not make you a star, in my opinion.
Let's see. We got Ken Stone. I think you number 4 too, right? Let me see. 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Uh-oh. I mean, my man hit us with the 10-piece, man. That's 5 super chats. We got Ken Stone that says Jermaine Teller versus Kelly Pavlik versus Jermaine Teller did 200,000, not stars. But that's not true. They both were stars though, right? Right? Like, those were stars in boxing. Like, Pavlik made Martinez who he was. And Jermaine made Carl Froch who he was. Like, why are we lying? No! Of course Jermaine Teller was a fucking star. Didn't he beat Bernard twice?
Yeah, the Bernard Hopkins Jermaine Taylor fights did like 400,000 or something like that.
Can we stop? Like, can we stop? Just saying. What do we got? It looks like that is everybody and all the super chats. Again, where can they find you, champ?
Hey guys, I appreciate everybody's comments, man. Whatever it is, you don't have to agree with me. It's all good. It's boxing conversation. Speaking of boxing conversations, catch me tonight, man. D-Style Boxing is the channel. Feel free to subscribe. Hit that notification so you're notified when I go live and all that good stuff. And I do Hispanics, Causen, Panic. And that'll be tonight, actually, 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
We got some late super chats. Matt Bant 100 in Kansas City says, Tank is the belt without the belt. That's right, man. He is what you want. Like, he is like the name you need. Look at Josh Teller, got all the belts. Oh, but they're fighting for the Mickey Mouse belt. Fight me. How are you the real champ, as you want to call yourself, but you're worried about what's going on all the way in another country in Atlanta? You see? That is called stardom, D-Style. That is stardom. When you got a dude all the way in Scotland tuned in, talking about, you're fighting for the Mickey Mouse belt. You should be fighting me. Come fight me, please. Please fight me.
Let me tell you something, man. Tank Davis against once the pandemic's over, okay? When the pandemic's over, Tank Davis, Josh Taylor, you're gonna have the UK crowd come over here. You're gonna have the Tank fans. That's gonna be a hell of an electric atmosphere.
Don't put it past Tank going over there like he did with Liam, bro. If the check right.
Vegas, bro. That's a Vegas fight. Go to Vegas. Tank fans can show up. Josh Taylor fans can show up. That's a big event in Vegas.
I mean, if that check right, just saying. We got another one from Big Chalk, Unbiased Boxing, who says Tank was never the B-side and won't ever be in this era. Man, that's true, man. He's definitely, that's what I'm saying, especially at that weight class, bro. Like, I mean, yo, what would Chocolatico have done to have been a pay-per-view star? He was getting like 25,000. All those little hardcores that loved him, if they would have just paid on pay-per-view for him, the poor guy would have made some real money.
Yeah, he didn't get any decent paydays, so he got on HBO, that's for sure.
Even on HBO, he wasn't killing him. He never made $1 million for a fight.
I don't think he's made $1 million. I think they might get $1 million for the trilogy, but not even then. I don't know.
And that's all I'm saying. Had he You know, had his promoters believed in him and put him on pay-per-view, you hardcores, there's about 250,000 hardcores who stay up and watch fights in Japan and all this weird shit. Yeah, I would have paid for that.
Yeah, but you know what, Ness? Like back to your argument about profit and how much the money is. Like, look, the 200,000 for him. You know, go back to Nicaragua. Dude's doing good. You know?
No, you're absolutely right. That money in the third world countries. I mean, look, I'm from the Dominican Republic, or at least my parents, and I understand that. You know, taking a little bit of money over there goes a long, long time. We got Matt Bent 100 that says Tank is a star, damn near superstar. And this is just this is my own stats. Like, dude, we're literally on 4 hours and 42 minutes of Tank. Like, that proves it in itself. The engagement, the super chats, the phone calls, the debate, he's a star. You can't do this about Tevin Farmer, no disrespect, I love him, but can we go 5 hours talking about Tevin Farmer? Can we go 5 hours talking about Andre? You understand? It's totally different. We got Candy Slim. Let me see if you on 3. He says stars do commercials and shit. Dev by stoppage. So you saying Tank ain't been on a commercial?
Dev by stoppage? Did he really say that?
Yeah, he really said Dev by stoppage.
Like Devin Haney couldn't knock down Gamboa's been knocked down 17 times in his career. You think he's gonna stop Tank? Stop.
Yo, but he had a hurt hand. You crazy? You really gonna make Bill pop up on this motherfucker? He had a hurt hand. Everybody knows that. That's common knowledge. Devin hand was hurt. He about to stop somebody.
Linares got knocked out in the first round 2 fights ago. Okay, he's been stopped in multiple fights. He couldn't drop him once. Come on.
Yo,
but he's gonna stop Tank.
Cano's a notorious puncher. You seen what he did to Paulie in the inaugural of Barclays Center. Come on, man. Don't sleep on Cano. That's what Linares did. That's why he was asleep. Look at him, still sleeping. We got D-Style with a super chat. Rubbing it in. Tank did respectable numbers. Respectable.
The super chat makes it true, right? So there you go.
Yo, you funny, man. Listen, we're out, ladies and gentlemen. Catch me on the Ringside Reporter tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time. They're on YouTube and iTunes and all that greatness. And don't forget to check out D-Style and Hispanic Causing Panic. We'll be back with some more. I look to collaborate not only with D-Style, but a few others, man. We want to do big things and continue to have different different panelists on the panel. Hopefully D-Style can be on more regularly. Don't forget to subscribe to his YouTube channel at D-Style Boxing, right?
That's right, D-Style Boxing, just like that. Thanks for having me on this. I appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate
for giving
you,
me
man.
the mic to speak on your platform, man. Have a good one, brother.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Catch us on the next one. Peace.